Hello friends, welcome to this course Tailwind CSS Mastery. So are there any course requirements or prerequisites? To work on this project, you must have the following skill sets. You should have basic knowledge of HTML. You should have basic knowledge of CSS. Course objective. Participant will be able to implement Tailwind CSS concept in current and future projects. What you will learn in this course. So we will create a landing page using Tailwind CSS. Who are the targeted students? Student with no Tailwind CSS experience, front-end developers, and anyone who wants to learn Tailwind CSS. By the end of the course, you will have the following skill sets. Hands-on regarding practical and real-life scenarios of creating landing page using Tailwind CSS. So let's see what are we going to create. So this is the landing page which we are going to create. So this will be the logo, this will be the navigations, okay, these are the links. Then we have a banner, then we have a about me section, then we have what you will learn in this course section, then we have what we'll build in this course section, then we have pricing section, then we have module and video lists, then we have FAQs, then we have the footer, and all this is responsive. So if I make this small, okay, so as you can see, this is all responsive. Okay, so everything is responsive. So all these things you will learn in this course. Okay, so let's get started and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, let's get started with background classes. I have created this slide to show you how the formula goes. This particular start with the BG and then a dash, and then you can choose a color, and then optionally you can have a shade. So there are over 90 shades that actually comes with Tailwind. So the first two don't have a shade, and that is black and white. So BG-black and BG-white, that will give you pure black and pure white. And next we have this color down here, gray, red, yellow, green, so on and so forth. And each one of these have 9 shades, starting at 100 and ending in 900. Now these shades are mostly based around font weight. So it works like this. Font 900 is darker than, let's say, 800. And if you need some custom colors in between, so you can do 850. So how to use custom color, that I'll show you in the future lectures. So now let's try to write some code. Okay, so for that I have created a folder on my desktop with the name Tailwind Basic. Okay, so here I have created a folder, and inside this folder there is nothing. Okay, so let's go to Visual Studio Code and we will open this folder. So let's click on open folder, and in my desktop I will select Tailwind Basic and click on open. Okay, right now there is nothing inside this folder. So here I'll create a file, okay, with the name index.html and hit enter. And here I'll type HTML:5 and press tab. So it will give us the basic structure of HTML. Okay, so let me close this, and here I will write Tailwind Basic. Let's save this. And to explain the basic concept, I'll be using Tailwind CDN, and later on in this course we will install Tailwind using White or Witty. How do you pronounce? So this is something which we are going to use in the future lectures to install Tailwind. So this is White or Witty. How do you pronounce? I will pronounce as Witty. Okay, VITE. So we will install Tailwind in the future lecture using Witty. So now to get the CDN, we need to go to Google, and I have already typed Tailwind CSS CDN. So this is the link which we need. So cdnjs.com, and inside the libraries, here we can get the URL. Okay, so let's copy this URL and let's go to Visual Studio Code, and here after this meta I'll paste. Okay, let's go to this website again, and let's copy the tag as well. So copy link tag. Okay, and let's paste it here. Okay, so we are getting everything here. Okay, so let's save this. Okay, this looks fine, And now inside the body, okay, we will add a class, and that is going to be bg hyphen black. Okay, let's save this, and I'll be using live server. So let's go to extension, live server. So I've already installed this. Okay, so sometime this live server is visible here, but sometime it doesn't. So what we can do is like disable, and then again we can enable it. You know, disable extension live server. Okay, so let's use preview on web. Okay, so this is also something which we can use to view the HTML page. So what we can do is if you have not installed this, so you can install this preview on web server. Okay, I have already installed it. So to use this, okay, let me close this. We need to right click, okay, and then here it shows that launch on browser. So let's click on this. Okay, so as you can see, we are having this black BG. So here if I change this to white, let's say, okay, and if I save this and if I go to the browser, so as you can see, this changes to white, and of course it's a default. Okay, so now let's try some other colors, but before that I will split the screens. Okay, so it will be more visible. So let me, okay, let's keep this on the left side. Let's close this. Okay, and here I'll be using some other colors. So let's try maybe BG gray 500. Let's save this. So once I save this, you can see this gray color. Okay, and now let's change this to 900. Okay, so 900, save this. So now it is more darker than before. Okay, now let's try yellow color. So instead of gray, I'll type yellow. Let's save this. So now as you can see, it is a darker version of yellow. But if you think it is more darker, then you can make it like 500. Save it. Okay, so still it is a darker version of yellow. So this is the best part here. Okay, so if you want a darker version of yellow, so you can change it to like 500 or 600, and if you want a lighter version, so you can go with like 400. Save this. So now it's a proper yellow, or maybe you can go with 300. So it depends upon the shade which you want. Okay, so I like 400, so I'll go with 400. So it is not that darker and lighter, so it is a in between. Okay, so once you start working on Tailwind, you will be familiar with all the classes, so it will be easy for you to make a shade lighter or darker. Okay, so which makes your design process easy. So now let's delete this class from the body, and inside the body I will create a div. Okay, and inside this div I will take a class uh, which is bg hyphen or dash gray 200, and here I'll give a text as navigation. Let's save this. So as you can see, we have a nice background with the text navigation, and then I will take one more div. So let me take a div with the class bg hyphen white and press tab. Okay, so this is emmet. Okay, so we can use shortcuts to write the classes, and here we can give a text body. Let's save this. So by default this is a white, so we can't see the background color. Then I'll take a div and we can add a footer color. So bg dash blue dash 900, press tab, and here I'll type footer. Okay, so footer, let's save this. So as you can see, we have a footer. If this is darker, so you can go with a lighter version of blue. So this is how we have created three sections. First one is navigation, then body, then a footer. Okay, so we have these three sections of a basic layout of a website, okay, with a nice background. Okay, so now let's recap what we have done here. So let me make this bigger. Let's go to slide again and let's recap the entire thing. So, so first we will see the formula. Okay, so here is the formula bg dash, and then we can choose a color. So these two colors, black and white, which does not have shades, and if we go to other colors which are gray, red, yellow, green, and so on and so forth, so they have the shade from 100 to 900, so 100, 200, 300, 400, so on and so forth. So this is how we can use background colors, background classes. Okay, so I hope you like this video. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. Now let's talk about sizing using the REM system. If you are not familiar with the REM, so one REM equals to one character of your document base font. So if your base font is 16 pixels, as this is the default for most of the browser, then one REM equals to 16 pixels. So we can deduce that if you need something to be 20 pixels of width, for example, so that would equal to 1.25 REM. So Tailwind has particular number system which does not have any decimal places. So how that works, let's see. Okay, so one REM is multiplied by 4 to equal 4 in Tailwind. So by using the same example, if the base font is 16 pixels, well, that's equal to 1 REM, and that is equal to 4 in Tailwind. And with the same example, if you need a div to have a width of 16 pixels, then you would use a class w-4. And with the same example of 20 pixels, so here it is 1.2 REM, that is equal to 5, because 1.25 multiplied by 4 is equal to 5. So the class that we are going to use is w-5, that will make 20 pixels. Okay, so now let's see the formula for this classes. Okay, so we are going to use the same for width and height. So it's gonna be w dash and the size, and for the height it is going to be h dash then the size. And here there are three types of sizes, so we can say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. And you can have percentage represent as fractions, so 1/2, 1/3, 1/4, 1/5, and so on. And lastly, we have a screen and full. So now let's see individually. These sizes are the actual numbers. They are equal to REM times 4. So 4 is 1 REM, okay? And which would be 16 pixel. So if you need a div with a 16 pixel width and 16 pixel of height, then you need to use the class which is w-4 or h-4. Okay, and now if you need to take up half of the page, in that case you would use 1/2, which is equal to 50%. Now if you need width and height of entire screen, then you would use screen or full to take up the full container. Now let's try to write some code. Okay, so for that we need to go to Visual Studio Code, and inside the body I will take a div with a class bg hyphen or dash gray dash 500. Okay, let's close this div, and here I'll write some dummy text. Let's save this, and this div should be 16 pixel of width. So for that we need to write a class which is w-4. That is going to be 1 REM, and that 1 REM is equal to 16 pixels. Okay, let's save this, and now let's check it in the browser. So I'll right click, launch on browser. Okay, so as you can see here, the width is only 16 pixels, so it is covering this much area. So let me increase the screen by 32. Okay, save this, and if I go back, so now as you can see, this width has been increased. So let me make it side by side. Okay, so now you would understand much better. If you want to make this as a perfect square, then here we need to add a class which is height means h dash 32. Let's save this. So now this is a perfect square. Now let's try the percentage. Okay, so I'll take a one more div. Okay, so here I will give let's say red color. It should be 500, and here instead of the numbers I'll add a class which is w dash and half. Okay, let's save this. So now as you can see, this is half of the window. Okay, so if I increase this, so it will remain half of the window. Okay, now let's try the width of screen. So w dash screen, let's save this. So now it will cover the entire area. So if I make it bigger, so it covers the entire screen. Okay, same goes for with full. Let's save this. So it is the same, but it has some difference that we will see in the future videos. Now let me come back to the fractions. Okay, so here if I give a width of let's say 1/12, and if I save this, so this is how we can have a typical 12 column grid. So if I give let's say 212, and if I save this, so this box will get increased. Same goes for 312. Save this, so this will increase. So we can have a 12 column of grid. Okay, so to make you understand better, if I duplicate this two divs, okay, and here if I let's say give a color of green, and here let's say if I give a color of blue, and this would be 3/12, and this would be like 6/12. Okay, so the entire is 12 column, 3 3 6, and the remaining 6. If I save this, so now as you can see, these three are coming one below the other. But if I wrap the entire div into a wrapper, let's say, so let me cut this out. If I paste it, and here if I add a class of flex, if I save this, so it will take the screen. Okay, so now it is like 3/12, 3/12, and 6/12. Okay, so right now don't focus on this flex class that I'll cover in the future video, but my point is that we can use grid based columns. Okay, so now let's review what we have learned. So let me minimize this, and let's go to the browser, and let me show you the slide again. So we have the formula of width and height. Okay, so w dash, and then we can give the size, and for height we can give h dash and then the size. And here we need to choose one of the category. The first one represent actual number in pixels that we have learned. 4 will be 16 pixel, 5 will be 20 pixels, 6 will be 24 pixels, and so on. Okay, so I hope you understand that 4 is equal to 16 pixels, and 5 will be 20 pixels, so 16 plus 4 is 20, and then 6 would be 24 pixels, so 20 plus 4 24. Okay, it increased by 4 pixels. Okay, and then we have fractions like 1/2, 1/3, 1/4, and the last one is screen and full. Okay, so screen will be the height of the screen or the width of the screen, and full will simply make the container as big as its parents has space. So full is slightly different from screen that we will see in the future lecture. So I hope you like this lecture. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In CSS, we have something called padding and margin to add some white space. Margin are outside of the element and padding are inside of the element. Now we already learned about the numbering system, which we can reuse it in different places. And this is the first one. Notice that the numbering system for margin and padding are exactly the same as it was for the width and height. So if you need a padding of 16 pixel, it will simply be 4. So the formula for this is P is for padding and M is for margin, followed by dash and then the size. So if you need a padding of 16 pixel, then it would be P dash 4. 4 meaning 1 rem, and 1 rem is 16 pixel. So now let's look at some example on the browser. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and here I'll take two divs. And inside I will add some classes bg blue 800, and I'll take a width of 32 and a height of 32. And let's duplicate this div by pressing Option Shift and down arrow key. And if you're in Windows, so you can press Alt Shift and down arrow key. Okay. And here I'll take bg dash blue dash 500. Let me save this and let's check it in the browser. So I'll right click and click on launch on browser. Okay, so we have two boxes. One is a darker blue and one is a lighter blue. So let me make it side by side and let me close this. Okay, so we have two boxes. One is a darker blue and one is a lighter blue. Now margin is something that's separate from the outside. So if we add some margin to this top div, that should separate the two boxes. So let me give a margin of 4 to give a margin m-4, which is 16 pixel. Let me save this. Now as you can see, we are getting a margin all over the places. Okay, and here also for this box we can do the same. So margin dash 4, let me save this. So now you can see margin all over the box. So now what if I only want to add a margin only to the bottom of this box? Okay, so how to do that? So now let's see how it works. Okay, so let me go to the slide. Okay, let me minimize this. Let's go to the slide again. And this is the next slide. Okay, so here you have noticed some difference. So this is a new slide. So here there are four things that we can add right after P or M. Okay, so which could be L for left, R for right, T for top, and B for bottom. Now let's go to the code. And if we only add margin at the bottom of this box, we could say that MB-4 means margin bottom dash 4. Okay, let's go. Okay, let me save this. And if I go back to the browser, and here as you can see, we have margin at the bottom of this box, and all the margin which were there all went away. Now let's add a margin top for this box. Okay, so if I go to the Visual Studio Code, and here I need to add a margin top dash 4, and if I go back here, so as you can see there's a margin top and rest all the margin went away. Okay, so this is how margin works. And now let's talk about padding. Okay, so what I can do is I'll add some dummy text. Okay, dummy text. Let's save this. Now as you can see, this text is all the way to the top and the left. So now let's give a padding of 4. Okay, so I'll just give a padding of 4. I have removed the margin. Okay, and let's save this. And if I go back, so as you can see, now we have a padding inside this box. Okay, and we can't see the margin because I have removed the margin, so there is no separator of this box, so the boxes are touching each other because I removed the margin. So we can use both margin and padding with each other. So for the top box I will say margin bottom 4, so here I'll say margin bottom 4. Okay, let me save this. If I go back, as you can see, we are getting a margin from the bottom 16 pixels. So now we have margin and padding as well. Now what if we have a lot of text? So let me copy this text and I'll paste it here, and let's go back. Okay, let's add one more. Okay, if I save this and if I come back, so as you can see, so here everything is messed up, so we can give individually padding. So let's say if I give a padding top of padding top 4, padding left 2, sorry, PL2, and padding right 2, and if I save this and if I go back, so now you can see even we can give a padding of like padding top 3, so that will or you can give padding top 2. Now we have a shortcut for this, as we are adding same amount of padding to the left and to the right. So for that we will see a slide. Okay, so let's go to the slide and let me present the slide for you. So this is altogether a new slide. Here, as you can see, there is an X and Y. Okay, so X representing X axis and Y is representing Y axis. So we can add padding and margin to the X axis, meaning to the left and right, or to the Y axis, meaning to the top and bottom at the same time. So let's see how we can do that. Okay, so let me remove this padding left 2 and padding right 2. Instead, I'll write px dash 2, means I need a padding from left and right too. Okay, so let me save this, and if I go to the browser, so nothing changes. Okay, so there is no change. So this is a shortcut and it works fine. And if you need a padding from top and bottom, so you can use py-2. Okay, so this is a shortcut for that. So this is how padding and margin works. So let's review all the slides. Okay, so let me go to slide and let me present it. So you can have padding and margin represented by P and M followed by the same numbering system that we already have. On top of that, you can assign left, right, top and bottom, as well as if you need left and right padding or margin, you can use X for X axis, and for top and bottom you can use Y axis. So that is how padding and margin is assigned, and you have all the way up to 64. So this is it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will see how to style text with Tailwind CSS. So let's start with font family. There are three major families that you can use with Tailwind CSS. That is Sans, Serif, and Mono. So Sans is like Helvetica or similar to that, and serif is like Times New Roman or similar to that, and mono is monospace. And the formula for this will be font dash either sans, serif or mono. So now let's try to write some code. Okay, so let's go to VS Code, and here I took a paragraph with a dummy text. So let's add a class inside the p tag. So class which is going to be font dash, first we will see mono. Okay, let me save this, and here we need to run this file index.html. So I'll right click and I'll click on launch on browser. Okay, so this is mono. So let me do it side by side, and let me hide this. Okay, okay, so now let's try serif. Save this. So now this is like Times New Roman, and now we will have sans. Let me save this. So now this font has changed to sans. Okay, so now for example, if you want your entire application to have font sans, then you need to copy this class, or you can cut this class, and you need to add this class in the body tag. Okay, if I save this, you will see the font is same. Okay, now if I add one more p tag with some text, and if I save this, you can see the font family remains the same. Okay, because we have given the class in the body, so we don't have to add this class on all the p tags. Okay, so maybe if you can if you take a div tag and if you add some dummy text, and if I save this, so this class will be applied to this div tag as well. So no need to add a class in the div tag as well. So I hope this is clear. Okay, so let me remove this and let's save this. Now let's see what else we can do. Okay, so let me minimize this. So now we have text size. Okay, so we already talked about the numbering system, and we also talked about REM. So we already know that the base font is going to be 16 pixel, which is just called base. Okay, now the formula for this will be text dash and then one of the sizes starting from XS all the way up to 6XL. which will be 64 pixel. So now let's start with XS. So let's go to VS Code, and here I will add a class in the P tag, which is text dash and XS. So if I save this, so this is very small text. Okay, this is extra small. Now let's see small. Okay, SM. If I save this, so now the text size has increased. Then we have base. If I save this, so now it is 16 pixels, and it goes all the way up to 6XL. Okay, so if I put 6XL, so now you can see how big the text is. Okay, so let's keep it, let's try 2XL, or maybe we can keep it base. Okay, so this is 16 pixels. So this is all about text sizes. Okay, now let's see what else we have. So now we have text align. Okay, text alignment, so which is left, center, right, and justify. So now let's try this out. Okay, so let me make this big. Okay, so here I will add text dash right. Okay, if I save this, now the entire text went to the right side. Okay, we also have justify. If I save this, now it is justify. We have center, so now it is center, and by default it is left. So we don't need to give left, it is by default left. If I don't give any class, it will be by default on the left side, okay, of the browser. So now let's see what else we have. Okay, so let me go to the slides, and if I increase this, then we have text colors. Okay, after text alignment, we have text colors. We already learned about colors in the lecture where we saw background colors. So here, instead of BG, we need to give text dash, and then the color which we want, and then the shade. Okay, so let's try this out. Okay, if I increase this, and so here if I add text dash blue dash 500, and if I save this, now the entire text is in blue color. Okay, so now let's keep it gray. So now the text is in gray color, and here you can even add BG color. Okay, so BG dash gray dash 900. If you save this, so now as you can see, the background color is gray 900. So it is really nice when we got the same family of background to text color. So now let's add some padding. So you already know how to add a padding. So I will add a padding here. So P dash 5. Okay, if I save this, so you will see a padding of 20 pixels on entire box. Now you can even add margin to it. So if I add margin dash M dash 3, if I save this, now we got margin from all the side. So this is like 16 pixels. If you remember, we need to multiply this by 4. So 3 into 4 is, sorry, 12 pixels. 3 into 4 is 12 pixels. So we got 12 pixels on all the sides, and this is 20 pixels. Okay, so 5 into 4 is 20 pixels. So all the side we got 20 pixels of padding. Okay, so now let's recap the slides. Okay, so let's go to the slides. Okay, and here we will see all the slides again. Okay, so we will recap all the slides. So first we started with font family. So we have sen, serif, and mono, and I showed you how to put that into body tag. Okay, next we talked about text size. So the base is 16 pixels, so one rem is 16 pixel. So I have written all the sizes here, so you can just refer it from here. Okay, and we have all the sizes from XS for extra small, SM for small, then we have base, large, XL till 6XL. Okay, so then we saw text alignment. So we have text center, right, left, and justify. Okay, then we finally saw the colors. Okay, so the formula for this will be text dash and then whatever the color you want, and then the shade. Okay, so now let's move ahead and see what else we have. So there are a lot of text decoration built into Tailwind. So we have italic, and to undo that we have not italic. So let's see how this works. So let's go to VS Code, and inside this p tag I'll remove all the classes which we have wrote, and even I'll remove this class from the body tag. Okay, and here I will add a class which is italic. Okay, let's save this. So let's go to the browser. So now as you can see, all the text is in italic. Okay, let me make it side by side. Okay, so the entire paragraph is in italic. So let's say in the middle of this I'll take a span. Okay, so let me add a span here. Okay, let me cut this out, and let's say if I want, I can add a class here which says not italic. If I save this, so here as you can see, this entire line is not italic. Okay, so we can reverse from italic to non-italic. So this is how italic and non-italic work. So let's see what we have next. So let me present this out. Okay, so now we have font weight. So we have talked earlier about this. So we have font weight for all our color shades from 100 to 900, and the formula for this is font dash starting with hairline all the way up to black. So let's go to the code. Okay, so let me go back to the code, and so here let me change this to font bold. Let me save this, and let's check it in the browser. Okay, so here as you can see, this entire line is in bold. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code, and we also have extra bold. Okay, so extra bold. If I save this, and if I go back in the browser, here as you can see, this is extra bold. Okay, next we have letter spacing. Okay, so here you can notice that we have M's. Okay, so you need to remember tracking means letter space is measured in M's. Okay, so tracking is M's unit and not REM. So the difference between M's and REM is that M's uses the parent font size. So if you have a text of 6XL, the letter spacing that is going to be based on its parent. It's going to based on 64 pixel, and REM is always represented by 16 because that is the base font of entire document. So always remember that tracking is based on M's, okay, and not REM. So let's try. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. Okay, so here I'm inside Visual Studio Code, and here let's try tracking wider. So I'll remove this italic and I'll try tracking wider. Okay, and here we need to check out in the browser. Okay, so if I save this and if I go to the browser, so as you can see, we have a good amount of letter spacing. Okay, so let's make this side by side. Okay, then we also have tracking tight. If I save this, so now as you can see, the font, the letter spacing is reduced. Okay, let's see what we have next. So next we have line height, which is a similar kind of thing. So the formula is leading dash and whatever space you want. Okay, so let's try relaxed. Okay, so here I'll write leading dash relaxed. Okay, let me save this and let's go to the browser. So let me go back to Visual Studio Code, make it side by side. So as you can see, we have a line height. Okay, of relax, and if you want to see more line height in between the lines, so you can use leading loose. Okay, if I save this, now you can see, so there is a lot of space in between the lines. Okay, so now what we have next, so we have text decoration of underline, no underline, and line through. So let's try underline. Okay, so here I'll write underline, and before saving, let's go back here.
and let me make it side by side. Okay, so here I have used underline, so you will see an underline on this text. So let me save this. So as you can see, we have underline for this line. Okay, so for this entire line we have underline, and we can also use line through. If I save this, so you can see a line through on entire paragraph. Let's see what we have next. So this is the final one, text transformation, where we have uppercase, lowercase, capitalized, and normal case. Okay, so let's try uppercase. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code. So let's remove this leading loose and line through, and I will add uppercase. If I save this, you can see the entire paragraph is in uppercase. Now let's try capitalize. So capitalize. If I save this, now the entire paragraph is in capitalized, means only the first letter is capital and the rest of the text is small case. Okay, so let's say in between, if you want uppercase, so here you can use uppercase, and if I save this, now you have this uppercase. Okay, and you also have normal case. Okay, so here as you can see, we have normal case as well. So here if I do normal case and if I save this, so the entire paragraph will be capitalized apart from this line, which is normal case. Okay, so let's review what we have done till now. So let's go back here. Let me make it bigger. So we started from italic and non-italic. Okay, so first one is italic. So it was simple italic, and the reverse is not italic. Okay, then we have font weight. For font weight, we have got everything from hairline up to black. Okay, with the formula of just font dash normal. Okay, or font dash bolder or font dash extra bold. Okay, so this you can select whatever you want according to the design. Then we saw letter spacing. So it does not uses REM, but it uses EMS, which I already explained. Then we have leading, which represents line height of each line from none to loose. Then we have text decoration, where we have underline, no underline, and we even have line through. Then we have text transformation, which have uppercase, lowercase, capitalize, and normal case. So if you want to undo any of these classes, so you can use normal case. Okay, so this is all about styling text. This is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will talk about borders. So let's start with the most basic of border classes, the border itself. You can add border as a class to anything, and it will simply add a nice light gray 1 pixel border denoted here by empty. What does it means is simply just border. No dash, no thickness. On top of that, we can add border 0. If you want 0 pixels, meaning get rid of the border, we can also add 2, 4, and 8. So let's write some code. Okay, so let's go to Visual Studio Code and let's make it side by side. So here I have prepared a simple box which does not have a border. So let's add a class here of border. Okay, and let's save this. So now as you can see, we have a 1 pixel gray border all the way around. Now let's add dash 2 and save this file. So now you have 2 pixel border. Same way you can do it as 4. Okay, so now it is 4 pixel border, and if I give 8 and if I save this file, so you can have 8 pixels of border, which is a bigger border. Now let's check the next slide. So what we have. So the next slide, which is how to pick sides for your border. So there are 4 modifiers that you can add: top, bottom, left, and right, and they all work with different thicknesses. So it would look something like this. Okay, so if I give border dash t, border dash t dash 8, and if I save this, let's check it in the browser. So as you can see, we have a border on the top. Okay. Same way you can say bottom, which is only B, and if I save this, you will have a border at the bottom. Same way for left, so you have a left border. Now same thing for right. Okay, so now you have a border on the right side. Okay, so now let's see what we have next. So now we have border colors. So it works exactly the same way as it works with background, and it works exactly the same way as it works with text. The only thing change here is the formula, which is border dash color and then the shade. So let's check this in the code. Okay, so let me go to the browser and let me go to the Visual Studio Code, and I'll make it side by side to make you understand better. So let's keep this as top. Okay, so now you have a border at the top, and let's add one more class for the color. So border dash blue dash 800, and if I save this, now you have a blue color border. Okay, now let's see what we have next. So we have styling. Okay, so as border can be different, the default is solid. Okay, which we already talked about, and then we have dash, dotted, and double. Okay, so let's check the code. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code. Let's remove the top from here, and if I save this, so you can see border all around. Now let's add a class which is border dash dotted, or you can let's say dotted only. Save this, so you have dotted border. Okay, and now let's change to dashed. If I save this, you will have dash. Okay, then we have double. If I save this, you have a double border. Okay, so now let's see what we have next. So we have radius. So the class here is little different. So it is rounded instead of borders. So we have SM, then we have empty one, which means simply just rounded. Okay, no dash. Then you also have rounded dash LG, and then we also have full as well. So SM will be equal to 2 pixels, and rounded will be 4 pixels, LG will be 8 pixels, and full will be 9999 pixels. Okay, so let's try this out. Okay, so here if I go back to the browser, okay, so now let's add rounded here. Okay, so rounded, if I save this, you can see rounded borders, you can see rounded corners. Okay, to make it bigger, let's add rounded dash LG. If I save this, you will see a bigger radius. Okay, let's remove this double, so that will make you understand better, and let's make this border 8. Okay, so now as you can see, we have a larger radius. Then we have SM. If I save this, so it is very small radius, and we even have full. If I save this, now it is like 9999 pixels. Okay, this was all about rounded, okay, radius. Now let's see what we have next. Then we have rounded sides. Okay, so you can pick what side you want. When we talk about top, we are actually touching two corners, so it will be top left, okay, and top right. Same thing for right, it will be top right and bottom right. And same thing for B, means bottom, bottom left, bottom right, and for left it is top left and top, sorry, top left and bottom left. Okay, so the formula here is rounded, and whatever side you want to select, like top and then the radius. Okay, so let's check the code. Okay, so let me go to the Visual Studio Code, and let's keep this as only border, and let me go to the browser, save this, and let's remove this full, and we will add rounded top, only rounded top. Okay, so let's keep only rounded top. So as you can see, we have top left and top right. Okay, we have selected top left and top right. And if you want to see more clearly, so I'll just put dash LG, and if I save this, So as you can see, we have top left and top right. Okay, and let's do it like full. Save this. Now we have top left and top right. Same thing goes for left. So we have top left and bottom left. Okay, same thing goes for right. So we have top right, bottom right, and for bottom. So bottom left and bottom right. Okay, so we can do top left to target only top left corner. Okay, so if I save this, so it is targeting only top left corner. Okay, as well as you can do bottom left. So if I save this, now it is targeting only bottom left. Okay, and we can do top right. Okay, so I hope you understand bottom right. Okay, so only targeting that particular corner. So you can do many things using borders. So this is how border works in Tailwind. So now let's review what we have done till now. So let's go to slides, and I'll start with border, and I'll present this out, and let's make it bigger. So what we have learned so far for border is we have got a primary class which is just border, okay, which will give you 1 pixel of gray border. You can add dash 2, 4, and 8 to make the border thinner or thicker depending on what you need. And even you have border dash 0 to make the border 0 pixels, okay, so you will not find any border, okay. Then you have additionally, you can also choose which side you want the border on. You can choose from top, bottom, left, and right. So you can also combine them with thicknesses. That way you can have nice border just on top or just on right, and it will match to the same thicknesses, which is 0, 1, 2, 4, and 8. Then we also have the repurpose colors, which we talked already from the background and the text color. So all you have to do is to change from BG color and shade to border dash color dash shade. Same exact color and same shades. For border styles, we have solid, then we have dash, we have dotted, we have double, and as well as we have none if you want to remove the style for radius. Then we have border radiuses. Okay, so we have got 4 primary sizes, which is small, which is 2 pixels. Then we have base, which is 4 pixel. Then we have LG, which is 8 pixels. Then we have full, which is 9999 pixels. Okay, we can combine it to target a specific side using this modifier here from T to all the way down to bottom left. So this is all about radiuses and borders. I hope you like this video. So this is it for border and radiuses, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Let's move on to some of the display mode. In CSS, you may notice most things are actually blocks, but sometimes you need to change that from block to inline. Most of the time to flex or grid or even hidden. So let's look at the available display modes. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. So here I took a div which has hello in it, which also contains another div which just has a background yellow with a width of 32 and a height of 6. And this div has a word called world. So we have a div within a div. So let's run this file. Okay, so let me right click, and we need to click on launch on browser. So div is a block element. So as you can see, hello and world are on top of each other. So let me do it side by side. Okay, let me close this. And now what we can do is we can put a inline class on the second div. I'll write inline and just save the file. So now as you can see, we have hello and world side by side. But notice one thing, look at the background yellow. The width of 32 is not respective. So let me undo this. And if I save this, so now as you can see, we have a width of 32. So this is what we have normally. But as we do inline, we don't get the width of 32. So how to fix that? To fix that, we need to give the class inline dash block. Okay. So here I need to give inline dash block. And if I save this, now you will have the width of 32. Okay. Now let's go to the slides. Now next what we have flex, inline flex, grid, table, table row, table cell. So you will never gonna use this table, table row and table cell unless it is very specific. Okay, so I will not cover this table, table row and table cell, but I will cover flex and grid. So I have an entire video on flex in the coming up lectures, and I have an entire video on grid in the coming up lectures. Okay, so we will see how to use flex. Okay, and we will also see how to use grid. Okay, then we have hidden, which is very important. So sometimes we need to hide an element. So how to do that? Let's see that. So here in the second element, in the second div, I will add a class hidden, and if I save this and if I go back to the browser, so here the second div is hidden. Okay, so this is also very important. Sometimes we need to hide some elements. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will talk about responsive design. So let's see what are the breakpoints. Until now, we were using the all breakpoint, which is one of that we don't use at all. So we do have SM, which starts at 640 pixel wide, meaning when the window is at least 640 pixel wide, but no wider than 767 pixels, because at 768, our medium breakpoint starts. And we have a large breakpoint which starts at 1024, and then we have extra large which starts at 1280 pixels. Okay, so how are we going to use it, and what are the classes that are available to us? So let's start with the most basic ones. So we have background, we have width, height, padding and margin. So let's see this in action. So inside body, I have taken a class BG blue 500. So let's say that starting at the medium breakpoint, I want to change my background color to red. So here I will add a breakpoint, medium breakpoint. So MD colon BG red 500. Okay, and let's go to the browser here. So here is my page, and let me save this. Okay, once I save this, and let me inspect, and what I'll do is I'll go to mobile mode. Okay, and here let me increase the size responsive. Okay, and then here let me go to the medium size, which starts at so let me increase the size. So if I do 768, okay, and if I hit enter, so here you can see this background has changed to red. Okay, and if it is below 768, if I go 1 point below, okay, 1 pixel below, if it is 767, then it will be blue color. Okay, so if it is above 768, then it will change the color to red. Okay, because here, as I showed you, let me show you the breakpoint. Okay, this is very important to remember actually. See here, the median breakpoint starts at 768. Okay, so once the screen size hit 768, okay, so once it hit 768, it will change to red. Okay, because here we have given medium BG red 500, so it is 500, and if it is 1 pixel less also 767, then you will see blue color. Okay, so Tailwind is mobile first, so whatever class you give, it will take in mobile. Then you need to give the breakpoint like medium, small. Okay, so just like this we are able to do responsive design. So let me show you another example. So let's take a div here with a class of padding 4. Okay, and here inside I'll take some lorem ipsum class. Okay, lorem ipsum text. So okay, so let me save this, and now you will see we have a lorem ipsum text here, and in here there's a padding of 4. Okay, so let me remove this classes actually. Oh, let me remove this red class. Okay, save this, because now we will see this example. So we got a padding of 4. Okay, but now I want my padding to be bigger on the figure screen. Okay, so we can do that by writing sm colon padding will be 32. Okay, let me save this, and now for SM, what is the screen size which starts? It starts from 640.
Okay, so now in the bigger screen you will see we have a padding of 32, but in smaller screen, once it goes below 640, you will see padding 4. So if I do 639, it will be, the padding will be padding 4, and if I do 640, so now as you can see, this padding is increased, okay, because this is bigger version. And if I make it smaller, so it will, the padding will be, if it is below 640, the padding will be 4, and if it is more than 640, then the padding will be 32. Okay, so this is mobile first, so whatever class you give, it will be in mobile, and for bigger screen you need to define SMMD. Okay, so this is how it works. Okay, so at 640 and above it will be padding 32, but below 640 it will be padding 4. I hope this is clear. Now let's go to our slides. So what we have, these are the breakpoints. Then we have background, width, height, padding, margin. Okay, then what else we have? We have font. Okay, we can use all the font classes also. So all the font classes are also available. We can change font family. Okay, we can change font family, we can change font size, we can make the text left, right, center, justify. We can change the text color, we can make it bold, letter spacing. Then we have, okay, leading, which is a line spacing, then uppercase. Okay, so these are all the classes we can use. Let's try some examples. So here what I'll do is, so in the small breakpoint I want my font to be bold. Okay, so here I'll write font bold. Okay, let's save this, and now let's go to the browser. Here, let me increase this, let me refresh once again. So if it is below 640, then the font will not be bold, it will be normal. But if it is more than 640, okay, it is more than 640, then you can see this is bold. Okay, let me make it smaller, and now as you can see, and this also I'll make it a little smaller. So now if I go below 640, then you can see this text is not bold, it is normal. But when I go above 640, this text is bold now. So if I go 639, then it will be normal, but once I hit 640, it will change to bold. Okay, let's say that if you want this font to be italic in the medium device, so what I'll do is I'll add MD and I'll put italic. Okay, and let me save this. So now for medium device, it starts from 768. Okay, so once I hit 768 and if I hit enter, now you can see this is italic. Okay, let me increase this because I think you won't be able to see, make it 100%. Okay, now this is clear actually. Okay, so now if I hit 768 enter, why it is going down? Okay, let me make it 7. Okay, 75%. Okay, so here as you can see, now it is italic and bold. Okay, if I go below 768, then it is only bold. Okay, and if I go below 640, then this is normal. If I go above 640, it is bold, and if I go above 768, then it will be bold and italic. Okay, so as we discussed that Tailwind is mobile first, so in the mobile, uh, first it will take this padding. Okay, and this padding will remain consistent for MD as well as for SM, because we have not mentioned any padding for MD and SM. Okay, so this padding will remain constant, but once it hit the SM, okay, so the font will be bold, and once it hit MD, it will be italic. Okay, so for the SM, what is the screen size? It starts from 640. Okay, so once it is 640, you will see bold. Okay, let me make it 75. You will see bold, but you will not see because medium device screen size starts from 768. So once it is 768, then you will see that the font is bold also and italic. Okay, so this bold doesn't go. If you want to remove the bold and only keep italic, then you need to define here that in MD I want font normal. So in MD I need font normal, and if I save this,
Now the font will be normal, okay, and italic, and the bold is gone, because in MD I don't want bold, but in SM I want bold. So if I do 640 and if I hit enter, now if I do 75%, now it is bold, okay, but not italic. So I hope this makes sense and you will understand if once you go through the lecture again, because it is very important. This breakpoints are very important for responsive design. Okay, so let me remove this and make it simple to understand. Okay, so now let's move ahead and let's see what else we can do with this. Okay, so if I go to the slideshow, so these are the responsive classes: font family, font size. Okay, then what we can do, we can add border as well. So let's try for the border. Okay, so in small I want to add a border, so let me remove this MD, and here in small I will add a border. So small starts at 640. Okay, so see, it starts at 640, so we got a border. But if it is below 640, then we don't see a border. But it is, if it is about 640, then we will see a border. Okay, so from 640 it will start. So 640 will have a border, okay, because here it is SM. So 640 will have a border, and above that everything, all the screen size will have the border. But if it is below 640, then there will be no border. The border is gone. Okay, so it is mobile first. So in mobile, in small size, there will be no border. But as it goes higher, more than 640, because in mobile the screen size are 640 or six below 640. Okay, so in mobile screen we only need to give the class as it is. But in higher devices like in SM, like once it is go beyond 640, then we need borders, so we can do this way. So this is how it works. And lastly, what we have, we have I think we have flex. So let's go to the slides. So yeah, we have display block inline flex hidden. Okay, so this is very important. I'll give you one example where we can use display flex, because this is very important. So let's remove this classes. Okay, and here I will put let's say one, and I'll take one more div and I'll put two. Okay, let me save this, and inside this I will add a uh, bg gray 200. Okay, then we will have a width of maybe we can keep a width of 16, height of 16, and let's keep a border as well. Save this. Okay, let's copy this class and I'll paste it here. Save this. Okay, let me increase, uh, let's keep it 75 only. So now as you can see, we have two boxes. Let me increase this size 32, because it is very small. So I think you will not be able to see properly. Let me save this. So now the boxes are increased. Okay, 32 by 32. We don't require border, but let's keep it. So here, as you can see, this is one and two boxes, but they are one below the other. Okay, so if I do a flex and if I save this, what will happen? It will go side by side, correct? Now in mobile, I want, like if I'm in mobile, let's say, so my screen size is maybe below 640. Okay, not 640, it is below 640. But in, okay, below 640, we can consider this is a mobile device. So here, what I can say that in mobile, I want it below one each other. Okay, so here what I'll do is flex all. I'll change the direction, and if I save this, now it is one below the other. Okay, now we are in mobile and it is one below the other. Now I hit 640, let's say, or more than 640. Now still it is one below the other, but in higher version in tablet, I need this to go side by side. Okay, so what I'll do is, so I'll do a like I'll do SM flex row. Okay, save this. Now it is side by side. If it is below 640, then it will be one below the other. But in tablet or higher version, like higher size, higher screen size, okay, if it is a website, then it will be side by side. But in mobile, I want it to be below one each other, and in tablet maybe 640, I need side by side. Okay, And if you think that my tablet starts from 768, so then here you can give MD flex row. Okay, flex row, only MD flex row, and you can just remove this. If I save this, now this will be one below each other. Okay, and if it goes to 768, which you think that this is my tablet size, so it will be side by side, and below 768 it will be like one below the each other. Okay, if you think that your mobile screen size is like below 768, okay, in tablet it is 768. Let's say your tablet size is 768, it starts from 768. Consider this as a tablet. Okay, so 768 will be side by side, and below 768 it will be a mobile. Nowadays mobile screen size are also having larger size, so you can consider this. This depends on you. You want to keep SM, so it will start from 640 and above, but if you keep MD it will start from 768. Below 768 it will be stacked one below each other. So this is very important. That's why I explained. That is the reason I'm explaining it again and again. Okay, just go through the lecture once again, because this is very important for responsive design. You need to remember all the breakpoints. Okay, so once again, if I go to responsive design slides, so this you need to remember, you need to memorize. Okay, small will start from 640, MD will start from 768, LG will start from 1024, Excel will start from 1280. So this is very important. Okay, and you will see a lot of this display thing in our project when we start our project. So this is it for this video. I hope you like this video. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. So in this video we will see the pseudo classes. So the first one is hover modifier. So hover modifier adds a whole entire array of new classes that we can use. So let's see what classes are available for hover. So here are the four classes: background color, text color, font weight, and border color. So let's see this in action. How can we use these classes? Okay, so here I have a button with BG blue 500. Okay, so let's see this in the browser. So here is the button with a blue background, okay, which is having BG blue 500. So now let's add a hover state to the background of the button. So we can simply add another class here with hover colon BG hyphen blue hyphen 600. Let's save this, and now let's hover this button. Let me refresh it again. Now as you can see, as I hover on the button, the background color changes to BG blue 600. Okay, it is little darker than earlier. If I do 700, and if I save this, let me refresh. So now it is more darker. Okay, now let's do it for the text. So right now our text is white. Let's add another hover state for the text color. So here I will add hover text hyphen blue hyphen 500. Let's save this, and let me refresh it this again. And if I hover, as you can see, our text is blue in color. Okay, text blue 500. So I hope you can see this. Okay, let's see what else we have. So let's go to the slide. So we saw hover modifier. Now we have focus modifier. So the classes are same: background color, text color, font weight, border color, but instead of hover we will write focus. Okay, so let's try this in the example. So let me comment this first example. We don't require this, and here I have created a second example. So let's uncomment and save this file, and let's go to the browser. So here, as you can see, we have input. Okay, so we can change the background by adding a class focus colon BG blue and whatever the shade you want. So what I'll do is, here I'll write focus colon BG blue 200. Okay, let me save this file and let me refresh it. So once I focus, as you can see, now the color has changed to blue. Mostly we use focus on input fields. Okay, and now what else we have? So this was for focus. So let's go to the slideshow, and next is combination modifier. So here are the classes for combination modifier. So we can add a breakpoint. Let's say you want to add a hover class on medium breakpoint. Okay, So you can take the breakpoint and then the modifier and then the class. Okay, we will see this in action, but here are the same four classes which can be used, like background color, text color. Okay, we have hover, we have focus. Okay, so for both you can use for hover and focus, but the classes are same, which is background color, text color, font weight, and border color. Okay, so let's see this in action. So I'll take the same example, and here let me remove this focus, save this, and let's go to the browser here, refresh it. So now we don't have any focus. Okay, the color was changing earlier, but now everything is as it is. So here in the small screen, okay, which starts from 640 and above, so we need for the small breakpoint. Okay, so sm hover, then we can give the class which is bg red 500. You can give any class, but I'm giving red 500. And let me save this, and let's go to the mobile mode so that we can see this in action. Let me refresh this. Okay, so it should be above 640. Okay, so now if I go for 639, okay, and if I focus, nothing will happen. Once I hit 640, then as you can see, the focus changes. Let me refresh it. Sorry, the hover changes. So once I hover, you can see the red color. Okay, if it is more than 640, then we can see the focus. Okay, refresh, and if I let me increase this, and if I click here, so this color will change to red. But if it is less than 640, let's say it is 630, okay, let me increase this, and if I focus, nothing will happen. So this is the combination modifier where you can give the breakpoint like SM, MD, LG, and extra large. Okay, this is it for pseudo classes. I hope you like this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Then take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will see transition, transform, and animation. To see this in action, I have created one example. So we have a button, and when we hover on it, it changes the background from 500 to 700. Here as you can see, we have a class bg blue 500, and here is the hover class. So hover, when I hover on it, it will change this 500 to 700. Okay, so usually when you apply hover, you also be adding some kind of transition to your element. In order to make the transition actually happen gradually, if I go to the slides and if I do a slideshow, so here as you can see, so by default the element has no transition. But when you do want to apply a transition, you usually do it on certain properties like the background color, text color, border, shadow, and so on and so forth. So if that is the case, so you can apply transition dash all class that we have right here. This will set transition property on for everything, and the transition duration is 150 milliseconds. Okay, so let me go to the documentation. So here is the documentation, and here is the class transition dash all. And as you can see, it has a transition duration of 150 milliseconds, which I have not mentioned in my slide. But here, if you can check the documentation, we have all the classes like transition all, okay, transition color, opacity, shadow, transform. Here I have mentioned it. Okay, let's check this in action. And after the hover class, here I will add transition dash all. And if I save this and if I go to the browser, refresh this, and if I hover on it, you can see there is a pretty smooth transition on the button. So a transition has been applied with a transition duration of 150 milliseconds. So the best thing about Tailwind is that you can set the option to limit the transition for certain properties. For that, let me go to the documentation, and here as you can see that we are allowed to add transition individually for the color, opacity, shadow, and transform. But this works a little bit different since you do need to specify the duration as well. So inside our code editor, let's change the transition all property. Sorry, let's change the transition all to transition color. If I save this and if I go to the browser and if I refresh the page, now as you can see that we do not have transition anymore, since the transition dash color that we have has a default transition duration of 0. If I go to the slides and if I do a slideshow, and if I go to the next slide, so here is the duration class. So the formula is duration dash and the amount. So we have 8 classes and it starts from duration 75 up to duration 1000 milliseconds. Okay, so let's add this class after transition color. So here I will add duration dash 500. Let me save this, and if I go to the browser, if I refresh the page, and if I hover on the button, you can see we have a pretty smooth transition. So when the color changes from 500 to 700, we have a smooth transition, okay, because we have given a class of duration 500. If I change this to 300, save this, and if I refresh it again, now as you can see, we have a smooth transition effect. Now let's see what else we have. So let's go to the slide, do a slideshow, and let's check the next slide. Then we have transition delay. So as the name applies, this will delay the start of transition. It works in the same exact way, but instead of saying duration, we have to say delay. Okay, delay 300. And if I save this, and if I go to the browser, and if I refresh this, and if you hover over the button, so it takes 300 milliseconds before the hover effect is being shown. Okay, so let me make this delay 700. And if I save this, and if you refresh, and if I hover on it, so it took 700 milliseconds. Okay, so let me add a duration as well. So duration 300. If I save this, now if I hover on it, let me refresh it. Okay, if I hover on it, so it took 700 milliseconds before the transition effect. Okay, before this transition effect, it took 700 milliseconds to show that. If I hover it again, see, it took 700 milliseconds. Let me increase to 900. Let's say, save this, refresh the page. Okay, there is no 900. What is the last, uh, what is the maximum duration? It is 1000, not 900, but it is 1000. So these are the 8 classes, and the formula is delay hyphen and the amount. So it starts from 75, and we have 100, 150, 200, 300, 500, 700, 1000. There is no 900. So let me do it 1000. If I save this, and if I go to the browser, refresh it, over it, so it took 1000 milliseconds. That is equal to 1 second. Okay, so it took 1 second to show that transition effect. I hope this is clear. Okay, now let's see what else we have. So let's go to the documentation, click on slideshow. Next slide is transition timing function. So we have 4 classes for this timing function. So the formula is ease and the timing. So ease, linear, ease in, is out, and is in out. Okay, let's try this. So let me remove this duration, and if I do is in, okay, let me save this, and let's go to the browser, refresh, hover on it. Now it is easy. Let me remove this delay also, not required. Refresh. Now we have an ease in effect. Okay, and what else? If I remove this transition color, let me refresh. Okay, so we are getting a transition. And if I go to the documentation, let me see, these are the transition properties. Let me increase this. Let me search for timing function. Okay, if I click here, so here it is linear, is in, is out, is in, out. Okay, so as you can see, we have this, but we need to give some duration as well. So let me give a duration of 300. Okay, let me make it bigger, refresh it. And if I now, as you can see, we have a smooth transition. Okay, so we need to give a duration as well. Okay, there is no need for transition class, only you need to give ease in and then the duration. Okay, so you need to play around with this classes so things will get more clear. Okay, and now let's check what else we have. So let's go to the browser. You can check all the classes, and if you want, you can just go through the documentation. Here are the sample example as well. Okay, is in, is out, is in, out. Okay, so just check it. Okay, I have shown you one. You can try it all the four. And then what else we have? We have animation. So we have four classes for animation: animation, animate spin. Okay, the formula is animate and then the property. So animate spin, animate ping, animate pulse, and animate bounce. So let's try this animate. Okay, for this I have created another example. So let me comment out this example, example one, and I'll uncomment the example two. If I save this, now let's see what we have in this example. So we have a image, and here in the image tag I will give a class. So class that is going to be animate, let's say spin. Okay, if I save this, and now you can see that this image has started spinning. I will show you the real example where we can use the spin, but let me change this. It is very annoying. So now what else we have? Ping. Okay, so let me save this. So as you can see now, this is the effect which we have. Then we have pulse. If I save this, okay, so now it is having this effect. Okay, let me check the documentation and let me search animation. Okay, so animate spin. So this is the keyframe for this. So here are the four classes. So which is the last one? Bounce. Okay, let me give bounce, and then I'll show you the real example which are in the doc actually. So now it is bouncing. Okay, this image has been bouncing. So let me go to the documentation and I'll show you the example, real examples. So here is the animate spin. So when you keep a loader or when you are using a loader, at that moment you can use this animate spin. So this is very handy in this case. And ping is like a batch. Okay, if you want to make a notification batch, and then you can use this ping class, so it will have that ripple effect. Okay, a ripple of water. So then we have pulse, that is like a we can use it as a skeleton for loader. Okay, as you can see. Okay, and here also it is written that it is useful for things like skeleton loader. Okay, so in that case you can use this. And there's a bounce. So if you have a landing page where you wanted to show that there is below some there is text, so you can use this arrow, down arrow, and you can give this animate bounce, so it will indicate that there is something below this page. Okay, so let's say this is a landing page and it is showing that below there is something. Okay, so this is something very useful in this examples. Okay, so this example was very much not related to the real one, but I just wanted to show you the classes. Okay, so let's see what else we have. So then we have transition. Okay, sorry, transform. So we have transform. Okay, so Tailwind made a couple of default transformation that you can apply on certain element, whether you are adding transformation for the size, location, rotation, or skew. So you got to keep in mind that you have to specify the default transformation class. Okay, so let's remove this animate bounce class, and here I will add transform. Okay, so this is the class which you need to apply whenever you want to use the transformation. Okay, so if I save this, so nothing will happen. Okay, if I go here and if I refresh, nothing will happen, but this is the default class which you need to apply. So now the transformation has been applied to this element. Now if I go to the documentation, so here is the property which is class which is scale, and then the percentage. Okay, so the classes are from 0, that is default, till 150, and it also scales x axis and y axis. Okay, and let me show you the documentation because I have not written all the classes here, so it is better to check in the documentation. So if I go to scale, transform, scale. Okay, let's check this. So here are the classes like 0, x0, y0. Okay, if I show all classes, so you can see there are a lot of classes. There are a lot of classes which we can use. So let's use what we can use is like scale 125. Okay, so that will scale the image to 125% of the origin of the image. Okay, so let's do it. So I'll do a hover and I'll write scale hyphen 125. If I save this and if I go to the browser, refresh, if I hover, you can see that we are scaling the image 125% to the origin of that image. But now, as you can see, this image is the transition is not there, so we can add the transition as well. So here, after transform, I will add transition all. You can add transition all here also. There is no problem with the order of the classes. Okay, you can use anywhere in between. So transition all. If I save this and if I refresh, and now if I hover, as you can see, the effect is very smooth. We are getting transition all effect very smoothly. Okay, if I remove this class and if I give it at the beginning, that is also fine. You can see the effect. So the order is not a problem. Where you want to give it, you can give it in the last also. So the order is not an issue. But to see the transition, you need to add this transition all class. Okay, this is for transform, and we have used scale. Okay, now what else we have after the scale? If I do a slideshow, and we have transform rotate. So again, rotate is having 0, 1, 2, 3 till 180. Okay, so what we can do is we will remove the scale, and instead of scale we will do rotate. And scale is like in percentage, but rotate is in a degree. Okay, if I go to the documentation, so if you have some confusion, you can always check the documentation. If I go to rotate, so here you can see rotate and then the angle. So angle is always like 45 degree, 90 degree, 180 degree. So now rotate 45 degree. Okay, so I'll give a rotation of 45 degree. If I hover on it, you can see now it starts rotating. So how cool it is. Yeah, it is superb. I like this kind of animations, like rotating thing and all. Then we have skew. So let's check skew. And in one thing I wanted to show you, so the default is 0, rotate 0. Okay, and then we can give this angle, because if I go to the documentation, you will see all the classes here from 0. So it is 0 degree, 1 degree, 2 degree. So here are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 classes which we can use for rotate, not more than 9. Okay, then what else we have? So there are a lot of classes. You can just play around with it. This transformation, transition, animation is very important. I mean, you can add more effects on your landing pages and you can have fun. So we have skew, skew X and the amount. So skew X 1, 2, 3, 6, and 12. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 classes, and then we have skew Y also. So we can have this on Y axis also, and we can have this on X axis also. So let's try this. So skew, then we can give X, and maybe I can give 6. Let's try this. Refresh. Oh, it is skewing. It is skewing on x-axis. Okay, cool. Now, if I go Y, what happens? Refresh. And now it is happening on the y-axis. So how cool that is. And if I give 12, let's save this. Refresh. Oh, now it is skewing a little bit more. So this is cool effect. Okay, so you can just play around with this skew effect. And then what else we have? We have done the X, we have done the Y. Then what else we have? We have translate, I think so. Okay, we have translate. That also we can do like translate X. And this is in RAM. Okay, this is in RAM and percentage, not the degree and all. Okay, so we have RAM and we have percentage. So let's try. And if I go to the documentation and if I do translate, so documentation is very handy. So translate. So here it is, translate X, translate Y. So this is in pixels. Then we have translate X 0.5, which is RAM. I told you RAM. Okay. So RAM, and then we also have percentage. So there are a lot of classes. You can see there are a lot of classes, and here is the percentage. So if you can see, till 96 you can give, okay, of the if you want to use this RAM, then till 96, and then you can check like 60, 64, 72, 80, 96. And then if I do translate x half, so it will translate 50%. Now this is all percentage. 1/3 is 33, 2/3 is 66, 1/4 is 25, 2/4 is 50%. Okay, 3/4 is 75, full is like 100%. And again, we can give on the y-axis as well. So let's try it. Let's try it. So what I can do is, let me remove this q and do a translate. Okay, the spelling is correct. I'm always worried about my spellings. Save this, and if I go back and if I hover, now the magic happens. So it is having a translate effect. Okay, now let's use translate 10. Let's see this. Okay, now it is translating like x10. Similarly, we can give y, refresh. Okay, if I hover, you can see the translate effect. Now let's try for percentage. So x, and I told you half, right? Refresh. Oh, oh, oh. There is no space. Let me make it bigger. Let me refresh. Let's see the classes. Am I giving the correct class? Okay, translate half. That is correct. So why it is, the effect is, okay, let me make it bigger then. Okay, refresh. Now let's see. Okay, now it is smooth. Okay, so it was, okay, now let's see. 2/3. Oh, not very smooth. You can try it. I mean, if I do, let's see, if I remove this transition all, and if I give ease in, or maybe duration, let's say 1,000, what happens? Don't know. You have to try different things. Okay, it is very smooth now. See how smooth it is. So you can try it like maybe 500. Smoothly it is going, and it is coming back. No, it is going cool. So this is cool. It's like moving 2/3. 2/3 is what? What is 2/3? This is translate. Let me go to the classes. If I go down here, 2/3. Let me see 2/3. Okay, this is 2/3, like 66%. Okay, half is 50%. 1/3 is 33. So let's try 1/3. If I save this, go to the browser. Now it is 1/3, which is 33%. So this is it. I mean, you can just try it. You can just play around with it. This was all about transition, transform, and animation. I hope you liked the video, and this was a lengthy video, and it is very important video. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will talk about gradients. To see this in action, I have created one example. So we have a div, and inside div we have an h1 tag with the text gradient. Okay, so if I go to the browser, as you can see, this is an h1 tag with the text gradient. Okay, to apply the gradient class, first I'll show you the documentation. So if I go to the documentation, and if you go to background image, so here are the classes. So here, as you can see, we need to give bg hyphen gradient and then the direction. So these are the direction, like bg gradient to top, bg gradient to top right, bg gradient to right, bottom, bottom left, and top left. Okay, So this is the default class which we need to give because we need to give the direction. So let's add the direction here. So inside this div, I will give bg gradient to right. Okay, let's say we want the gradient in the direction to right. Okay, then what else we need? We need two more classes, like from where do you need to start. Okay, so from which color do you need to start? So let's say if we want to start from cyan, okay, 500, and what is the end color? To blue, okay, 500. So let me show you this in example. So we will start from blue, let's say 200, to purple, let's say 300. Okay, if I save this and if I go to the browser, now as you can see, the direction is to right. Okay, it starts from blue and it ends at purple. Okay, let me make it little darker so maybe you can it is visible to you properly. So it starts from blue to purple. Now if I do left and if I save this, now it will be opposite. So it starts from blue to purple, okay, till the left. Now if I do top left, so what will happen? So what is the top left? Top left is this. So blue will come here and purple will come here. If I save this, so blue is here and purple is here. Okay, from blue to purple. So you can just play around top right from blue to purple. Okay, now in between, if you want to add a color, so there is one more class. So we are red, and if I do 500 and if I save this, now as you can see, there's a red color in between. Let me make it 400. So now as you can see, we have a blue, then a red, and then purple. Okay, this is something which we can add, but it doesn't look that great. So let me remove this. Okay, and let's save this. So from blue to purple, this is okay. This is looking better. So now this is how we can give a background color. But what if I want to add a background to this text? Okay, so what is the class for that? So we can even give gradient to this text. So here, this is the h1 tag, and inside we have a gradient text. So here I will add the same class like bg gradient, and let me give bg gradient to left. Okay, and then uh, from let's say red. Okay, 200 to green. I am giving some weird colors because I want to show you. Okay, so here as you can see, this gradient is on the entire h1 tag, which we don't want. Okay, we want this to be on the text. So we need to add two more classes. So that is bg dash clip text. Okay, and if I save this, that background is gone, but we don't see any gradient on this text. So there's one more class which is text transparent. Okay, if I save this, now you can see we have a gradient which is red and green, but that doesn't look good. So let me increase that to 500 and maybe this to 400, so you will see the gradient. Okay, now as you can see, this is green, this is red. You can increase this, so you can just play around and see different colors. So this is how we can get a gradient. But let's say if I want to give the same blue and purple, what will happen? Okay, this looks good. This looks better. Okay, so this is how we can give gradient to the text, and in this lecture we have seen how to give gradient to the background and also to the text. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will see some of the other utilities which are important. So the first one is shadow. So shadow adds a simple box shadow to any element, and it comes in four sizes: medium, large, XL and 2XL. Then we also have inner, which is just simply like a border, and you have got none. That removes the shadow. So let's try this in action. Here I have created an example. So let's see what example we have. So we have a box, and inside we have some text. So I have written here is the box. Okay, so now we will add a shadow to this box. So for that, here anywhere we can give a class of shadow. So shadow hyphen lg. If I save this, might be the shadow is not looking clear, but let me add 2xl. So let me refresh. So there is a shadow, but it is not very much visible. So there is a shadow, but it is not that visible. Okay, maybe the background is gray, that's why. So let me remove this background. Okay, background color, which is gray color. If I remove this, now maybe you can see a shadow here. So let me remove, and you can see. If I save, now the shadow is gone. If I undo, if I save this, now you can see a shadow is there. Okay, if I go to documentation, here is the class for the shadow sm. Okay, there is shadow md, lg, xl to xl, inner and none. Okay, so here, as you can see, they have also given some example. So this is a kind of shadow which you will see. Okay, so this is the 2xl, okay, which we have used in our example. This is it for shadow, and let's see what else we have. Okay, so let me go to the slideshow, and next, so we have opacity. So here are the 5 shades, which starts from 100, 75, 50, 25 and 0. So let's try this. So let's remove the shadow 2xl, and instead of this we will write opacity, which is going to be 50. Let's save this. Let's go to the browser. So now you can see we have a disable look. Okay, now if I give 25, if I save this, now the opacity has been increased to 25. Okay, now if we give 0, what will happen? So it will disappear. So if I give 0, the boxes disappear. Okay, so let's see what else we have. So let me go here. Then we have cursor. Okay, the formula here is cursor and then one of the style. So there's a default, pointer, wait, text, move, and not allowed. So let's try one of them. So let me remove this opacity 0, and instead here I'll write cursor dash and move. Okay, so let's say if your UI has some sort of drag and drop functionality in the project, so this is very useful. In that case, you can use this cursor move. Okay, so I've added the class. Let's check in the browser. Let me refresh. So now, as you can see, we are having this cursor which shows that this box can be moved. This one is there. Then what we have, the next is, let me see what are the other ones. The pointer, let's try it out. Pointer. Okay, let's try it. Let's save this. So pointer is like a hand which is pointing to something, like a link or something we can use in that case. And then what we have, what else we have? We have let me check here. We have text. So text, save this. So this looks like as if you are about to edit something. Okay, in that case we can use text. So and move we saw, and then what else we have? Let me see. Let me remember. We have wait, pointer we checked, text we checked, wait, move we checked, move, wait and non allowed, not allowed. These two are remaining. So let's put wait. So here is a spinner. Okay, so he's waiting for something, and then we have, so not allowed. I hope the class is correct. Okay, so not allowed is a sign. Okay, so it simply puts a no sign by the cursor. Okay, let's check what else we have. So this cursor style is done. Then the last one is what we have next. We have style, select style. Okay, so we have 4 options like select none, select text, select all, select auto. Let me show, let me go to the browser and let me remove this. Okay, save this. So if we click twice on this word, so it is selected, and if we triple click on this sentence, so it gets selected. But sometime in our application we don't want the user to select the text, so in that case we can use this. So select none. This is what the class says. Let me see. We have select none, select text, select all. Okay, so if I do select none, if I go to the browser, refresh, so now we are not able to select the text. How many clicks you make, but it will not select the text. Okay, then we have select all. If I save this, select all, what it does is if I click only once, the entire text has been selected. This is useful when you are giving the user an option to copy some text like a key or something like that. Okay, so this is very useful in that case. So let's see what else we have. So we have one more utility which is SR only. So let's go to the documentation that I have not added in my slide. So SR only, let me see. Okay, so here is the SR only. So SR stands for screen reader. So use SR only to hide an element visually without hiding it from the screen reader. Okay, so if we give SR only, so it will hide the element, but it will be seen by the screen reader users. Okay, and not SR only is the opposite. So let's remove the select all, and here I will add SR only. And if I save this, so the box is not visible, but it is visible only for the screen reader people. Okay, this is it for this video, and I hope you like this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Now that we have got a lot of information on the basic concepts like box property, sizing, spacing, typography, color, animation, transition, and transform, now I just wanted to show you the layout section. In this video, I want to talk about this container class and position class, as these are the important ones, and I definitely want you to give all this a read because this will help you in your application. So the ones I wanted to cover is container class and position class. So let's see this in action. So let me make this smaller. So here I have created one example, and this is the output for that. Okay, so here there is a div, and inside I have taken a p tag with some dummy text which is lorem ipsum. So as you can see, our text is going to flow through the entire width of this div of our entire page. So if I scroll little wide, notice how the text goes all the way across. Okay, if I make it little bigger, so it goes all the way across. Okay, now let's talk about the container class. If I give the container class on this div, let me give container, and if I save this and let me make this bigger, you will see that the content is kind of limited to certain width, and the width is based on the container class based on the responsiveness, so the size of the viewport. So let me add a border here so you will get an idea what I'm talking about. So border green 400. Okay, let's save this. Now you can see the outline of this. So the container limits the width, but if you can notice, it is not really centered of our page. So to achieve that, we are going to set margin left auto and margin right auto. So you can say margin left auto and margin right auto, but instead of this, there's one more class, that is mx auto, which is left and right. So the x-axis. If I save this, now the content is center, and now it's a good width for overall site. So this is for the container class, and we are going to use this in a lot of places while creating our project in this course. Now let's see the position class. So what is there in the position class? So let's go to the documentation, and let me increase this, and this is the position class. In the position class, we have static, fixed, absolute, relative, and sticky. So let's see this in action. Okay, so let me make it bigger. Let's go here, and let's wrap this p tag inside a div. So I'll create a div, and inside the div, I will cut this p tag and I'll paste it. Let's save this. Okay, and here I'll give a class that is going to be bg white. Padding will be 10, rounded lg. Then we need shadow will be xl, and let's remove this border, we don't require this. Let's save this and let's see. Okay, let me make it bigger. So this is a nice looking card, okay, with a nice shadow on it. Okay, so let's say I want to have a batch here on the top right corner of this card. So how to achieve that? So inside this div, okay, I will create one more div, and I will put some text like the batch says 20% off, like it's a discount card. Okay, so 20% off. I just wanted to show as a batch here. So let's see, where is the text? So here is the text right now, but I need this in a batch on the top right corner of this card. So let me give some class here. So class that is going to be absolute. If I save this, now it is merging with this text. But now if I say top 0 and if I save this, so it will be at the top of this page. And let's say if I say right 0 and if I save this, so it will go on the right side of this page. Okay, this is all the way to the right side of the page. So we want to position this batch on the right side of this card and not on the page. Okay, so to achieve that, an absolutely position item is going to position itself based on the first parent, that is relative parent. So by default, the overall page is the parent. So if you want to position itself within this white background, we need to say position relative on this div. So I'll give a class relative, and if I save this, now as you can see, the text is on top right corner of this batch, sorry, top right corner of this card. Okay, so any absolute position item inside of this relative will be where this top 0 and right 0 is taken. Okay, so let's do some styling for this batch. Okay, so here I will do bg green, bg green 500, text is going to be green 100, rounded, padding from top and bottom will be 2, from left and right will be 4. If I save this, let's see what are we getting here. So we are getting a batch which is inside this card, but I want slightly up and slightly on the right side. So we can use a transform here. So what I can do is I'll write transform. Okay, and after transform I will write translate x to. If I save this, let's see what happens. So it moves slightly on the right side. Let me make it okay, little small. So this is a bigger screen now. So as you can see, it moved to the right. Okay, now I need to move it little up. So for that I'll write minus translate minus hyphen y hyphen 2. Save this. Now it has gone little bit up. Now let's make the text a little smaller. So text access, okay, extra small. Now the text is extra small, so it is looking much better. So this is all about container class and position class, which are very important. And the rest which are here, once again let me make it bigger, and the rest which are here, you can just go through each of them once, just read it and just check the examples, because I think these are not very regularly used classes, but just go through it once. So this is it for this video. I hope you liked the video. So I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will see how to use flexbox class in Tailwind. So this is one of the most important lecture in this course. So let's start with the base flex class. You give something a class of flex and it simply turns that into a flex container. So let's see our first example. I have got 3 boxes. They are 16 by 16. One is yellow, one is green, and one is red. Now let's run this file. So you need to click on this icon, and this is the index.html. Right click on this and just click on launch on browser. Once you click on launch on browser, I already ran this file. So you will redirect it to this URL, which is localhost 8080 index.html. Okay. Now let's again click on this icon and we can see a bigger view. Okay. So as you can preview, these are the 3 boxes which are on top of each other. One is yellow, one is green, and one is red. And I have wrapped the 3 boxes in a container div. Okay, so this is my parent div, and inside we have 3 more divs, which are these 3 boxes: yellow, green, and red. And this is the container div. I can say it as a parent div. Okay,
So let's give a class here in the parent div as flex. And once I save this, now you can see the difference that these three boxes are next to each other. Now let's check the next slide. Okay. So the next slide is flexbox direction. So if you look at the formula, it is justify dash and then one of the alignment. The default is start, but we also have center, we have end, we have between and around. So let's add justify center. Okay, so here in the parent div after the flex, I will write justify dash center. Okay, and let's go to the browser, and if I save this, you can see that all the three boxes are in the center now. Now let's try end. Okay, so instead of center, I'll write end, and if I save this, as you can see, now these three boxes are at the end. Now let's try between, and if I save this, now as you can see, it gives padding in between these boxes. Okay, and we can also give around. So if I save this, okay, now this justify around is similar to justify between, but the only difference is that it gives padding at this beginning and at the end as well. Okay, now let's go to another slide and let's see what else we can do with flexbox. Okay, so now we can also align items vertically. So here is the formula: items dash and one of the alignment. So by default it is stretch. So now let's use one of this. Okay, so inside this VS code, here I'll give item des center, and let's go to the browser and let me save this file. So once I save these files, nothing happened. To see what's wrong, let's give a bg color to the parent div. So here I'll give a bg color, so bg dash blue dash 500. Okay, let's save this. Now as you can see, this container is as tall as my three boxes. Now what I can do is I can give a height of screen. So in the parent div, I'll give a height of screen. So the formula is h dash screen. And if I save this, now my boxes are in the center of this page. Or you can say these boxes are in center of my screen because it is a correct height. So this is one of the important thing that you need to keep in mind, that the container needs to have proper height. By default, all the container take up their entire width, but they don't take up their entire height. So this is very important to have proper height on the container. So the trick here is to give a background color so you can visualize how tall your container is. Now let's try some other alignment tool. Let's try end. Okay, so item end. If I save this, now as you can see, the boxes went to the bottom. Now let's see the second example. Okay, so let me comment out the first example and I'll uncomment the second example. And if I save this, so here we have a flex container, then we have a div which has a bullet point in 2xl, then we have a p tag with 5xl text. So if you look at the bullet point here, it is all the way to the top. So how to use flex to align all these items? So here if I do item end, so items end, and if I save this, so now as you can see, the bullet is at the bottom. And if I do items center, and if I save this, now as you can see, the bullet is in the middle. Now what else do we have? So let's go to the slide. If I click on slideshow, so we have, so what we tried item end, we have tried item center, then we have start and stretch. Okay, stretch is by default. So stretch and start seems to do the same thing, but there is a slight difference between both of them. So what I can do is, let's go to this page, and here I can do a background color. So I'll give a background color which is bg blue hyphen 500, and if I save this, oh sorry, let me give this to this bullet point. Okay, so here I need to give a background color, and after giving this background color, let's remove this item center. Okay, so now the default class is item stretch, okay, which we have seen in the slide. So as you can notice that the background extends the full height of the entire container. That is, if we have a stretch, which is a default class. Okay, now if I change this to items start, okay, and if I save this, so now as you can notice the bullet is at the exact same place, but my container is as tall as my bullet and not as tall as my container. So this is a slight difference between item start and item stretch. Okay, and item stretch is just the default. So item stretch, if I save this, as you can see, this extends the full height and this is a default class. If I remove this and if I save this, nothing changes. But if I do a start, item start, and if I save this, now as you can see the height is as tall as the bullet. So this is a difference between item start and item stretch. So this is how we can align items vertically and horizontally, and even we can use both at the same time.
Now let's see what we have next. So we have flexbox direction. To see this in action, we need to use our first example. So let me comment out this second example and I'll uncomment the first example. And let's remove these three classes, bg blue 500, justify around, and items end. We don't require this. Okay, let me save this and let's go to the browser and let me refresh the page. Okay, I think it stopped it. So whenever you use this class flex, all the boxes are in side by side. We can also do a reverse. Okay, so if I go to the slide, so by default it is row, and we can also do a reverse by using flex row reverse. Okay, flex and then the direction. So we need a row reverse. Okay, so let's try this out. So if I, after the flex class, if I do flex row reverse, and if I save this, you can see now the boxes are in opposite direction. So we have done a fully 180 on this entire row. Now we can also do it in column direction. Okay, so let's try this out. So let's do flex call, and if I save this, so now these boxes are in column direction and we can do a reverse on it. So flex call reverse. If I save this, now it is a fully 180 on the entire row with a vertical direction. Okay, I hope you remember when we are in flex and do justify center, it makes all the boxes in the center from left to right. So if I do justify center, let me do justify center, and if I save this, now the boxes are center from top to bottom. Let me remove this reverse class and only give flex call. Okay, so now these boxes are in the center, but they are in the center from top to bottom and not from left to right. So whenever you use flex call, it flips. So if I remove the call, okay, so let me remove the entire class flex call, and if I save this, now you can see the boxes are in the center from left to right. But when I switch to flex call, and if I save this, so now you can see the boxes are centered from top to bottom. So what if I want this boxes to be center from left to right? So instead of so instead of justify centered, I need to use items center. And if I save this, now these boxes are center from left to right, and you can use both. So if I use justify center and if I save this, now these are perfectly centered. So we can use both justify center and item center. Now let's see what we have next. So we have flexbox wrap. To see this in action, we need to remove these classes. So let's remove this classes and only keep flex and h.screen. And let's copy this div, 3 divs, and paste it bunch of time. Now let me save this file and let's go to the browser. So here, as you can see, everything got crunch. So here we can use flex wrap. So let me do a slideshow. So here we can do a flex wrap. So no wrap is by default, okay, which you can see right now, which you have seen right now, okay, on the screen. But we can do flex wrap and we can also do flex wrap reverse. So let's try flex wrap, okay. But first, let me go to the browser. So now this is no wrap. But if I do a flex wrap here, if I save this, so we need to remove this h.screen. And if I save this, now as you can see, we have wrapped all the boxes no matter how many boxes we have. So if I increase this boxes and if I save this, okay, so it continued. So now we can use reverse. So flex wrap reverse. And if I save this, now it is in the reverse order. And if I resize also, it doesn't matter. Okay, as you can see, the boxes are wrapping out, but it is in a reverse direction. So let me increase the size or maybe decrease the size. Okay, so now it is in the reverse direction. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Okay, so you can just play around with it, and so the last row becomes the first row and the second last row becomes the second row, and so on and so forth. So 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Okay, so this is how it works. So it was a lot of information. So let me remove this reverse and let's do only flex wrap. So 1 2 3 1 2 3. So this is how we can use flex wrap to wrap the content, and this is a lot of information. So just rewatch it again to make the things clear. And there are a lot of other things in flex, so that we can see in the next video. So I'll continue in the next video. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. So let's continue on flex. Now let's talk about the size of each flex item. For that, we have the property called flex grow. So flex grow 0 means that you don't want the element to grow or increase in size. But flex grow means you are saying yes, it can take up more space. Let's see this in action. So here I have an example 3. Okay, so let me go to the browser, and here as you can see, we have a parent div which have a background of gray color, and I have added a class flex and then justify between, so we can have a space in between all these boxes. And then we have 4 boxes: box 1, box 2, box 3, box 4. Each one have different background colors, okay, yellow, green, red and blue. And the parent div has a gray colored background. So now we want this box 2 to occupy more space. So what we can do is, here we can give a class called flex grow. So by default, the class is flex grow 0. Okay, but we want this box to take up more space. So I'll give flex grow, and if I save this, now as you can see, all the spaces are gone and it is occupied by this box 2. Okay, now what if I want this box 3 also to occupy more space? So here also I can give flex grow, and if I save this, now it is also taking some space. So the width is divided proportionately. Okay, so if you notice, the width of green box is greater than the width of red box, so it proportionately increases the width based on the content. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now let's see what we have next. So we have flex shrink. So this is opposite of flex grow. So you are telling whether the item should shrink or set the width to the content. So we have the class called flex shrink 0, and then we have a class flex shrink. So this is the default class. Okay, in regular CSS we have flex shrink 1. Okay, so by default the value is 1, and if you don't want to shrink any element, then we have the class called flex shrink 0. Okay, and in case of flex grow, the default value was 0. So here it is opposite, the value is 1. Okay, so I hope this is clear. So by default all the elements don't grow, they occupy only as much as the content is available, but they shrink if required. So when we apply flex wrap, the items shrink on width. So that's the default behavior. So let's see this with an example. So here I will comment out example 3, and I'll uncomment example 4, and let me save this, and let's go to the browser. Okay, so here as you can see we have a parent div, okay, with a background of yellow, then we have padding of 10, then we have a class of flex, and then we have three child divs with a background of green, padding 2, and a text of hello. And here there is a lot of text, okay, with a background of white and padding 2, and the third div have red background with a text hello with a padding 2. So here as you can see that this text comes one below the other. Okay, so if I decrease the size, so this is one below the other. I mean, this comes to the next line, then next line, then next line. Okay, but what if we don't want this to come in the next line? So we want all these 3 lines to be in one line. Okay, so for that here we need to give flex shrink 0. Okay, and if I save this, now as you can see the entire paragraph, the entire 3 lines has came into one line, and here we can see the scroll as well. Okay, so this is how we can use flex shrink 0. So it takes up all the space that is required by the content. So you might be thinking, where are this flex grow and flex shrink used in the real world? So let's see this by an example. So let's remove this class flex shrink 0, and let me save this. And now after this div, I'll take one more div with a class which is flex. Okay, so this is our parent div, and inside we will have 2 child divs. Let me add a class here. So here in the first child div we need a circle, a round element. So for that I'll take a width of 16, then height of 16, then what else we need? We need a bg color, which we can take bg green 200. Okay, then we need a rounded element, so rounded full, and then we need one more div where there is a lot of text. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here. Let's save this. Now as you can see, this circle doesn't look like a circle. Okay, this is shrinking. So by default this is shrinking, so we don't want this circle to shrink. So for example, if the text is less, okay, if I remove some of the text, then it is fine. Then you can see that we can see a circle. But what if there is a lot of text, okay, then this is shrinking, so this is not good. We don't want this behavior. So in that case we can add flex shrink 0, and if I save this, now the magic happens and you can see that we are getting the circle. Okay, so here we can give a margin of right 2. Let's save this. So this is how we can use, maybe this is an image and this is a paragraph. So you can use this class for this kind of requirement. This is one scenario. There are a lot of scenarios where you will be using flex shrink 0. Okay, now let's see what we have next. Okay, so let me click on slideshow. Now we have order. Okay, currently all the items are placed in the same order as it is mentioned, or reverse order. So if you use flex call reverse or flex row reverse. What if you want to change little more? For that we have order property in Tailwind. So you have order none, you have order first, you have order last, you have order 1 2 till 12. So let's see this in action. So I have created one example. So let me comment out these two divs. Okay, the fourth example we don't want this, we want this fifth example. Okay, so let me uncomment, let me save this, and let's go to the browser. So we have three boxes: box 1, box 2, box 3. And here, as you can see, we have BG gray 200, which we can't see, but that is okay. We have a flex class so that all the boxes are side by side, then justify between, which is also not seen because in the child div I have added flex grow, so it takes up all the space. Okay, so now, and this is the background color, which is yellow, green, and red. So now let's see what is the requirement. So for larger screen, you want these boxes to be side by side. Okay, this is a PC version. But what if I go to a mobile screen, a small screen? You want this box to be one below each other. Okay, so by default, this is flex row. So it comes side by side. So if we want these boxes to come one below the other, so we want it to change the direction to flex call. Okay, so Tailwind is mobile first. So if I do flex call and if I save this, then these boxes are one below the other in the mobile device. And in the larger screen, so I'll put MD, it will be flex row. And if I save this and if I increase the screen size, now let me increase more. So now as you can see, this boxes are side by side. So in mobile, it is one below each other, and in the larger screen, it is side by side. So now as you can see, we have box 1, box 2, box 3. But what if we want this box 2 to come first and then this box 1 and box 3? Okay, so in mobile, we want this box 2 to go up and this box 1 and box 3 should be below the box 2. So we can't change this in HTML. We can't change the order in HTML. So for that, we can use the order property. So I want this box 2 to come first. So I can use order 1 or we can use order first. So I'll use order first. And if I save this, now in mobile, as you can see, box 2 is in the first row, and then we have this two, box 1 and box 3. But now if I go to desktop version, you can see that box 2 is first, but we want in the desktop version, we want this box 1 to come first. Okay, so what we can do is, let me increase this. So in bigger screen, so in MD, I want the order to be none. Let's set this to none. And let's save this, and now we can see in the desktop version, box 1, box 2, and box 3, and in mobile version it is box 2, box 1, and box 3. So this is how order property works. I hope it makes sense and it is clear. So there are a lot of scenarios where you want to shuffle the order. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video where we will see how space between utility work. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will see how space between utility works. To see this in action, I have created one example. So here we have 4 boxes, and in between we need consistent spacing. So typically we add margin left to all the element except the first one. So if you see the example here, I have given margin left to the second div, third div, and the fourth div, except the first one. In the first one, I have not given any margin left class. So here, if I inspect and if I hover over this element, you can see margin, which is 24 pixels. You can see in the box here also 24 pixels, 24 pixels, but in the first element, there is no margin. Okay, here as you can see some orange, okay, which is a margin, orange color, that is a margin. Okay, so all these elements are having margin left except the first one, so that we can align to this header. Let me close this. Now to avoid the situation of giving margin left to all the element, we have a class which is called space hyphen x and whatever the margin you want to give. So if I go to the presentation and if I click on slideshow, you will see the class. So here is the, this is not the, okay, here is the space between. So space, then the direction, X is for horizontal and Y is for vertical, and the amount of space you want. It starts from 0 till 96, and we can reverse also. Okay, so I'll show you uh, the example of margin left 6. Okay, and then we will see the reverse thing also. So let me increase this and let's go to the browser, and here in Tailwind docs also you can see there's a space between, and here are all the class, so you can check it out. Okay, if you want you can just check. There are a lot of what is the property for space x 0, you can see margin left 0, so you can just check out this. So let me go to the example again, and what I will do is I will remove all this margin left classes. So alt, and I'll select all this classes, and in the parent div I will add space between, sorry, space x, and our margin amount was 6. Okay, if I save this, so this will apply margin left to all except the first direct child. Okay, so if I inspect, you can see the same thing which was earlier. So now as you can see 24, 24, 24, and the first one doesn't have any margin. So this is only one class which will help us to solve the problem. And now in some cases you may also have element listed in reverse order. So let's add flex row reverse. So flex row reverse, and if I save this, now the boxes are reverse, and as you can notice here, if I inspect, so now we are having now as it is reverse, so this element is having margin left of 6, this is also having 6, this is also having 6, but here we don't have any margin, so it doesn't uh, it is not what we want. Okay, so for that we have a class which is called space uh, x reverse. Okay, so let me add that class. So space reverse, sorry, x reverse, and if I save this, now we are able to solve the problem. So once you add the class space x reverse in the parent, it will flip the margin on the right side of the elements, and we will achieve what we need. Okay, and the same idea applies to the vertical list. So let's remove the space classes, and let's do a flex call, and if I save this, now as you can see, our boxes are one below the other, which are in the column direction. Now instead of applying margin top to all but the first style element, we can give parent a class of space y6. So I'll give a space y6, and if I save this, now the margin top is applied to the second child element and the one that follows. And if I reverse this, so let me reverse this, flex call reverse, and if I save this, now again same thing, we need to add a reverse class. So space y reverse. Okay, if I save this, now it will flip the margin to the opposite direction. Okay, so we don't need to give margin top to all this element. Instead of that, we can give only one class which helps to solve the problem. So finally, you need to remember few things while using space utilities. For that, I'll go back to horizontal alignment. So let me remove this class, and here I will add space x, and here instead of this, we can only give flex. Now we have horizontal alignment with the space of 6. So margin left 6 on all the element except the first one. So now what we need to remember is that you cannot override spacing on the child element directly. So if I try to add, let's say, margin left 20 on the last element, if I save this, so nothing will happen. Okay, because the margin applied from the parent element is higher in specificity and therefore takes precedence. And the most important thing that I wanted you to know is spacing utility does not work well when your elements are wrapping in multiple lines. So if I add flex wrap here, Okay, and if I add few more classes, let me copy this and let me add a bunch of boxes. Let me save this. So now as you can see that we have a problem with the first element. And if I apply space xy, so space y 6, and if I save this, the same thing happen again. You can see the very first element is the only one who does not have margin. Okay, if I inspect, you will see that all the elements will have the margin except the first one. So you can see here we are getting margin on all the element except the first one. So this is a problem, right? So this is the major reason why many people are eagerly waiting on the Flexbox gap property to be supported across browser, as it will simplify internal spacing between Flex children. For now, the solution is to ignore the space classes. Okay, so if I remove this, so the workaround is we need to add margin on all the elements. Okay, so let me add margin on all the elements. Okay, here we need we don't require this margin left 20. So first let me remove this. See, it is coming from the previous example. Now let's add margin to all the elements. Okay, so I'll add margin 3. And if I save this, now as you can see, we are getting margin on all the element. But here, as you can see, the alignment is not proper with this header. So here we need to add a hack of negative margin. So here I will add minus margin hyphen 3, and let's check it out. So now it is aligned to this header. So this is the only workaround for this kind of situations. So always remember, only use space between utilities on elements that do not wrap on multiple lines. So this is it for this video. I hope you like this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In the last couple of lectures, we have learned a lot about Flexbox. So it's time for the challenge. So here is the setup for you. We have a div container which contains 9 div inside. They are representing each of the shades of green color scheme, and each one of those have the number inside 1, 2, 3, 4 till 9. So here is the challenge. This must take up all the available space. This must take up all the available space vertically and horizontally. So these boxes must cover the entire viewport. They all need to be evenly distributed by 3 by 3 grid. So basically 1, 2, 3, then there should be another row of 4, 5, 6, then there should be another row of 7, 8, 9. Then the number should be centered on the square. It means that the number should be vertically and horizontally be centered. Okay, so pause the video and try it on yourself, and I will see you in a minute. So I hope you have finished the challenge. Let me show you how I will do it. So right now the boxes are on top of each other. So to make it side by side, we need to give a class of flex in the parent div. So here I will give a class of flex, and if I save this, you can see now we have the boxes side by side. Our first point is yet to be covered, like it should take up all the available space. So these boxes need to take up all the available space, so we need to handle one direction at a time. So as we need to distribute this into 3 by 3 grid, so we need to set the width of each of this div to be 1/3. So let's do it. So the class is width w dash 1/3, and if I save this, now you can see the first box width is 1/3. So let me copy this, and we need to add on all the divs. So I'll do alt, I'll press alt, and I'll just click on all the divs and I'll paste it. Okay, let me save this. Now the next thing we will do is we will add a flex wrap class so we can get a 3 by 3 grid. Okay, so here in the parent div I will add a class flex wrap, and if I save this, now we are getting the 3 by 3 grid. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, here should be 1, 2, and it should be 3. Okay, let me save this. So 1, 2, 3. Then we have another row of 4, 5, 6. Then we have another row of 7, 8, 9. Then again we need the height of 1/3. So here I need to add a height of 1/3. So height should be
1/3, so h dash 1/3. This we need to add on all the divs, so let me copy this, and again I'll press Alt and just click on the area where we want to add this class. So let me save this. Now still we are not getting the boxes to cover the entire viewports. For that we need to add a height of screen, so h dash screen. If I save this, now all the boxes are covering the entire viewport. Okay, so this should be 200 and this should be 300. Okay, now the shades are in proper color. Okay, so now we have successfully covered the first 2 points. Make must take up all the available space and evenly distribute in 3 by 3 grid. Now here is the last point. Letters must be centered on the square. So this 1, 2, 3, this, okay, this should be numbers. Okay, numbers should be centered on the square. Okay, so this number should be in the center of the square. For that we need to add a class of flex, justify center and item center on all the divs. So I'll do it for the first one. Okay, so flex, then we need to type justify center, then we need items center. Okay, if I save this, now as you can see, this number is in the center of this box vertically and horizontally. So let's copy this, and again I'll do an Alt and click on the area where I want to paste this class. So space, and I'll paste it. Okay, so now as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the center of the box. Okay, so here is the challenge and we have finished the challenge. So I hope you also did the same way which I did it, and if not, then you can just refer to this solution. Okay, this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will talk about display grid. So if we go to the documentation, these are the grid classes: grid template columns, grid column start end, grid template rows, grid row start end till gap. Okay, so these are all grid classes. So we will see this in the example which I have created. So grid is useful when you want to have like multiple rows and multiple columns, and we can also use flex classes along with grid. So how cool that is. So let's see this in action. So let me make it bigger. Okay, so here I've created one example. So there is a div, and inside there are 6 video cards. Okay, so let me show you in the browser. So these are the 6 video cards, okay, which I have created, and let me make it a little smaller. Okay, so this is video 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if you see YouTube, you will see all the videos side by side in rows and column. So let's say this is what we want. So all we have to do is, in the parent div, we have to give grid, and if I save this and if I refresh this, nothing will happen, because by giving grid doesn't do anything. It will not work. You have to actually create the columns. So here we have to say, after grid we have to say grid calls 2, and if I save this and refresh it, so now we have 2 columns. Okay, we can also say 3, so it will give 3 columns. So now we have 3 columns. We can also say 5 if refresh. So these are the 5 columns. Okay, so let me keep it 3 columns. Okay, so this is better. So you just need to set the columns. The rows are just going to be autofill themselves. So right here we have 2 rows, right? But we did not have to define like we don't have to define grid rows 2. Okay, we don't have to define. If I refresh, nothing will happen. It will remain the same. And even if we do grid rows 1, and if I save this and if I refresh, it will still have 2 rows. Okay, it will overflow into the second grid. So that's how you do grid and grid columns. Let me remove this, and we don't have to write any classes for this children element. All we have to do is we need to set the layout on the parent div itself. Now we need some spacing in between these boxes. So normally what we do is like we do margin right 5, and if I save this, you can see we got a space in between. But grid has really cool thing called gap. So if I remove this and if I say gap -2, if I save this and if I refresh, let me make it bigger. Okay, okay, I need to give the gap class on the parent. Sorry for that. On the parent, if I give gap2, if I refresh, so as you can see, we are getting a space in between each of the card. Okay, so this is very cool feature in grid. So if I go to the documentation and if I go to gap, okay, if I type gap, so here are the classes for gap. So we have done gap2, so it takes till gap 72. Okay, sorry, gap 96, this is the largest one. So you can use any of this class. Okay, so let's keep this as gap2, and this is very basic example. Okay, this is very basic example which I have shown you. So let's see the second example. Okay, so let me comment this first example and let me uncomment the second example. Let me save this, refresh. Okay, now we have another 6 video cards. Okay, now here in the parent I will give grid call 3 and gap of, let's say, 3. If I save this, refresh it, now we have 3 columns with 2 rows and there is a gap of 3. So in this example we will see the other classes of grid. So grid column start. Okay, let me go to the documentation and let me make it smaller. So grid call start. Okay, so these are the classes for grid column start. So call span 1, call span 2. Let's say you want to span 2 columns, so you need to give call span 2. I'll show you. Okay, and there is grid row also, so row span 2, row span 3. So let me show you this in the example. If I go to the example, let's say we want the second card to go top and bottom. Okay, we need the second video card to go from top and bottom. So where is the video 2? Video 2 is here. So here I'll give row span 2. Okay, if I save this, if I refresh, now as you can see, we are spanning this 2 rows. Okay, how cool that is. Now let's say we need this card 4 also to go to span 2 rows. Okay, so on card 4 I'll do row span 2. Save this, refresh. Okay, so this card 4 is also spanning 2 rows. Now let's say card 5 spans 2 row. So let me give row span 2, save this, refresh. Okay, but here now that is not really taking the shape. So we need to define the row if we want to span across the rows. So we need to say here grid rows 3. Okay, if I save this and if I refresh, let me make it bigger. Okay, we want to span the 5th card. Okay, so let me cut this and paste it here, save this and refresh. Okay, and also the card 4. So both the cards we want to span. Okay, and not the 6th one. So save this, refresh. So now everything is in proper alignment. So as you can see, there was a little hustle. So you have to take care of all this stuff and you need to check what is going wrong with the alignment and all. And accordingly, you need to give the classes. So the grid classes are a little bit tricky. So you need to work around with the classes and see, play around with the classes. Okay. This was the second example where we saw a few more classes on grid. Now I have created the third example. Okay, if I comment this out and if I uncomment this, save this, refresh it. Okay, now okay, this needs to be 800. Save this. Okay, now let's say we have a blog website where there is a navbar. After navbar we have a banner, then we have some content, and on the right side we have some latest post, then on the bottom we have footer. Okay, So we will see some more classes on grid. So what I can do is I will give grid class on the parent and grid column 3, and we also need grid rows 4. Okay, let me save this, refresh. There are 3 columns, but there are 4 rows which you can't see, but I'll show you how it works. Okay, as I told you, grid classes are a little bit tricky. So the navbar should be full space. Okay, so what I can do is call span. I will span the columns. Okay, column full, so it will span all the columns. Okay, and we need the gap also, so I forgot gap, let's say 3. Okay, now we have the navbar with full space. Okay, now again same thing for banner. We want banner to be occupying the full space, so here it is, banner, refresh, and boom. Okay, so banner is also full, getting the full space, but content we want it occupying only two span. Okay, 2 columns and the latest post. But before that, I need the footer on the 4th row. So what I can do is I'll write row, sorry, row start 4. Okay, it will start from the 4th row. So if I save this, refresh, now this footer has come to the 4th row. 1 2 3 4. Okay, 4th row. Now I want my footer to also go on full space, so call span full. Okay, save this. Now the footer is also occupying the full space, but this content should be occupying 2 columns, and the last one should go for latest post. Okay, so where is the content? Okay, content is here, so call span 2 column. Okay, let me save this, refresh. Now boom, we got this content here and the latest post. Okay, here you can show anything like ads or something. So this is the navbar, banner, then we have content, latest post, and then the footer. So all this is achieved by using grid. Okay, as I told you, you can use flex classes inside grid. So let's say this content you wanted in the middle, so here we can give flex, justify center, and items center. Okay, let's save this, refresh the page. Now you can get this content in the center by using this flex class. So you can use the combination of both grid and flex to make your application look better. So this is it for this video. I hope you like the video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will create a basic card component. So if you go to the old documentation, which is of version 1, so here you can see this card have been created in Tailwind CSS, and they also provide this source code. Okay, so here is another one with an horizontal. Let me make it bigger. So this is an horizontal card, and this is the source code for that. Okay, but in this video we will create our own cards. Okay, so the first one will be card with no image, then we will create card with image, and then a horizontal card. Okay, so right now you can see there's nothing in this page, so we will start creating our first card with no image. Okay, so here I'll take a div, and inside div I will take an h2 tag, and this will be like card with, the text will be card with no image. Okay, and then we will have a p tag, and inside p tag I'll write some text. This is my card. Okay, so let me save this, and as you can see we have the text showing here card with no image, and this is my card. So basically whenever we start working on Tailwind CSS, first you just create the structure like the HTML part, then we will style the card, like we will give the box property to this div, and then we will style the text. Okay, so here I'll write a class which is pg white. Okay, first we'll give a background to this card. So as you can see we have a background, but this background is like touching all the text which we don't want, so we will give some padding to it. So we will give padding 6, so it will give the padding on all the side of the card, and as you can see the edges are very sharp. So let's do rounded. Okay, large. So there is rounded, there is rounded large. Okay, so there are various options. You can just check the document if you want. Let me go close this old document, and if you search for like border radius, So here it is, rounded, small, rounded, rounded, MD. So always try to see the documentation. If you forget any class, then you can just go through the documentation and check which class is suitable for you. Okay, so this is rounded large. Okay, if I refresh, okay, we are getting that rounded edges. Now what else we need? We need some shadow. So shadow, which is again, I'll take large. Okay, so this is looking good, but what if I do 2XL, then what will happen? So this is more shadow. So let's give it large only. Okay, this looks much better. So now I think rounded spelling is wrong. Okay, sorry, rounded. Now the edges are rounded. Okay, so there was a spelling mistake. So what else we required? Okay, shadow is done. So the overall structure of this card has been created. Now what we can do is we will create the styling for this text. Okay, so here in H2, I'll give class, and in Tailwind CSS for H2 and H1, H3 tag, they don't give any styling. We have to give our own styling for that. So let's give that. So first I'll give font bold, save it. Now the text is bold, and we need some margin bottom too, so that it will give some space here. Okay, then what else we need? We need text, which is going to be 2XL. Okay, we need a bigger text. So if you go here and if you search for text, okay, so text size, or maybe font size, okay, because not style, this is font style. Okay, font size. So font size, okay, here it is, small, base, large, XL, 2XL. Okay, so you can give till 2XL. What if I give like 6XL? Save this. Oh, it is working. So you can give 6XL as well. Font size, yeah, 6XL, 7XL. There are font size, but this is customized. But okay, for us 2XL is more than enough. See, here it is, 2XL, 6XL, 7XL, 8XL, 9XL. Till 9XL you can give. Okay, what if I give 9XL? So it will be it will be too much. Okay, so I think till 9XL you can give, but let's give 2XL. See, here the font size is given. Okay, so now what we can do is, let's see what, okay, so we are done with this title. Okay, then we will style the p tag. So class, that is going to be, what is the class for this? So what we can do is, right now, as you can see, the text is black. Okay, so here, as you can see, the text is too much black. Okay, so it is not suiting to our eyes. So what we can do is we will give the text color. Okay, text gray, and here we can give like 400. Okay, that is too light. I think so, that is too light, so let's give 500. Okay, and here also we will change this. So this is 500, this is fine. Text gray, 700 we can give. Okay, so now this is little darker than this text. Okay, so this is looking better. And what else we need? We can give text size, which is small. This is better, but what you say, guys? Text small or text large? I'm just confused. Text large is too much. So let's see. Text size, font size. Okay. I think we can give text small, or text base. Maybe we can give. See, it depends on your requirement. Okay. So I'm fine with text small. This is fine for me. We have successfully created this card. Then we will give some label here. Okay. So what I'll do is I will take an h3 tag, and inside I'll write the first card which we created is card with no image. Okay, and we will style this as well. So class, which is going to be font bold, text is going to be small, text gray, 300. Okay, it is very light, so margin bottom we will give 4. So this class is too much light. Okay, card with no image. So this is looking much better. Maybe we can give 500. You can just play around if you want. You can just change it according to your requirement. Okay, I'm just looking which looks better. Okay, I'm just trying to make it look much better. I think text base is fine here because this is too small. Okay, this is fine. So this is it, guys. I hope you like the video, and we have created a basic card with no image. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will work on the card with an image. Okay, so first we will start with the HTML and then we can add Tailwind CSS classes on it. So what I can do is I will comment this example, okay, because we have already done card with no image. Now I will do card with image. So here I will add a div, and inside div I will take an h2 tag. So this will be card with image. Okay, then we will have p tag with some dummy text, so lorem 10 and tab. Okay, then we will have an a tag. Okay, so with href equals to hash, because we don't want to link it to anywhere. So here I'll write read more. So this is a kind of link which you can give. So as you can see, we have card with image, some text, then read more. Now we will add the classes, Tailwind CSS classes in on the parent div. So here I will write class equals to, and we can give bg wide. If I save this, you will see the difference here. Okay, you can see it is refreshing. Then we will add padding 6. If I save this, you will see the padding 6. Then we will have rounded LG. We want the corner to be rounded. Okay, then shadow LG. If I save this, now we have a rounded corners on all the side and we have a shadow as well. Now we will add the class for h2 tag. So class that is going to be font bold. Then we need margin bottom 2. If I save this, you will see the difference. Once I save, then you can see the difference. Then we will increase the text size to 2XL. Then the color of the text will be gray 800. Save this, and now as you can see, we have added the text size and the color. So that was for h2 tag. Now we will style the p tag. So class that is going to be text gray, let's say 700. Okay, because here we have kept 8, so here I'll reduce that to 700. Then we need some margin bottom. Okay, so margin bottom 2, save, and as you can see, we have styled this p tag. Now let's style the read more text. So class that is going to be text blue, and I'll take 600. If I save this, I took this blue color because it should look like a link. You can maybe take 500. Okay, so whatever the link color you want, you can take it. Then we need as this should look like a link, so I'll take underline. If I save this, now there is an underline. Then we need text size to be small, so now it is looking much better. Now you can add an hover effect. Okay, so what I can do is I'll just put an hover let's say no underline. Sorry, this is underline. Save this. If I hover on it, let me refresh it. Now as you can see, that underline is not visible when I hover on it. Okay, it's gone. So, and you can even change the color. Okay, if you want, you can change the color as well, but I think this is better. So now we have done the styling, but now what we need is we need an image, because this is a card with image. Okay, here inside this div I will take an image tag, and source will be, I am taking the image from a site called Pixum. So I'll write https colon slash slash, then pixum dot photos slash id, and id is 1. Okay, you can add whatever id you want. There are
many images on this website. So I took ID1. This will be 600 by 1200. This is the size of the image dot jpg. Okay, and let's add an alt tag. So alt tag will be like, this is image of an office, so like a PC. Okay, so office desk. And if I save this, you will see we got this image. Okay, but if I change this ID to 2, the image will change. Okay, so whatever image you want, you can take. This is just an example, so I'll take first image. Then, as you can see, there is an overall padding of 6, which we don't want. I want this image to be stick to the edges. Okay, so let's remove this padding 6 from the parent div. If I remove this and if I save this, now as you can see, all the content is sticking at the edge, but we want only the image to stick on the top and not the content. So we can give a padding to only this content. Okay, so what we can do is we can wrap this h2 p tag and a tag inside a div. So let me take a div. Okay, let's cut this div and I'll paste it here after the a tag. If I save this, now if I give a class of padding 6 here, and if I save this, now as you can see, we got a padding of 6 on this content. Okay, and not on the image. So that is what we want, and our image gets that edge to edge look, which is really nice. But the image does not take the rounded corners of our card, which you can see here. This card is rounded, but the image is sharp. So we want the rounded corner on top left and top right. Okay, let's say if I give a class in this image tag, rounded LG, and if I save this, now we are getting the rounded corners on top left and top right, but even we are getting on top bottom left and bottom right, which we don't want. We don't want this rounded corners on bottom left and bottom right. For that we need to add rounded hyphen top hyphen LG, and if I save this, now as you can see, this rounded corners have been removed from bottom left and bottom right, and it is only on the top left and top right. And then one more thing which we can do is we can set the width of this card. Okay, because if I increase this, as you can see, this card is getting larger. So let me make it small. So for that we can add a width of, let's say, half. Okay, which is 50%. If I save this, now the card is smaller. Okay, so this looks much better. Okay, so we have a card with image, and here for responsive you can do one thing. You can, for mobile, you can give a width of full. So let's say if I give width of full, and if I save this, sorry, yeah, let me remove this first. Okay, width of full is, this is a mobile first. Tailwind is mobile first, so it will take this class in mobile. Okay, it will apply this class in mobile. And if we want this to be changed in desktop, so we'll do medium and then with half. Okay, so in desktop version it will show half. Okay, it is 50%, but in mobile it is 100%. So this is something which we can play around with it. Now one last thing which we need to do is we need the label. Okay, like this h3. So here I will add that label, so h3 tag, and inside I will write card with image, and we need class which is font bold, text small, text gray, 500, same classes we want. Okay, and if I save this, let's see, card with image, but here I have forgot to add second, and even we want margin bottom, which is, let's say, 2, right? Let me uncomment this and let's see. So this was card with no image, this is card with image, but there is a gap. This is sticking to each other, so let me do margin top 5. Okay, so this was card with no image, this is card with image. We can do a margin bottom of 4, and here also margin top of 4. I think margin top of 5 is better and margin bottom is okay. So this is it. This was card with no image. This is card with an image. So in the next video, we will see how to create horizontal card. Okay. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Till now, we have created two cards, card with no image and card with image. So in this video, we will create a horizontal card. So first, I will comment both this card so that we can have more space. Okay, so this is card with no image, and this is card with image. Okay, so if I save this, so now the page is reloaded and there is nothing inside this page. So first we will create the HTML, then we will add the Tailwind CSS classes. So I'll take a div, and inside this div I will take a h2 tag, and then we can have a p tag. Okay, so in this h2 tag I will write horizontal card, and here I will take some dummy text, so lorem 10 and tab. Okay, so if I save this, now our HTML is ready. So here I'll start adding the classes. So class that is going to be, first is bg white. Okay, classes we will take similar. Okay, so that you will remember all the classes. Okay, so I'm writing it again. So rounded, I'm just not copy pasting it, so this will make you remember. What else we have used? Shadow lg. If I save this, now you can see we have this background white, and inside we have this text. Okay, then one thing which I wanted to add is the image. So I'll take an image tag src, and src I'll take copy this link, and I'll change the id. Okay, so let me copy this link and I'll paste it, and here id I will put 2, and then we need an alt tag. So let's put the same thing, office desk. Okay, let's see what image we are having. This is fine. Then what else we need? So now we need this content to have some padding. So I will wrap this a2 tag and p tag inside one div. So let me create one div, and here I will add a class which is going to be padding 6, and if I save this, now you can see we are getting a padding of 6 on all the sides. Now we will style this h2 tag. So class that is going to be font bold, then we will increase the text size to 3XL this time. So if I save this, you can see the text size is bigger than earlier. Now we need some margin bottom, so margin bottom 2, then we can have text gray 800. If I save this, okay, so now it is looking much better. Then we will style this p tag. So class that is going to be text gray 700. Okay, lighter than the title. Now we have done the styling, but now the question is, how do we make this card a horizontal card? So if you want the things to go side by side, then we can use flexbox class to the parent div. So here in our case, the parent div is this one. So here if we give a class of flex, okay, so if I give a flex class and if I save this, now you can notice that this is a horizontal card. Our image is on the left side and the content is on the right side. So this image is on the left side and this entire div is on the right side. Okay, but now as you can see, this card is not looking proper. We lost our bg white color, so we need to fix that first. Okay, so what I can do is in the image tag I will take a class and we can set the width. So width is going to be 1/3. Okay, if I save this, now as you can see we are getting the bg color which is white, but if you notice this image is getting shrinked. Okay, So that's what not we want. We want this image to look clear, to look proper. And one more thing which I want to add is the rounded corners on top left and bottom left. So for that I will add rounded top hyphen LG. If I save this, oh, it is from top, so I need left side. Okay, so not on the top, on the left. So it will be top left and bottom left. Now as you can see, we are having a rounded corner on the top and the bottom left. Okay, but this image is shrinking. That's not what we wanted. Okay, so what we can do is in mobile device, so let's suppose this is a mobile device, and in mobile device what we can do is we will stack this image above the content. Okay, so image will be on the top and the content will be at the bottom, and in the larger screen we will have this kind of a look. Okay, so image will be on the left and the content on the right, but in mobile we will stack this two things one above the other. So so here we can use some responsive classes. Okay, so what flexbox does is it makes the things go side by side. Okay, so now we want this thing to go side by side only on the larger screen. So here we can say md colon flex. Okay, and if I save this, so now as you can see this image is on top of this content, and if I make this screen size big, now as you can see this image is on the left side and the content is on the right side, but on the mobile it is on top of this content. But this image is very small, so we want to fix this image. Okay, so in this image tag here I'll give md 1/3. Okay, this will be for larger screen, and for mobile we will not do anything. Okay, so let's save this, and now if you can see we are getting this image on top of this content, so this is stacked one above the other. And if I go on a larger screen size, so now this is side by side, and in mobile it is on top of each other. But as you can notice, this rounded corners in mobile doesn't look good. Okay, but in larger screen it is fine, top left and bottom left. But in mobile we need to fix this. We need top left and top right. Okay, so for that we need to add some classes. So here I'll write rounded top LG. Okay, and if I save this, so now we are getting rounded corner on top left and top right, but we need to remove this. Okay, so here let me add md colon. Okay, because in larger screen we need rounded on left side. Okay, so now here as you can see in larger screen we have top left and bottom right, but here we are still facing that issue. On the right top we are getting this rounded, but here in mobile this issue has gone. Okay, so here I will write md colon rounded top none. Okay, if I save this and if I increase the size, so still we are facing this issue. So first, so what I will do is I'll just cut this out and I'll paste it here. Okay, because this sequencing is also having some problem. Okay, so this md rounded top none should go after this. So if I save this, now as you can see we are getting this rounded corner on the top left and bottom left. Okay, and then if I make this in a mobile device, so here it is top left and top right. Okay, so first you need to add a class rounded top LG, which will be applied on the mobile device, and then in MD we need rounded top none, and in MD we need rounded LG, rounded left LG. Okay, so this is what we need. Okay, now it is having a proper look. So that's how we have created this horizontal card. I hope you like this. And now the last thing we need to add is the h3 tag. So what I can do is I'll just copy this. This time I'm going to copy. Okay,
So where do we need this? We need here. Okay, font bold, text small, text gray 500. This is horizontal card with image. Okay, let's save this. So horizontal card with image, and this is the third one. So now let me uncomment all the cards. So from here I'll start. This is the second one and this is the first one. Save this. Okay, so card with no image, card with image, and this is a horizontal card. So this is how we can create cards using Tailwind CSS. I hope you enjoy this video. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. As in our earlier videos, we have completed the card component. Now we will create few button components. So in this video, we will create basic buttons. So let's check this in action. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and here I have taken a div, and inside this div I have taken 3 A tags with the text learn more, login and sign up. As you can see here, learn more, login and sign up. Now this 3 A tags, we can convert this into a button, okay, by adding some CSS classes, Tailwind CSS classes. Okay, so in this div, this is a parent div, okay, and in this parent div I have already added some classes, padding 32, BG blue 800, which you can see. Now our buttons are one below the other, okay. So I will add few more classes in parent div. So for that, to make the thing side by side, we will take flex, and if I save this, now if I make it a little bigger, you can see our buttons are side by side. And one more class I need to add, justify center. Okay, if I save this, now the text is in the center. Okay, now I need space in between these 3 buttons. So what I can do is space X, and I'll give 6. I have already created a video on space between. Okay, so you can just check that video. Let me save this. So now as you can see, we are getting a space in between all these 3 buttons. Let me make it a little bigger. So learn more, login, sign up. Okay, so now we will start adding classes to our A tags so that it will look like a button. So class that is going to be, first I will add BG color, so BG red, and I'll give 800. If I save this, that's too much, so I'll give 600. Okay, this looks better. Okay, now I will add padding. As you can see, the text is touching to this background, which I don't want. We want some padding. Okay, so if I give padding -3, now as you can see, we are getting a lot of padding from top, bottom, left, right. So basically what I do is from left and right, I give more padding than top and bottom. So what here we can do is we'll remove this padding 3, and instead I'll do padding from top and bottom. So py will be 3. Okay, if I save this, now we are getting a padding from top and bottom, and from left and right, px will be, let's say, 8. Okay, now we are getting a good padding. So let me make it bigger. Okay, so from top and bottom it is lesser than left and right. This looks much better. Okay, you can give padding according to your requirement. If you want to give 6, you can give it 6. Okay, this is also looking fine, so let's keep it 6. Okay, then we need the rounded corners, so I'll give a class rounded. Save this. As you can see, we are getting rounded corners. Now I will add a text color, so text red, and I'll give 100. So this will be a combination of this color red. If I give 200, this looks better. Okay, 100 is too much getting into the eyes, so 200 is better than 100. So this is fine. Okay, now what we can do is we can give an hover effect. So here if I do hover colon pg red, let's say if I give 500, and if I save this and let me refresh. So now as you can see, we are getting an hover effect, but it is very quick. Okay, so we will give some transition, but before that, what I like to do is, let's say I have a background red and I want to hover that property. So I'm going to take this hover. Okay, I'm going to cut it out, and I will paste it beside this background color. Okay, so I know that this is background red, and we also going to hover the background color. Okay, so this will make us easy to recognize that here is the background color and this is the hover property over this background color. Okay, so this is the better approach. So always follow this. I follow this, so it is good to follow actually. Okay, so both are on the side by side, and I always come to know that where is this hover coming from. Okay, so this is like for BG red. Okay, this over is for this background color. I hope this makes sense and it is very useful. So now we can add transition. So for that I'll write transition, and if I save this, so as you know, if I only give transition, nothing will happen. Okay, there is no effect. So here what we can do is we can do a duration of, let's say, 300, and if I save this, let me refresh it again, and if I hover, so now the transition effect is smooth. Let me make it let's say 400 because that is not visible. Now it looks much better but it is too light, so let me do it 700, and let's say this is 500. Okay, okay, now this is looking much better and we are also getting the effect. So we have completed this button which looks very nice. Now we will add some classes to create this login button, but this we will make as a pill shape. Okay, so if I go to pills button pill button, sorry. Okay, let me show you the design of pill button. So what I'm talking about is this kind of a shape. Okay, like a pill button. So let me close this. Just wanted to show you the shape of the button. So here first I'll add some class. So class that is going to be again BG. This time I'll take orange color, and again I'll take 700. Let's save this. Okay, we are getting an orange color. You can put any color. Okay, it's not compulsory that I'm using this orange, so you can try it some other color also. Okay, there are a lot of colors. Then here I need some padding. Okay, so again I'll take padding top and bottom 3 and padding left and right. Let's say I'll take 8 this time. If I save this, okay, it is, let me make it bigger because there's a lot of padding. So let's do a spacing of 4 instead of 6. Okay, now it is better. Okay, now padding is done. What else we need? We need rounded. So rounded I will take full. Okay, if I save this, now we are getting that pill shape. Okay, if you want, if you can check the document, and let's say if I search for rounded corners, so here there are properties for that. Okay, rounded none, rounded SM for small, rounded MD, LG, XL, 2XL. There are a lot more full. Okay, so we are using full. So this is a round shape button, a pill shape. Then we will add text. Text is orange, and I'll give 200. Save this. Okay, looks better. Now again we need some transition effect. So first I will add an hover. So hover PG orange 600. Okay, refresh it. But here I will give transition effect. So transition, I think by default the transition is having 1500. Let's check actually. Sometime we need to check the documentation transition property. See here the transition is okay. The duration is 150 milliseconds. So it is having an effect, but 150 milliseconds. So I need little more. So duration I'll take 500. Let's save this. Now this is very slowly, it is changing the color. So by default it is having 150 milliseconds, but if you want the duration to be more or less, so you can just use this. Okay, there is a property for duration. I have already created video on transition, so you can just have a look. Okay, so this is how I have created this pill shape button. Maybe I can write pill button. Okay, so it's increasing the size, so pill btn. Okay, fine. So this is done. Now we will come up on the third button, which is a sign up button. So let's add class here with a BG yellow. Again, let's say I take 600 here, not 700. So now it is yellow color. Now I'll take an hover of a BG yellow of, we'll go for a higher color, so 800. This time I'll go on a higher side. 800 is too much, so let's keep 700. Okay, this is better, but I think 500 will be a proper yellow, I guess. Yeah, this is like a proper yellow color. Okay, 500, and I'm hovering on 600. So this is done. Then what we need padding again. So padding top and bottom, I'll take 3. Padding from left and right, let's take 12. This is too much, I think so. Yeah, this is too much actually. So let's keep it 8 only, but still we need some. Let's keep it 6 then, because it is taking too much of. Okay, now everything is in line. So this is done. Then what else we can do with the button? We can have a transition, right? But this time let's keep a border. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll take a border bottom of, let's say, 2. So now you can see we are getting a border. Let's say if I keep 4, what happens? We are getting a bigger border. As you can see, if I have added a border, this height is also increasing because all these buttons are in the same div. So this is an height issue, so just ignore that. So just focus on the styling for a button. So this is done. Then what we need rounded, and rounded we can take LG. Let me do a proper sequencing. Okay, let's keep this rounded before border. Okay, not compulsory, but still I feel like padding, then rounded, and then border. This is better. So as you can see, we are getting a border, but this border is white in color, I think so. So we will change white or gray or something, but we will change this border color. So to change the border color, we need to add a class for that. So border, let's say yellow, and what color we can give? 700. Okay, so this is a darker than this one, so this is better. Okay, let me refresh. Okay, this is looking better. What if I give like 500? It will merge with that. No. Oh, we have to give higher than this background color. Now this is okay. Okay, now we can even give a hover on this border, hover for this border. Okay, now this is merging with that hover. So let's say I'll give hover border yellow 700. Yeah, this is better. This is looking better. Okay, what if I give a shadow LG? Yeah, this is looking much better. We are getting a shadow, so this looks much better. So you can do a lot of creative things with the button. You can give gradient. Okay, you can play with the colors. So there are a lot of options for creating a button or styling a button. Okay, Tailwind CSS is great. You can add a lot of classes and you can make look much better. Okay, make things much better. Now what else we need? We can add a transition. Okay, we can add a transition. Duration we can keep it 500. So this is smooth effect, and even we can change the text color, right? So here I will add text yellow and 200. Yeah, this looks better. On hover also you can change the text color. So there are a lot of things you can do it. So this is it. So we have completed all the 3 basic buttons. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will create a outline button So let's go to Visual Studio Code, and here I have taken a div. This is a parent div, and inside this div I have taken a button tag. Okay, this time I have taken a button tag instead of a tag, and in this parent div I have added few classes like padding 32, bg green 200, flex, and justify center to make this button in the center. Okay, now in this button tag we will add few Tailwind CSS classes to achieve our goal, which is an outline button. So here first I will add a class which is outline. Okay, if I save this, so we can see an outline. Okay, so let me go to the documentation and let's search for outline. So let's go here. Okay, so first we need to give an outline which is a solid. Okay, there are different type of outline like dash, dotted. Okay, so I'll give outline, and then as you can see we are getting an outline of solid. Then we can set the width of outline, which is outline dash 1. Okay, if I save this, now you can see the width is 1. So if you go to the documentation, outline width, here if I click, so you can see outline 0, 1, 2, 4 and 8. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 5 classes which you can use for outline. Then we can even give outline color. So for that we will do outline green. Okay, we will give a green color 500. If I save this and if I go to the page, so here you can see we are getting an green color outline. Okay, then we will do a padding of top and bottom, which is 2, and padding of left and right, which is 6. If I save this, now as you can see we are getting a padding. Okay, so this is an outline button, but we will add few more classes like text, color which is green 600, or we can give 500. So now the text color is 600. Then we can give the size of text, so text small. Okay, then we can give rounded, so we can have a rounded shape of button. Okay, and then what else we can give? We can give an hover for outline color. Okay, so here I will give hover outline green, and this could be 600. Let me save this, let me refresh it again, and if I hover on it, you can see this color is changing for the outline. If I make it, let's say 700, then you will be able to see that. Okay, now the color of that outline is changing. Okay, then what else we can do? We can give transition effect, so transition, and even we can give duration, let's say 500. Let's refresh it, and if I hover on it, we are having a smooth effect. We can even give transition effect, sorry, we can even give an hover effect on this text color. So hover text green, let's say 800. You can just play around with these classes so that you will also get an idea. Okay, now this is also changing. Okay, the color of the button is changing, the text color. Rounded, you can give LG if you want, so you will see a bigger rounded corners. Okay, then even you can give shadow if you want, but I don't think so shadow will look good, but still I'll give shadow. I think we need to give shadow LG. Yeah, there is a shadow, but that doesn't look that good, but you can give it. Okay, if you feel, you can just give it. Okay, so this was all about styling a outline button. So these are the classes which you can use to style a outline button. Instead of outline, you can also give borders if you want, but I have used this outline class because here we have this facility of this outline classes, so why not use it in our button. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will create a group button which is mostly used as pagination. So let's see this in action. So here I have taken a div. So this is our parent div, and inside this div I have taken 4 a tags. So here I will add the arrows and the pagination. Okay, so in the first a tag I will add the left arrow. So I'm using Mac. To have the emojis, I will press Control, Command and Space. Okay, so here I need the left arrow. So this one, if I type left, you will see this left arrow. Okay, and then here I'll add the pagination, which is 1. This is 2, and here I will add the right arrow. So Control, Command and Space. And if I type right, you can see this right arrow. Okay, if I save this, so here as you can see we have got left arrow, 1, 2 and the right arrow. Okay, now let's add the CSS classes in the a tag, Tailwind CSS classes. Okay, so to select all the 4 at one time, I will press Option and click on the area where I want to add the class. So class equals to bg purple 400. Text is going to be purple 200. Let's save this. Okay, here the class spelling is incorrect, so I'll just make sure that there should be 2s. Okay, if I save this, now as you can see we are getting this bg color, and the text is also 200. Okay, so let me make it 100. So to select all together, I'll select 1 and then Control D, sorry, Command D, Command D, Command D, and then 100. Okay, save this. So now it is looking okay. Now as you can see we are having a lot of space in between these boxes. So this is coming because of this space x4. To avoid this, we will wrap all the 4 a tags inside a div. So I'll take a div and let's cut this and I'll paste it here. Save this. Now these boxes are side by side with less space. Now this space is because of this a tag. So to avoid that, we can use class that is going to be flex. If I save this, now all the boxes are touching each other. Okay, now let's add padding on all a tags. So let me select, so option, and then I'll click the area where I want to type. Okay, so padding y, that is going to be 2, padding x, that is going to be 4. If I save this, now this is looking good. Now the text is not in the center. Okay, so to make this in center, I'll add text center here in this div. If I save this, now it is a proper center. And now what else we need? We need a hover. Okay, so if we hover on this boxes, so you can see a different color. So for that I'll click option and select the area where I want to type. So hover bg purple, and let's say 500. Okay, let's save this. Let me refresh it. And now as I hover on it, you can see we are getting this background, a darker background. Okay, so this looks good. Now we will add transition effect. So let's add that. So here, let me select all once. Okay, and here I will add transition, and duration we can keep it as 300. Okay, let me save this file. And now if I hover, you can see the transition effect. Okay, so this is looking much better. Now as you can see, the width is different for this arrow and for this pagination. So we can fix this by keeping a common width. So let me select all at once, and we will remove this padding x4, and instead we will write width 16. Okay, if I save this, now the width is common for all the boxes. This is how we can create group buttons. Okay, so this is it for this video. I hope you like this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will create a basic form. So this is the form which we are going to create. You can see we have an input, then we have another input. Okay, then we have a submit button, and this is an error message which we can show. So this time I will not be using Visual Studio Code. I will be using Tailwind Playground. So you need to go to a URL which is play.tailwindcss.com. So here is the interface. You will see an interface like this. Okay, and this is the latest version. Okay, 3.0.14. As of recording this video, this is the version which I am using, 3.0.14. And even in my Visual Studio Code, if I go to VS Code, this is the CDN which I am using. So if I copy and if I paste it here, so this is the version 3.0.14, which is the latest one. As of recording, this is the version which I am using. Okay, so this is the URL for Tailwind, which is play.tailwindcss.com. So you will see this kind of a code, which I'll select all and I'll remove this because we are going to create this form here. Okay, so let me start working on this form. So first I'll take a div. Let's close this, and inside this div I'll take a class which is going to be bg-blue-200. And once you save this, then it will auto format. But if you don't save also, the changes will be seen on the right side. Okay, and to make it a full height of our viewport, we need to give a class min height screen. So min height screen. Okay, so as you can see, we are getting the background on this viewport. Okay, so if I go to the documentation and if you search min height, and if you go to the min height page, so here is the class for that min height screen. So the property is minimum min dash height, which is 100 viewport. Okay, so this is how it looks. Then we need padding and from top and bottom, and padding from left and right. So for padding top and bottom, I'll use py32, and for padding left and right, I'll use px10. And now inside this div, I will take one more div, and let me close this div. And inside this div, I'll add a class which is bg white. Then inside this div, I will take a form tag. Let me close this form tag. And now we require a div, and inside that div we need a label and an input. So I'll be using a shortcut. Okay, so div, and inside this div I need label plus input. And if I do a tab, so here is that div, and inside we have a label and an input. Okay, so that was a shortcut in Emmet. So thanks to Emmet, just because of that, we can write our HTML in a quick way. Okay, for we will give name, and the label is name. And one thing which I forgot to show you about this playground is that here you can change the color of the screen. Okay, so this is the light mode and this is the dark mode. So I'm using dark mode. Maybe once you go to play.tailwindcss.com, you might see a light version, so you can change it from here. Okay, so this is how it looks, and this is a label, and input type is text. Then here I'll take an ID, which is again name, and then we need placeholder. So placeholder, that is going to be enter your name. Let me make it bring it down. And here one more thing which we need is name. That is going to be name. Okay, now let's copy this div and let me paste it here. Okay, so now here we need to change the labels. So in the place of name, I'll write YouTube. Then here I'll write, what is the label for this? YouTube channel. So this will be YouTube channel. Name will be YouTube. ID will be YouTube. So let me copy this, and placeholder will be enter your YouTube channel, or enter your channel name. Okay, and I'll keep autocomplete off because this is showing me all the names. So to avoid that, I'll add autocomplete off. Okay, and same thing I'll do it here also. So autocomplete off. Okay, so now this is done. Let me make it bigger. Now let's add the button here. So inside this form, I will add a button, and inside this, sorry, let me close this. And inside this button, I'll write submit. So now we can style this layout. So we have completed the HTML for this, but now styling is remaining. So let's finish this styling. This is the label input, and this is the second div. So let me make some space for this so you will be able to understand. Okay, so this is the closing div for this. Even this div we need to bring it down. Now let's style this parent div. So PG white, and then we need padding 10, then we need rounded LG to have the rounded corner. Then we can add shadow. So now you are able to, you can see the shadow here. Then we need width. So to make it responsive, I'll be using a width of half in large screen and width of 3/4 in medium screen. So in MD, I will take a width of 3/4, and in the large screen, I'll take a width of half. Okay, let me make it bigger. Okay, so now as you can see, this box is on the left side. To make this card in the center, we need to use MX Auto. Okay, so if I do MX Auto, now this box is in the center, and if you make it larger, okay, in the larger screen it will be half, and in the medium screen it will be 3/4, and in the small screen you don't need to say with full. Okay, here you don't require to say with full in for the mobile screen, because this div automatically gets the full width, so no need to specify with full. So I'll remove this. Okay, so in mobile device the width is 100%, and in medium device it is 3/4, and in larger screen it is half. So it becomes a responsive card. Now let's style the label. So here I will add a class that is going to be block. Okay, once I add a block, this will stack on each other. So this is the label and this is the input. Okay, and after this I will add margin bottom 2. So now we are getting the space. You can just see this how it is changing. Okay, font I'll take bold. Okay, then what else we need? We need text gray, which is 600. Okay, so this is looking good. Let's compare this. Okay, so this is fine. Then we will style the input. So what I'll do is here I will add the CSS class. So let's do an enter here, and I'll start adding the classes here. Okay, because if I start typing here, then this will be scrollable. So to avoid the scroll, I will add the class here. So you will see what I'm typing. So first we will add a border, so border and then border gray, let's say 300. So we are getting a border. Then we need shadow, so I'll add a shadow, then padding 3. So we are getting padding from all the side, and width will be full. Then we will add a rounded. Okay, so we can get a rounded corners. Now we need a space in between this. So as you can see, we have a space in between this YouTube channel and the input. So in this div, I will add a class which is going to be margin bottom 5. Okay, so we are getting a space here. Now we have completed the styling for label and for the input. Now what we'll do is we'll copy the styles from this label to this label. Okay, so just copy this and I'll paste it here. And again, this class I'll copy, and after this autocomplete, I'll paste it here. Okay, and here this class I'll copy and I'll paste it here, because all the classes are same, so no need to type it again. And here I'll put margin bottom 10. So this is done. Now I'll style the submit button. So class equals to, and I'll add a block. Okay, then we need width full, Then I'll need BG color. So BG blue, I'll give 500. Then we need padding. So padding, I'll take 4. Okay, then we will add the text color. So text color white, then font bold. And lastly, we will add the rounded corners. So rounded LG. So this is the button style. As you can see, this is exactly the same. So the styling is done for this form, but only one thing is remaining, that if we get an error like this, and if we want to show a validation error, so how we will style. So here, instead of border gray, I will give border red, and inside this div, I'll take a p tag. Let me close this p tag, and here I will say channel name is required. And here, let's style this. So class, that is going to be text small, and then I'll give a color of red. So text red, and let's say 400. Then we need margin top, let's say 2. So this is the way how we can style this error message. So this form is completed. So this is very basic form, but we have added a lot of classes, so you can just go through it and you can style it again. Okay, so in the next video I'll create a login form. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye.
So friends, welcome back. In this video we will create a login form, and this is the form which we are going to create, and it will be responsive as well. Okay, so let's get started. So I'll be using Tailwind Playground to create this form. So this is how it will look at the first time. So we need to select all the code, and I'll just remove it, and then we will start creating it. So you need to go to play.tailwindcss.com, and here I will start creating my form. So I'll take a div, a parent div. Okay, and I'll close that parent div here. Okay, and inside this div I will take one more div, and let me close that div as well. Okay, then I'll take a form inside this, so form tag, and let me close this form tag as well. Then inside this form tag, so first we will create the entire HTML, then we will style this form. So here I'll be using a shortcut. So we need two divs, and inside this divs we need a label and an input. So I'll take a div, and we need two divs, so multiply by 2 into 2, and inside this we need a label plus input, and I'll press tab. So this is the first div, this is the second div, this is the label. Okay, let me add enter, so I'll get a space, we will get a space. So this is a label, and this is the input, and this is the div. Okay, so this is how it will look. So here also I will make enter. Okay, I'll press enter. So this is how it will look. Inside the form we have two divs. This is the first div, this is the second div. So here the first one is username. Okay, the first label is username. So now as you can see, we are getting this username, and then inside this input I will add name, which will be again username, and then I'll add the ID, which is again username. So now this is it, and then we need placeholder, which is enter username. Okay, so this is the placeholder. Then we will do autocomplete off. So this is how the HTML will be looking, which look likes. And then here we will add password for the label, and then here nothing, but here inside the input I will add name, which is password. Then I need ID, which is again password. Okay, placeholder will be enter password, and then autocomplete off. Okay, so this is how it will look, but here I need a label, which is password. Okay, so we have completed the HTML, but one more thing which we need is the forget password text and the submit button. So here inside this form I will take one more div, and inside I need a tag plus button, and I'll press tab. So this is the a tag, and this is the button. Okay, I'll just do an enter. So here I will add forgot password. Okay, and here I will add submit. So submit. So this is the button, and this is the forget password text. So we have done the style. So we have done the HTML part, but now we will do the styling. So on the parent div, on the first parent div, what I'll do is I will add the class, which is going to be bg green 200. So the entire screen I want to be green, and padding top and bottom I will add 32, padding left and right I will add 10, and then I need minimum minimum height of the screen. So this is how it will look, and then we will style this parent div. Okay, inside this div we have a form tag, so this is the parent div for this form. So class, and that is going to be bg white. So this we will create as a card. So bg white. Then what else we need? We need padding, so padding 10. Okay, then we need, so this form is not in the center, as you can see. Okay, so we will make this in center, so mx auto. Okay, and then we need shadow lg. So now we are getting a shadow, and then we need rounded lg. Okay, so now this card is in rounded shape. Then I'll add width for responsive. So for medium device I will add a width of, let's say, 2/3. Okay, and for large screen I will add a width of half. So now if I make it in the large screen, so it will be half, and it will be in the mobile it will be 100%, and in medium device it will be 2/3. So this is how responsive things works. Then this is done. Now let's do the styling for this input. So what I can do is I will add an enter. I will do an enter here, and I'll start adding the class. Okay, so Tailwind classes. So first we will style the input, then we will style the label. Okay, so first I'll do a border bottom, which is of 2 pixels. Okay, so this is how the border will look, but now we need to add color to the border. So border gray, that is going to be 400, let's say. Okay, now it is darker. Then what I need is, if I click here, you can see we are getting an outline. So I just wanted to remove this outline, so I will do outline none. Okay, so now if I click, there will be no outline. And one more thing, once I focus on it, this border should change the color. So here I'll do a focus, that is going to be border green 400. Okay, now if I click, you can see a green color border is visible on focus. Now what else we need? We need padding from top and bottom too. Then we need this placeholder. The color of this placeholder text is dark, so let's make it lighter. So there is a class placeholder hyphen gray dash 300. Okay, so now this is lighter in color. Then what else we need? We need a transition effect on this. So let me add an enter. So here I will add the transition effect. So transition, and then I'll add a duration of let's say 300. Okay, and here if I click, now this color is changing of the border with a smooth effect. Okay, the color of this border is changing with a smooth effect. So the input styling is done. Now let's style the label. So here, okay, so this is the label. So here I will style the label. So class, that is going to be inline block. And then what else we need? We need margin right, which is going to be 4. Okay, so we are getting a space in between. And then what else we need? We need text color. Okay, so text color should be text gray, which is going to be 500, and we need the font to be bold. Okay, so now this is bold, but if I make it bigger, as you can see, the text is, this label is on the left side. I wanted it to be on the right side. For that I will do text right. Okay, now if I make it bigger, okay, to make it visible, we need to add one more class, which is width is going to be 32. Okay, now if I remove the text right, okay, I'll show you the difference. Okay, if I do so, now as you can see, the text is on the left side. So let me undo. Now the text is on the right side because we have added this text right. Then as you can notice here, this is not the full width, so we want to do it full width. For that we need to add a flex class. So in the parent div I'll do a class, and that is going to be flex. Okay, now once I do flex, you can see the username went up. So to make it in the center, I will do items center. Okay, now this label is in the center. Now we want now one more thing which we want is the margin in between these two divs. So margin bottom I'll do 5. Okay, so now we are getting a margin bottom of 5. Now still this underline, this input is not the full width. So for that, here in the input we will add a class which is going to be grow. Okay, so if I do grow, okay, this is a flex grow class. I have already created a video in this. I have already created a video about this, so you can just check it out. So once I add the class grow, so it will take the remaining space. Okay, this is flex grow 1. So this is how it works. Now we need to copy all the classes, and we need to add on this password thing. Okay, so let me add, first copy this one, and here I'll paste it. Okay, then let me copy this. Let me copy this label classes. Okay, copied, and I'll paste it here. Okay, this is how it will look. And then last one is the input one. So I have copied the class. Let me enter it and I'll paste it. So now as you can see, we have username, we have password. Now we will style the forget password and the submit button. So first I will style the button, the submit button. So class that is going to be, first we will add the padding and margin. So padding Y, that is going to be 3, and padding X from left and right, it is going to be 8. Then what else we need? We need the BG color. So BG green, that is going to be 500, and I'll do a hover effect. So hover BG green 600. Okay, so if I hover on this button, you can see this color is changing, but we need a transition. So transition and duration I'll keep 300. So now if I hover on this, it looks good. But one more thing which we need is the text color. So text will be white, and we need font to be bold. So this looks better, and here if you can see, we need some spacing. Okay, so I'll do a margin left of, let's say, 4. So now we are getting a space in between both of this. Now I'll style this forget password. Okay, so class that is going to be text small, so text sm. And there is one more thing which I need to add is underline. Okay, so if I hover on this forget password, nothing happens. So on hover I need underline. Okay, so once I hover on this, you can see the underline. So this is looking good, but one more thing that is missing, and that is if I make it bigger, so this block is should be on the right side, but it is on the left side. So for that I will add a class here, class of flex. So flex, now if I add a flex, this went up. So to make it in the center of the button, I will add item baseline. So now this is in the center of this button. Now we need this entire block to be on the right side. So for that I need to add a class justify and. Now as you can see, the entire block went on the right side. So if I make it bigger also, it will be on the right side. So this looks much better. And now one thing which we required is this login form text. Okay, so here at the top, after this parent div, I will add a div, and let me close this div, and inside I will add a text of login form. Okay, now as you can see, we have a login form text, but we need to add some CSS classes, Tailwind CSS classes. So the class is uppercase. Okay, once I do uppercase, you can see the entire text is in the uppercase. Now I need text to be in the center, so text center, and then I need a color for that, so text green, which is going to be, let's say, 300. Okay, so now it is this color is green. Now I need a font size for that, so text to excel. So now this is bigger, and I need margin bottom to be 2. Okay, so now one thing is remaining, that is this wordings. Okay, if you see, the words are very clustered, so we need to have some space in between that. So I'll add a space
which is going to be, the class is going to be tracking wide. Okay, so now we have a space in between the words. Okay, and this margin bottom I prefer to be at the start. Okay, whatever the margin and padding which we give should be at the start, the background color should be at the start. So this is how I work. So we have completed the login form with the responsive thing. So this is it for this video. I hope you like this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will create a floating label using Tailwind CSS. So if you see this example, and if I click on this input, you can see this username goes up. So this is what we will create. So I will be using Tailwind Playground to create this example. Okay, so first let's remove all this code, and here I will take a div, and inside this div I will take one more div, and inside this div I will take a form tag, and inside the form tag I will take a div, and inside there will be a label plus input, and I'll press tab. Okay, let me format this. Now inside the label I will take a username, and in the input I'll take a placeholder with username. Now let's do some styling using Tailwind CSS. So in the parent div I will add a class that is going to be bg rows 200, and padding from top and bottom will be 32, padding from left and right would be 10, and we need this background to cover the entire screen. For that I'll be using min height screen, so minimum height screen. Okay, so now this background color covers the entire screen. Now I will create a card. Okay, so inside this div I will take a class which is bg white, padding will be 10, and shadow will be lg. Okay, so as you can see we are getting a shadow. Now we need a rounded corners, so for that I will use a class which is called rounded lg. Okay, so now we are getting a rounded corners. The spelling is wrong, so rounded corners. Okay, so rounded -lg. So now this is looking like a card, but if I increase this, so it is 100% on all the screen, which we don't want. We want 100% only in the mobile screen, and in the medium device I want it to be 2/3 width, and in the large screen I want the width to be half. So for that I will add responsive classes. So first one is medium. In medium device I need the width to be 2/3, and in large screen I need the width to be half. Now let's check, and by default in mobile it will be 100%. So in medium device it is 2/3, and in larger screen it is half. Okay, but as you can see this card is going to the left. I need this card in the center. So for that I will add a class which is mx auto. Okay, now if I go to a larger screen, now this card is in the center. So this is what we want. Now I will add some styling for the input. So here I will add a class. Okay, let me do an enter. Okay, and here we will add a class. So let's add a class here. So the class will be border. First we will add the border. So border bottom 2. So as you can see we are having a border here. Now let's add the color for this border. So border gray 300. Now we need this text to be gray in color. So text, sorry, not this text, this is a placeholder, but whenever I type something this should be in a gray color. So here I will add a class. So text gray, that is going to be 900. Okay, so now if I type something, so this is text gray 900. Okay, now what else we need? So once I click on this input, you can see we are getting a focus on the entire input. So we don't want that. We want the focus only on the bottom. So for that I'll remove the focus. So focus outline none. Okay, now if I click, you won't see the focus, but now I want the focus only at the bottom. So focus, that is going to be border rows 600. Okay, so now if I click, sorry, focus spelling is wrong, so focus. Okay, so if I click,
As you can see, we are getting a border of 600. Okay, now this width is till here only. We need a full width. For that I will add width full, so width full. Okay, so now we are getting this input in a full width. So now what we will do is we will make this label just look like this placeholder. Okay, so once I type something, the placeholder should go away and the label should move up. Okay, that's what we wanted. Okay, so once, let me click here. Okay, so if I click on this, the label goes away and we can type something. So that's what we wanted. That's our goal. So when you want to check if the field is empty or not, mostly we use JavaScript to check if the value of input field is empty or not. But there is a way of doing this with just CSS using the placeholder shown pseudo class. So if I go to Tailwind documentation, so if I search for placeholder, see here I have already searched for you. So placeholder shown pseudo class. So if I click here, so this is the placeholder shown pseudo class. Okay, this is what we are going to use. So we will use this in example, but if you want to read something about it, you can just go to the documentation and read it. But we will use this pseudo class in this example. Okay, and because we wanted to style the label differently, if the input has the placeholder showing, we are going to use sibling selector, and for that we are going to use peer variant. Okay, so our input element is going to be the peer element that we want to listen to for the placeholder shown state. So we need to add a class of peer to it. So here I will add a class of peer. Okay, and now I will add a class to the label. So here inside the label I will add a class which is going to be peer placeholder shown, and let's say we want the text to be uppercase for this label if the input has the placeholder showing. So here I will add uppercase. Okay, so as you can see, we have given this uppercase to the label, but still it is not in the uppercase, and if I type something, it does not change. Okay, the reason why it is not working is because our peer placeholder shown class is looking for a sibling selector with the class of peer before it in the document. So here is our label element and there is no sibling element before it, and the element with the peer class is sitting after it. Okay, for that reason this is not working. So to solve this, we need to cut this label and we need to paste it after the input. So as I have moved the position of this label, you can see that username is in the uppercase. So this is working now. Okay, and as soon as I type something, it responds to this placeholder. Okay, so here is the placeholder with the username, so it is responding to that. Now the first thing we will do is we will handle the positioning of this label. So first let's remove this class, and inside this div I will add a class which is called relative. And now we can give absolute class to our child element. So here in the label I will add a class absolute. Now as you can see, this username is going on the right side. So for that we need to give two more classes. So I'll do left 0, okay, and top will be 0. So now as you can see, the label and the placeholder are merging with each other, so we don't want that. So we will give a negative top. Okay, so I'll do minus top 6. Now this is the label and this is the placeholder. Now this is how it will look when the field is not empty. And now we are going to apply changes to how it should look when the placeholder is shown, because the field is empty. Now we need to add a class peer placeholder shown. We will give the text as base. Okay, because if the field is empty, I want the text to be bigger. Now we will add one more peer class. So peer placeholder shown, and we need the text to be gray in color. So text gray 400. So now this is matching with each other. So this is the label and this is the placeholder, but both the styling are matching. This is what we wanted. But now one more class I want to add is peer placeholder shown, and I will add top 0. Okay, now the label and the placeholder are merging together. This is what we wanted. As we have created the label that explains what the field is, so we don't want to show the actual placeholder. So if I remove this placeholder, okay, let's remove this. So now as you can see, this is not working. So let's keep this as it is. So how do we fix that? So we need to add a utility class. We need to style the color of the placeholder. So inside the input, I will add a utility class which is called placeholder transparent. Okay, so now the placeholder is gone. Now this is the only label. So if I type something,
you can't see anything because we have made the placeholder invisible but still shown. Okay, so let me bring it back, the username. So we have our label here which looks like the placeholder. Okay, now if I click on this label, nothing happens. Okay, it does not focus. For that we need to use the for attribute in the label. So whenever I click on the label, it will tell the browser that we want to target this input. Okay, for that, let's say I will give user name, and inside the input we need to give the ID as username. So the for attribute and the ID should be same, and we also need name, that is going to be again username. Okay, so now if I click on this input, now we are able to focus on that. So this is very important to understand why we use for and the ID in the input. Now if I type something, this label moves up. Okay, but the effect is very fast. We need a smooth transition effect. So for that I will add transition property. So here I will add transition all. Okay, and if I type something, the effect is very smooth. Okay, now we will do one more thing. If I click on this input, okay, so let me remove this. So if I click on this input, this label should move up so we can get a space to type. Okay, so we will be using another peer variant which is peer focus. So inside the label, okay, here I will use peer focus, that is going to be minus top 6. Okay, again peer focus, that is going to be text gray 600, and another peer focus which says text small. Okay, so now if I click on this, now this username, this label has gone up and we got the space to type. Okay, and this I kept it small. Okay, which looks better. Okay, so here if you can see, if I click on this, it moves up. So if I click this, it moves up. So this looks much better. Now there is one more thing. If I hover on it, you can see there is an arrow, but we don't want that. Here in the example, if I hover on this, you can see we are getting a cursor. Okay, so for that we need to add one more class inside the label. So let me add here only. Okay, after transition all, I will add. You can add anywhere you want, but I will add here. So cursor text. Okay, so as I hover on it, you can see a cursor. Okay, and if I click on it, this moves up and I can type anything. So this is it. Okay, I hope you like this video, and we have completed this floating label in the form. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In my last couple of lectures, I have been using Tailwind Playground. This is great because we can use Tailwind Playground to kind of experiment and use Tailwind as quick as possible. But when we go more into production ready application, using Tailwind inside of Tailwind Playground is not production ready. Let me explain you. So once I go to Tailwind CSS website, and if I click on get started, as you can see, we are in the installation tab. So these are installation guide which are new with Tailwind CSS 3.0. We have Tailwind CLI, we have post CSS, we have framework guides. So here, as you can see, there are different options like Next.js, Laravel, Nuxt.js. So if you are using any of these framework, you need to click through and follow along. As we are using white, so I'll click on it, and this is the installation process. But before we do installation, let me go to installation tab again, and here is one more option which is play CDN. So if I copy this link and paste it in a new window and hit enter, so this is the entire Tailwind CSS library all in a style sheet, and this is what's going to load it into your website. The problem with this is this file is huge, and most of the time we don't need every single class which is inside this file. So this file is very large. So later on this course, we are going to see how we can purge Tailwind CSS classes out of the final site. So let me close this, and now let's come again to the Tailwind CSS website, and inside the framework guides, I'll click on Vite. So this is the installation process. Okay, here are the steps which we need to follow. But before that, I will show you the website which is called Vite. So this is the website URL which is vitejs.dev, and if I click on get started, so here it says Vite, which is a French word for quick. Okay, which is a build tool that aims to provide a faster and linear development experience for modern web project. Okay, so this is a tool which we can use to create our project. And if I scroll down, so here is the installation process. So this is the first step for installing Vite, which we will follow from this website. Okay, so this is the official website. So let me copy this npm create Vite at the latest. So let's copy this. Now let's go to Visual Studio Code, which is my code editor. Okay, so I'll open Visual Studio Code, and before installing Vite, we need one more thing, which is Node.js. So if you don't have Node.js installed in your machine, you need to go to a website URL, which is nodejs.org, and this is the LTS version which you need to install. I have already installed in my machine. So to check if it is installed or not, we need to open the terminal. So inside Visual Studio Code, I will open the terminal. So here you can use this tab to open a new terminal, or else you can press Control and backtick key. Okay, so here I am opening my terminal, and to check whether Node.js is installed or not, we need to type node-v. Okay, so this is my Node.js version, and we need to check npm version also. So this is my npm version. Okay, so this is installed. Now we will do this step. So let me close this Node.js. So I have already copied this, and we need to paste it in the terminal. So let's go to VS Code. But before pasting into terminal, we need to specify the directory where we need this project to be installed. Okay, so I need my project to be installed on my desktop. So cd desktop. Okay, now I am inside my desktop. You might be using Windows. Okay, so you might be having D drive, E drive. Okay, so you just need to go on that D drive or a particular folder when you where you wanted to create this project. So now I will paste the code which I have copied. Okay, the line of code which I have copied, and I'll hit enter. Now it will ask me the project name. So in our case, I will write Tailwind CSS mastery. Okay, and I'll hit enter. Now here there are different options to select. So we can select any of the template, but we just want vanilla template. So you can just use this arrow key to go up and down. So I'll select vanilla and hit enter, and it is asking for one more option, vanilla or vanilla TypeScript. So we need only vanilla. Now it is giving us more instruction that we need to go inside this folder. Okay, so on my desktop, this folder has been created, okay, with the name Tailwind CSS mastery. So what I'll do is I'll open this folder. So let's do one thing. Let me bring it down, and let me click on open, and this is on my desktop. So okay, here it is, Tailwind CSS mastery, and I'll click on open, and I'll open the terminal. So control, this time I'll do control and backtick key. Now I am inside this folder. Okay, so I don't need to type cd and then Tailwind CSS mastery. Okay, now I need to type npm install. Okay, this was the instruction. First it was cd and the folder name, so we are already inside the folder. Then we need to do npm install. Okay, so let's do npm install, and these are all the files which are created by Vite. I'll explain you. Few files are required and few are not, so we will remove that as well. So first let's do npm install, and we'll see what further we can do. So it has created node modules. Okay, and let's clear this out. Then I'll do npm run dev. Okay, so now my project is running inside this URL, localhost 3000. So let me copy this, and let's go to the browser, and I'll paste this link. So this is the project, okay, which is created using Vite. Let's go back to VS Code. Okay, so these are the files created by Vite. So this fav icon, I don't require this, so let's delete this. Then what else we have? We have packaged.json. Okay, this is the project name. This is the scripts which we required. Then this is the dev dependency.
Okay, then we have style.css. So this style.css we don't require it, which is created by Weed. We will create our own Tailwind CSS. So let's remove this and save this, close it. Then we have main.js. So if I go to index.html, so this is very important. Okay, so first let's change this title to Tailwind CSS Mastery. Okay, then as you can see inside index.html, it is calling main.js, which is this one, but we don't require this. It is created by Vite, so I'll just remove this and save it, and I'll close this file. Now if I go to the website, the browser, as you can see, there is nothing inside this. So these are the minimum files which are required in our project. Now we will install Tailwind. Okay, so this was the initial installation of Weed, but now one of the most important thing is installing Tailwind CSS. So let's go to Tailwind CSS website. So this part is done. So let me close this. Now let's go to Tailwind CSS website, and this step is done. We have followed from their website, and now this is the next step which we need to follow. So Post CSS is a plugin that Tailwind CSS is going to use that can do all the fancy things like purging unused style sheet and classes. So we can get very small bundle sizes, and it will also help us with auto prefixer so that it can make our site look good on multiple browsers. So let's copy this line, or maybe we can type it. Okay, so let's go to terminal, and I'll stop this terminal by pressing Ctrl C. Now I will type npm install -d tailwind css, then we have post css, then we have auto prefixer, and after this we will press space, okay, a space bar, and then we will type dash dash save dash dev. So it is going to save as dev dependency instead of regular dependency, which just means that Vite is going to try to put any real dependency into JavaScript file which serves to your visitors. So these are the packages that are necessary during development and not necessary for the production build. So let's hit enter. If I go to package.json, as you can see, in our dev dependency, we have auto prefixer, post CSS, okay, and Tailwind CSS. Now, what is the next step? Let's go to the website, and here is the next step: npx Tailwind CSS init p. Okay, so let's do it. Let me clear this. npx Tailwind CSS init -p. So this will create our post CSS config file. Okay, so let's hit enter. So as you can see, these are the two files which are created. One is tailwind.config.js, and the other one is postcss.config.js, which is having the plugin Tailwind CSS and auto prefixer. Now let's go back to the website. This is used for purging the style sheet, which we will see later. Okay, now after this we need to copy this code. Okay, this should be in index.css, but we already have style.css. Okay, so if I go back to VS Code, so we already have style.css. So here I'll paste the code which I have copied, and I'll save this. Now the next step is we need to go to index.html, and we need to include this CSS. So we need to call this. So here after this link, I'll type link href, and then we need style.css. Let me close this, and then we can try it out whether Tailwind CSS is working or not. So inside the body, I will give a class which is going to be bg-blue-400. Then we need minimum height, so min height screen. So min height screen. Then I'll remove this div, and instead of this div, I'll take an h2 tag, and here I'll write it's working. And inside this h2 tag, I will add few CSS classes, sorry, Tailwind classes, which are text 5xl. Okay, this is the only one class which I need. Let's save this, and then I'll run this inside the terminal as npm run dev and hit enter. So let's go to, so here as you can see,
we are getting it's working, but let me refresh this. So let's go back to VS Code, and here we need to write rel and style sheet. Save this and let's go back. So now as you can see, it says it's working, but we don't see the BG Blue 400. So what's going wrong with that? Let's check it out. Let me close this and let's go back to VS Code. So as you can see, we are getting this warning message. The content option in your Tailwind CSS configuration is missing or empty, and configure your content source or your generated CSS will be missing styles. So if I go to tailwind.config.js, so this content is empty. Okay, this array is empty. So this is the reason we are not able to see what changes we have done. Like we have added the class bg blue 400, which we are not able to see. So that is the reason. Okay, so later in this video I talked about purging your unused CSS. So let's see that and everything will be fixed. So if I go to Tailwind CSS website and if I search for purge and if I click on this, so here it is written, since Tailwind no longer uses purge CSS under the hood, we have renamed the purge option to content to better reflect what it's for. So here, as you can see, this purge has been removed and content has been added. Okay, this is minus and this is plus. So this has been added. So if you don't want to use unused Tailwind classes, we need to go to tailwind.config.js. So this is the file which is index.html, which is in the root directory. So here we can write index.html, and this is in the current directory, so we can do dot slash. Okay, and let's say if you have more than one HTML file, so you can do something like this, remove this index and add a star here which says that any HTML ending, I'm going to look through all those files. Let me save this. So in this way it will purge out any unused Tailwind classes which are not in this index.html. And now if I go to the browser and see, it is working now. Our BG Blue class and text 5XL and this min height screen all are working fine. So it works. Now let me stop the terminal, and here if I write npm run build, so it will build all the files. Okay, let me hit enter. Let me show you one thing. So, there is something wrong with the style.css, so let me go to index.html, and here I need to add dot slash. Okay, let me save this because it is in the current directory, and now let's try npm run build. Okay, here it is. So index.html is 0.50 KB, and inside the asset folder there is an index. So if I go to disk and if I go to asset folder, inside the asset folder, and if I click on this CSS file, so this is 3.30 KB. Okay, and gzip is 1.35 kilobytes. So this is amazing. Okay, it will be very fast website. And here inside this index.css file, if I search for bg blue 400, you can see we can find this. But now if I change this, let's say if in index.html, if I write red 400, if I save this, and now if I do npm run dev, let's go. So here as you can see, this is red color, and once again we need to build the website. So npm run build. I want to show you something. So now it is the process is done. Let me close this index, and this new file is generated. Okay, and sorry, this is JS, we need CSS. And now if I search for bg blue 400, you won't see that class, but there is bg red 400. Okay, so this is how it works. So we can remove the unused Tailwind CSS classes by writing this. Okay, so as you can see, this purge has been removed and content has been added. So we have successfully purged out the unused CSS from our website.
Now I want to show you one more thing inside tailwind.config.js. Let me show you one thing. So let's say if you have a folder, okay, let me close this. So inside here, maybe in our main folder, there is one more folder called src, and inside that folder there are subfolders like component, pages. Okay, so what we can do is we can create a full array. Okay, let's say comma, and here in double quotes or single quotes you can add dot slash src, so it will look for the src folder slash, and then we can add two stars. So these two stars are the placeholder. That means that you should look any subdirectory of the src folder. So as I told you, there may be subfolder inside the src folders like pages or components, so it will look that also. So this two stars means look into that folder also, the subfolders. Okay, and then we can add a slash, then a star dot, let's say js. Okay, there are JS files which we need to look for. So it will make sure that all the files are looked at. Okay. And let's say if there are more extensions like JSX, okay, view. So what you can do is, let me go to the documentation. So here it is. You can do star dot, and instead of writing only JS, put brackets and then JS, comma JSX and whatever uh, tsx view. You can add all of them. This way you can do it, or maybe you can for HTML you can add in this way also, but this will also work. So but as of now we have only one index.html file, so I'll remove this, not required, and let me save this. Now let me do npm run dev, and let's go to the browser. So now as you can see it's working and the color is red. But if I change this to, let's say, green, save this, it will change to green automatically. And now if I do a npm run build, you can see that bg green color is added and bg red is been removed. This is how it works. So we have purged out the unused Tailwind CSS classes. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. So the next thing I want to do is to upload and deploy this website. So before I deploy this application on Netlify, I'll make some changes here. So here I will add some classes, okay, some Tailwind CSS classes. So min, height, screen is okay. Then I'll add few more classes, which is flex, okay, items, center. Then I need text, which is going to be 6XL. Then I need BG, teal, 400. Then text teal, that is going to be 100. Okay, and let's remove this. Let me save this, and this is already running. I want this, it's working, to be in the center. Let's see what I missed. So one more class we need to add is justify center. Okay, so now it is in the center. So now what I'll do is I will upload this website on GitHub, okay, all the files on GitHub. So let's go to the browser, and here I will go to github.com, and I'm already logged in. So I need to create a new repository. So I'll click on new, and here I'll type my project name, which is Tailwind CSS Mastery. Now it should be public, and let's click on create repository. Now we need to follow this step. Okay, so let's go to Visual Studio Code, and I'll stop this terminal by pressing Ctrl C, and first one is git init, enter. So now it is initializing the empty git repo. Now what we can do next is git add. So git add space dot, so it will add all the files. Then what else we required? Git commit message. Okay, so git commit message will be first commit, enter. Now what else we required? We required this git remote. I'll copy and paste. This is done.
Now I will push the changes. So git push -u origin master, because we need to push all the changes to the master branch. So git push origin master. So now let's go back here and do a refresh. Now all the files are added here. Now I will go to Netlify website. So Netlify, and this is the website, and we need to click on login. So I am already logged in. Okay, so these are the previous sites. So now I will add a new site. So import, and we need to import from GitHub. So these are the different files. We need Tailwind CSS mastery. So let's click on this. So here is the branch deploy to master, and the build command is npm run build, which we required, and the publish directory is this. Okay, so let's deploy this site. So here, as you can see, if I click here, it is deploying the website. Yes, so this is the folder which is going to be uploaded, and build script success. So let's go up here and let's go on, click here, deploy, and this is the URL. Open in new tab. So as you can see, our website is successfully deployed on Netlify. And now if I do any changes and if I push the changes to GitHub, it will automatically reflect here. Okay, so let me do it. So now let's say it's my website. If I save this, and now let's clear this. And here I will do git add dot, then I will do git commit. Message will be changes done on index.html. And one more thing I wanted to remove is this main.js, because there is nothing in this main.js. So let's remove this. Okay, save this, and let's delete main.js because this is not required. Changes done in index.html and deleted main.js file. Enter. Now let's do git push -u origin master. Enter. Now let's check on Netlify. So let me click here. Okay, let's check. Okay, now the changes are shown here. It's my website. So this changes have been done, and as you can see, let me go to deploy. So these two changes are done. Okay. Okay, see changes done on index.html and deleted main.js file. Yes, it quickly updated. Okay, let's do one more time to make it confirm. It's my website. Let's add this. So it's my website and a full stop. Okay, let me save this. So what it is showing from here, also you can commit the changes. So let's do it from here. I'll click on plus button, and here I will add a message that changes done on index page. Okay, let's click on this icon, and then we can just push this changes by clicking on this arrow. The action will push and pull the commit to and from origin master. Okay, now let's go to Netlify. Do we need to refresh it? Yeah, so changes done on index page. Let's see here. Yes, we can see the changes here. So this is how we can deploy our website on Netlify. I hope you like this video. So whatever changes you make, you can just push that to GitHub and that will automatically go to Netlify. So this is it for this video and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Before we get into actual coding of our website, let's add few more things to Visual Studio Code so that we are on the same note. So I am inside my Visual Studio Code and let's go to our extension panel. So I will show you some of the very useful extensions that I am using, and if you want you can also use it. So let me tell you that there are a lot of extensions which I am using, but I will show you the extensions which are useful for this project. Okay, so let's start with the first one, which is auto rename tag. This is very useful, as I'll show you the example. So if I go to my index.html, here there is an h2 tag. If I want to rename this h2 tag to h1 tag, then if I change this from h2 to h1, as you can see, the opening and the closing tags are changed to h1. I don't need to change it on both the side. Okay, same way, if there is a div, let's say, okay, and now I want to make this div as a p tag. So if I change here, this p tag will automatically come here also. So this is very useful. So first one is auto rename tag. If you want, you can install it. Second one is bracket pair colorizer. Okay, so as you can see the screenshot here, it pairs the bracket. Okay, so where there are brackets, it is mostly used for like if you are using a JavaScript code like in React, so where you can where you write all the functions and all. So at that moment it is useful, but not in our project. So I'm not giving you a detailed explanation on this. Then we have color highlight, which is again not useful for our project, so I'm leaving this. Then CSS peak, not useful for our project. ES7, this is also a React extension which is not useful for our project. ESLint, again not useful for this project. Okay, highlight matching tag, this is useful because as you can see, it will highlight the tag. So if I go to HTML, if I click on this H1, you can see there is a highlight like yellow color. It is highlighted in yellow color. So this is opening tag and this is closing. So it will show you this is this tag is from here to here. Okay, so this is very useful. So highlight matching tag, and there are settings also which you can do it. So you can color that, you can customize your see here, you can customize the border with the color. If you want to change the border color to let's say a different color, I'm using yellow color. If you want to keep it white or something, there is a default setting, but you can change that. I will show you that in the later part. Okay, so now the next one is indent rainbow. This is also useful. As I go in index.html, you can see there is an indentation. This color is different from this one. Okay, so this is a kind of useful thing because it will give you some different colors of indentation. Okay, then IntelliSense CSS, this is not useful for this project. Live SAS compiler, not useful. Live server, not for this project. Material icon, so these are the icons which can be used here, if you can see. Okay, so that is for material icon. Then there is material theme, which I'm not using. Okay, I'm using Monokai Pro. So this is the theme which I'm using, a free version of this. So if you want, you can use it too. Then npm IntelliSense, not for this. Path IntelliSense, also not for this project. Okay, this is like it will give you the path. Okay, if you type link and tab, then it will give you that path. Okay, I think we can use it in HTML also. So this is useful, you can just install it. Okay, then post CSS language, not useful. Prettier is useful because it is like we can format the code. So let's say if I unformat it and if I save this, now as you can see, it is automatically formatting the code. So it is useful again. Then preview on web server, which we already discussed and we have used in this project. And this one is super important, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Okay, so what it does is it will once you type any Tailwind CSS class, it will show you all the other
classes related to that. Let me show you in index.html. Let's say in h1 tag, I am adding a class, and let's say bg dash blue. So as you can see, bg blue 50, bg blue 100, 200, 300. It is showing all your different options. Okay, so this is very important, very crucial. Okay, so I think you need to install this. This is very important. Okay, then we have version lengths. So this is something like not so important, but if I go to package.json and if you click on this version length, so it will show you this is the latest version, latest. Okay, as I'm recording this video, all the versions are latest one. Okay, so this is showing me the latest version. Then what else we have? uh, this is for VS Code icons. Again, as I showed you material icon, this is for VS Code icon. Then we have, no, this is not for this course, because this is like useful for style components, and all the others are disabled. So these were all my extension, and then you can click on this gear icon. Okay, and you can go to settings, and once you go on setting, then you can search for format. Okay, so this is prettier code format on save, let's say. So here is the option for format on save. You need to tick mark this. You need to click on this. So that is done. There is one more, format on paste also. Okay, once you copy and paste the code, it will automatically format. This is the one. Then what else we have? We have word wrap. Okay, so word wrap, it controls the wrapping system. Okay, so I've given 80. Let's say if I go to index.html, and let's say if I copy any code which is too big, let's say hero icons. Let's go to hero icon website, and let's copy this SVG code. If I go to VS Code, and let's have a div here, and if I paste it, you can see this is wrapped. So it is automatically wrapping the code, because if you don't wrap, then it will scroll a lot. So that is very useful. In the settings here, as you can see, auto and word wrap is on. If you make it off, then the code will not be wrapped and it will show you a scroller. Okay, so this was one more setting. Then if I click on this icon, okay, so here are the different settings. So icon theme is material icon theme, which I showed you. Okay, then tab size is 2, font size is 16, editor word wrap is on, and minimap I have kept it false. So minimap is something that we have it here, a small map. Then this is the highlight matching tag. Here is the customization of my tag. Okay, so I have kept it yellow color, and border width is also 3. So if you change this to something else, so here the color will change. If you can click, you can see the yellow color. If I change this color, it will change. Then what else we have? This format on save is true. This prettier JS single quotes, if I put a double quotes, it will automatically change to single quotes. Format on paste is true. Auto closing tag quotes always. Then what we have, emet is also true. Then this is for Tailwind CSS, plain JavaScript. Okay, this is not so important. Then I have shown you prettier. Okay, so what else? I think I have covered almost everything. Emmet, you know, okay, because here if I type div, and let's say if I want to add a class of like anything which is like bg blue 100, and I press tab, so now there is a div and inside there is a class. And if you can see this, we are getting this. Let's say if I do 600, so you can see a blue color box that is coming from Tailwind Intelligence. Okay, so where is that? Tailwind CSS Intelligence. Okay, so this is the box which you can see here. Okay, so this is what we are getting from this extension. So this is very useful, so you can just install it, and I think I have covered almost everything, and nothing to be done. So I have undo all the changes. One more thing which I wanted to show you is that if I hover on any of the Tailwind CSS classes, you can see it shows that what kind of property this class is using. Okay, so item center, the CSS properties align item center. Okay, if I go to justify center, it shows the class name as well as the property inside it. So justify content center. Okay, text 6L is like font size 3.75 rem. Okay, so this is very useful, and all this is coming from the extension which is Tailwind CSS Intelligence. So this is very useful. So make sure you install this extension. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will add debug screen plugin. So before I show you what it does, let me add few more Tailwind CSS classes. So inside the body I will add few more Tailwind CSS classes. So let me hit enter so that you can see it properly. So this is the BG teal color. Okay, now I will add BG color for different screens. So for small device I need BG color to be blue, sorry, BG color to be blue 400, and for medium device I need the BG color to be red 400, and for large screen I need the BG color to be green 400. Okay, if I save this, now what small device means, anything which is equal to 640 and above, that is small screen, and medium screen is what, anything which is equal to 768 and above, that is medium screen, and large screen starts from 1024 and anything above that. Okay, so now if I go to the browser, so as you can see we are getting this green color. Okay, and not this teal. Now we can see this teal color in mobile view. So if I make it smaller, so now this is the teal color. Okay, and now if I increase this, and if my screen size is 640 and above, we will see a blue color. So this is a blue color, and now my screen size is 768 and above, it will be red, and if my screen size is 1024 and above, it will be green. So now the screen size is 1024 and above. Okay, it's above 1024. So now the problem is we don't know on which screen size the breakpoint is, medium or large or small. Okay, so the solution to this problem is that we need to right click, inspect, and if I click on this mobile icon, now you can see the screen size. So if it is 640 and less, sorry, if it is less than 640, let's say 639, then we can see teal color, which is a default color. Now if it is 640 and above, then it is a blue color. Now if it is 768, then it is red, and if it is 1024 and above, then it is green. Let's say if you don't remember this particular figure, for that we have one solution. So we have a plugin called Tailwind Debug Screen. Okay, for that we need to install that plugin in our project. So now let me close this. Now let's go to our Visual Studio Code and open the terminal by pressing Ctrl and backtick key. Let me stop this terminal, and here I will install that plugin. So to install it, I need to write npm install, and the name of the plugin is Tailwind hyphen debug hyphen screen. Okay, screens space dash dash save dash dev. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, so we are getting some error because it is Tailwind CSS hyphen debug screen. Okay, so let's do it again. Let me clear this and write npm install Tailwind CSS debug screens and space and then dash dash save dash dev. Okay, hit enter. Now we need to go to package.json, not package.json. Okay, if I let me close this version. Okay, now as you can see in the dev dependency, we have Tailwind CSS debug screen, and this is the version. Okay, let me close this. Now we need to go to tailwind.config.js, and inside the plugins, we need to write require and round brackets, and inside this I'll write Tailwind CSS hyphen debug hyphen screens. Okay, let's save this, and inside the theme we need to add debug screen, that is going to be an object, and here I will write position, that is going to be top and left.
Okay, this needs to be in quotes. So here I'll write left. Okay, and here I will add a comma. Let me save this. And now we need to go to index.html, and inside the body tag we need to add one thing, which is debug screen. Okay, debug screens. Let me save this and let's start the server. So npm run dev. Okay, hit enter, and now let's go to the browser. So there was a mistake. We need to cut this and we need to add this as a class. Okay, let's save this. Now let's go to the browser. Now as you can see, this screen size is XL. Okay, and if I make it smaller, so that will change to large. Then again, if I make it small, this is medium, then this is small. Okay, and then nothing. Okay, which is the default breakpoint, less than 640 pixels. Okay, so let me show you once again. If I increase, this is small, which we kept blue. Okay, now in the medium device it is red, now it is green. Okay, so in this way you can just play around with it. So once our final project is done, then we can remove this plugin, or maybe we can remove the class from the body tag. So just to make it easy, we will be using this screen. We will be using this plugin. Okay, and let's say if I make a little smaller, then the screen size is 2XL. Okay, so this is how it works, and this plugin is very helpful. So once this is done, I'll push all the changes on GitHub so we can finally see on the Netlify. So here, let's see what are the changes. So we need to push all the changes. So let's do it. In the coming up few videos, I'll be pushing all the changes on GitHub. But once we move ahead, then I will do it and you can do it on your own. Okay. So just to show you once again, we need to push all the changes. We need to add all the files. So git add space dot enter. Now we need to write git commit. Now I will just check the status of git. So git status. Okay, so these are the files which are modified. Okay, now git commit hyphen message. Message is debug screen plugin added. Okay, hit enter. Now I will do git push hyphen u origin master. Hit enter. Okay, so all the changes are pushed to the master branch. Let's see on our website. So this is the website and this is it starts building. Okay, so let's see. Site is live. Let me refresh it. So now as you can see, we are getting this plugin here also. So this is it for this video and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. So let's start working on our navigation. So before we start working on our header and navigation, first we will add comment. Okay. So here, let me remove this h2 tag and here I will add comment. So to add a comment, first we will write what we are building. So we are building header and navigation. Then select the entire line and press command and front slash. If you are using Windows, then you can press control and front slash. Okay, let me save this. So from here we will start our header and navigation. So I'll say header and navigation starts here. Starts. Okay, then we will remove all the classes except debug screen. We don't require all these classes in the body tag, so I'll remove this and only keep debug screen. Let me save this. Now inside this body tag I will take a div tag. So this will be our main div. So let me cut this and paste it here, and inside we will have all the sections. Okay, so now let's start working on header and navigation. So here inside this div tag I will take section. Okay, and inside I will take a container div. This will be our container div for navigation. So first I'll create the HTML structure, then we will style it. So there will be two sections inside this, a left side section and a right side section. So left side we will have logo and right side we will have the nav. So let me add the comment. So left side, left header section, and to comment out, select the entire line, command and front slash. Okay, then we have right header section. Now here I will take a tag and press tab, and here I will put a hash. So this will be our logo. So I will just write the name of the site. So Tailwind CSS Mastery. Okay, this is our course name, and this should be in a span. Okay, I'll take this inside a span. So let me cut this and I'll paste it here. Okay, let me hide this because now we can have a lot of space. So this will be our left hand side, and on the right hand side we will have our nav. So I will take a nav tag, and inside nav tag I will take a tag. So the first link will be about. Then to make this duplicate, just click here on this line and press Option Shift and down arrow key. If you are a Windows user, so you can press Alt Shift and down arrow key, so it will duplicate that line so that we don't need to copy paste. So now the second navigation is what you will build. Okay, sorry, what you will learn. And the third navigation is pricing, and the fourth one is FAQ. Let me save this, and now let's see it is running or not. So it is already running. If it is not, then do npm run dev. Okay, now let's go to the browser and see. So here, oh sorry, let me close this. Let's refresh it. So as you can see, we are getting the logo and the navigation here. Okay, so this is the plugin which we are using, so just ignore it. But here, as you can see, we have the logo and we have the navigation. Okay, but now what we need is we need this logo on the left hand side and the navigation should be on the right hand side. Okay, but before that we also need a button which is called get the course. Okay, so after the navigation I will add a button. Okay, button tag, and here I will write get the course. Okay, let me save this. So now we are getting this also. Now let's do some styling. Okay, a basic styling we will do. So here inside this div we will add a container class. As I told you, this will be a container div. So container. Okay, if I save this, nothing happens. Now we need this container to be in the center, so mx auto. Save this. Okay, now this is the container. Okay, now we need this logo to be on the left hand side and this thing on the right hand side. These two things should be on the right hand side. For that we need to add a class in the parent div. Okay, our container div, which is flex. So I have added this class. If I save this, nothing will happen, but I mean it will not go on the left and right, but it will be in one line because we have added display flex. Now we need this thing to be on the right hand side. So inside this nav tag I will add a class which is going to be ml auto. Okay, margin left auto. If I save this and if I go back to the browser, now as you can see our logo is on the left hand side and the links and this button is on the right hand side. So margin auto basically will take all the empty space and put the text on the right hand side. Okay, so now let me go back to the Visual Studio Code. So we have added all the basic structure which we required, but one thing we need is we need some padding. As you can see, this is like touching the screen. If I make it small also, it is touching the right hand side. Okay, and even the logo will be touching on the left hand side. So we need some padding. So here I will add padding, which is going to be 5. Okay, if I save this, now as you can see we got some padding from top left, bottom right, and if I hover on this, so this is 1.2 rem, so it is 20 pixels. As you can see, it also shows the pixel. So 1.25 rem is basically 20 pixels. I'll finish this video here only, and in the next video we will style the entire navigation. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will style our navigation. So let's make this smaller. So now we will focus only on this section, and you will able to see this navigation on the browser. But before that, make sure that your application is running. If not, then open the terminal and do npm run dev. So now let's start. So first of all, we need some space in between this navigation. So for that I will add space x4 inside the nav tag. If I save this, you can see we are getting a space in between the navigation, and it is 1 rem, which is 16 pixels. Okay, now we will add some class in span tag. So class that is going to be font bold, because we want our logo to be highlighted. Okay, so if I save this, this is bold, and we need the text size to be text XL. Now as you can see, the color is black. So now let's do some text coloring. So all of the navigation, we want the same text color. So inside of doing in each a tag, we will do in the parent. So in the section tag, we will add a class that is going to be text gray 700. If I save this, now the color is changed to text gray 700, but we want the logo color to be different. So what I'll do is I will add a text color here. So text green 700. If I save this, now this logo color is different from the navigation color, which is looking much better. Now let's do little bit of hovering on our navigation. So if I hover on it, the color should be little darker. So inside the a tags, okay, on all the a tags, to select all the a tags at once, just click on one of the a tag and press option. If you are a Windows user, then press alt and click on it. So all the a tags are selected. Now I will add the class, which is going to be hover text gray, and we want little bit darker, so 900. If I save this, now if you can see, once I hover on this navigation, the text color is darker. Now let's add border bottom on our navigation. So in the section tag, I will add border bottom and border gray 200. Okay, we want a light border. So as you can see, we are getting a border bottom of 200. So let me increase the color. So as you can see, this is very dark, but we need 200. Okay, so we have added border to our navigation, which looks much better. Now let's start working on the course button. Okay, so this is the get course button. So we will style this. So first, let me add class that is going to be, first we will add the background color. So bg green, which is going to be 200, and on hover I need bg green to be 100. If I save this and if I hover on it, you can see the color is changing. Okay, let's continue. Then we need text color to be green. So text green, which is going to be 700, and on hover I need the text green to be 600. Okay, then we need shadow, and on hover I need shadow to be medium. Okay, MD. If I save this, so once I hover on it, you can see the color is also changing and we are getting the shadow as well. Now we need the padding from left and right, which is going to be 3, and from top and bottom I need 1. If I save this, so we are getting this padding. But as you can see, there is this navigation is touching this button. For that we will do margin left, which is going to be 4, which is 1 rem, and this is going to be 16 pixels. Okay, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels. So now we are getting the space in between this navigation and the button. Okay, if I hover on it, we can see the effect. And now what else we need? We need the corners to be rounded. So rounded, save this. So we are getting the rounded corners, and then we can add the transition effect. So transition, and the duration will be 500. Sorry, duration will be 500. Save this. Now let's check. Okay, so we are getting this a smooth effect. Now we need to add an arrow here after this text. So I'll go to hero icons, and once you go on their website, we can find a lot of arrows. So I want this arrow, so let me copy this SVG, and now go to the browser. Let's go to the VS Code, and after this text I'll paste the SVG, and if I save this, you can see we are getting this arrow, but this arrow is coming down. So to fix that, we need to add a class inside the button tag, which is inline flex. Okay, if I save this, now the text and the arrow is side by side now, but this is not aligned with this text. So for that we need to add items center, and if I save this, now this is vertically aligned with this text, but the arrow is too big, so we will fix that as well. So inside the SVG I will change some classes. So height will be 4, width will be 4. If I save this, now the arrow is smaller, and this one we can change this to 24. Let's try this. If I save this, now it is too small, so we will add some class here. So margin top can be 1 and margin left can be 1. Okay, save this. So now we are getting this arrow on the side, but I think 20 will be fine. I think 20 is, let's remove this margin top then. I think the 24 was fine. So let's keep 24 and margin top 1. So it is exactly in the center. So this is how we have styled the button, which is looking good. Now, as you can notice that this logo and this the entire navigation and the logo and this button are not vertically aligned to each other. They are not in the center. So we need to fix that. So to fix that, we will come in the container div, and here I will add items center. And if I save this, now as you can notice, all this are in the center, okay, are vertically centered with each other. So as you can notice, this logo text is very messed up. So we need some space in between the letters. So here I will add tracking wide. Okay, if I save this, now there is a space in between the letters and it is looking much better. So now if I hover on this, you will get a different color. This is also done. So we have completed styling of our navigation. In the next video, we will do the responsiveness. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. So we have done our layout and we have done our styling. Now let's make it responsive. So some people like to start on the mobile site and then move up to the desktop. But I personally like to start with the desktop and then going down to the mobile. So if I make it smaller, so as you can see, everything is messed up, okay, because of the flex class. So we will first fix the flex class, okay. So let me make it bigger and let's go to VS Code. So first, in the div container, we can add responsive classes. So in the mobile device, I want this to be flex column, okay. So I'll do flex col, and then in the medium screen, I want this to be flex row, okay. If I save this and if I make it smaller, now everything is one below each other, okay. So there are two options which you can do it. I have created two options. So this is the first one. If I make it smaller, so as you can see, the logo is on the top, then navigation, and then the button. And the second option is this. Once you click on this, but this requires some JavaScript, okay. So right now we will not do this, but later in the course at the end we will use this Alpine.js to create this kind of navigation, okay. So please complete the course, okay. It will be at the end. And so, but right now we will do something like this: logo, then navigation, and then the button. But later on we will fix this like this, okay. So now coming back to our application, now this is one below each other, okay. Let me make it bigger and let's go back on VS Code. Now inside the nav tag, this ML auto should be in the medium screen, okay. Let's save this. Now let's try, because on desktop everything is fine, and if I go on the mobile, so as you can see, everything is in center, but there is a spacing problem, okay. So let's fix that. So what I'll do is, let's make this on the right side, or else we can make this bigger. Okay, so we are getting a side-by-side view. So let's make this bigger, and then let's try to fix this. So here in the span tag, I will add margin bottom, which needs to be 4. Okay, if I save this, okay, not in the span tag, we will add this in the A tag, okay. So here inside this A tag, I will add, sorry, margin bottom to be 4. Okay, if I save this, now we are getting a space of 16 pixels, but here this button we need margin top. So here inside the button I will do margin top to be 4. If I save this, now we are getting a margin top of 4, but if I increase this, everything is messed up, so we need to fix that, okay. So let me make it smaller. In the mobile, in the medium screen, we wanted margin top to be 0, okay. If I save this, now if I make this bigger, everything is fine, but the logo is not fixed. So let's fix that. So where is the A tag? Here it is. So in the medium device, we need margin bottom to be 0. Okay. Now let's try this. Let's make this bigger. Okay, so everything is fine in the desktop, but once I make this small, so as you can see, we are getting one below each other, the logo, then the navigation, and then the button. So as you can see here, there's a logo and there's a navigation and then the button. Same thing we are getting here. So I hope you like this video, and we have completed the responsiveness and the header part. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. So we are done with the header and navigation, and now we will work on our hero section. So let me show you what we are going to create. So this is the application which I have already created. So this is the hero section which we are going to create. So right now in our application there is nothing like this. So we are going to create something like this. Okay, so for that let's go to VS Code, and after this section, okay, this was header and navigation section. Okay, so after this section I will create one more section, but first we need to comment. We need to write the comment that hero section starts, and let's comment this out. Okay, then we will create section tag, and inside we need a container div. So div, and we will add a class container and mx auto and press tab. Okay, so I'll be adding few classes, but not all the styling, because styling we will do in next lecture. In this lecture we will create the HTML part. Okay, because creating all the HTML is better, then we can style it. Okay, so now inside this container div we will have one more div, and inside we will have h1 tag, and inside the h1 tag we will write Tailwind CSS, and then we will give a break. Okay, mastery. So as you can see here, this is what we are writing, Tailwind CSS mastery. Then we need a paragraph. So let me copy this. Okay, this is already created. So after the h1 tag I will create a p tag, and I'll paste the text which I have copied. And if I save this, and if I go to the website, you can see. So let's go back to VS Code. Now after this div we will take one more div, and inside I'll take an h3 tag this time, and I'll write up to 99%. So where this is coming from, so here if you can see, up to 99%, this is what we are going to create. Okay, and then we need this get the course. So let's go back to VS Code, and after this h3 tag I will take a div, and inside I'll take a span, and here I'll write get the course. Okay, this will be our button. Now after this div we will take an image tag. Okay, so image src, and I have already created a images folder. Okay, and I have already took this image. Let me show you 1 second. So here is my folder. So I have already created images folder. In this folder, Tailwind CSS mastery, and inside I have taken this Tailwind tail.jpg. Okay, so this is the image which I have created in Photoshop. So if you don't have any image, you can use this as of now, but if you want to create your own image, you can create it on Photoshop or maybe on Canva or something, but the size should be 860 by 630. Okay, this will be the size of the image which you want to create, so that you can use your own image. Okay, so this is the image which I have created, and if you want to use this image, you can get it from my GitHub link. Okay, this is my link. Okay, github.com dccoder 2021 Tailwind CSS mastery. Okay, so this is the link. From here you will find the images folder inside this, so you can take it from there. Okay, right now I have not pushed the changes, so once I'll push the changes, so you will get all the images, so images as well as the index file. So if you want to compare any code, you can do it from here. Okay, so let's get back to our code. So this is the image, but now the styling is not proper because we are not doing any CSS right now. We will do in the next video. Okay, so I have added the image. Now let me add alt tag also. So like Tailwind CSS mastery. Then what else we need? We need one more div. This div, we can keep it empty. I'll show you why do we need this empty div. We will not write any text in this. We will add some classes to get a border. Okay, so I'll tell you in my next video why we need this. Then what else we need? We need the SVG. Okay, if you go here, so this is the SVG which we required. These are the dots. These are all SVGs. Okay, this is not an image. This is an SVG. But creating this SVG it will take too much time. So I have already created this SVG for you. So I'll just copy this. This also you will get it from the GitHub link. Okay, in the index.html. So I'm just copying this, and after this div I'll paste it here. Okay, so this is a long SVG with all the circles with different position, okay, on X and Y axis. So we don't need to create because it will take a lot of time. So it's better to use this. So as you can see now it is coming here, but once I will add all the CSS, then it will look like this. Okay, so this we will do it in our next video, but as of now we have completed the HTML part, and you will get this SVG and this image from my GitHub link. Okay, so if you go to index, you will find that SVG and there will be an images folder inside this. So this will be the link for that. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome back. So before we style our hero section, I need to make one change. So as you can see, this div starts here and ends here. So I need to cut this ending div. Okay, so we need to cut this ending div and we need to paste it after this SVG. Let's save this. Okay, now we can style our hero section. So this was one change which you need to make. Now here is the main container and we have two div inside this. Okay, two sub containers. So let me first add a comment. So this is the main container. Okay, let's comment this out. Then this is the left container. Okay, so left sub container. Let me add a comment here. Now this is right sub container. Okay, I'll show you exactly what I'm doing so you will get an idea. Let me make this small. Okay, so now let me save this. So whatever changes I'll do, you will see here. So this is the left sub container, means this part, Tailwind CSS mastery, and this paragraph, make good looking website. Okay, as you can see here, this is the left container and this thing is on the right container. Okay, so that's what we wanted to make. So that's why I have written the comment left container and right container. To make things more clear, what we can do is we will add a border to it. Once this is done, then we can remove the border. Just to show you, okay, border 4 and then border red, let's say 500. Okay, let's save this. So we are getting the entire container. This is the main container. Okay, now this is the left container. So I'll do a class of border 4 and color should be, let's say, green 500. Okay, let's save this. So we are getting this left container. This should be on the left side. And now this is the right container. So let me give some border here as well. So border 4 and border, let's say, yellow 500. Okay, let's save this. Now this is the right container, means it should be on the right side and this green one should be on the left side. So to make this left right, we need to add float left to this container, and here we need to add float right. Okay, let me save this. So now this container is on the left side, this is on the right side, but as you can notice, we are losing the height of this container. To fix this, after this right sub container, okay, we need to add one more div with a class of clear both. Okay, and we need to close this div. Once I save this, now as you can see, we are getting back the height of the main container. Okay, so this is very important. So just remember that we have to fix in this way. Okay, now this is float left and this is float right. Okay, but as you can notice, this container is taking so much space and the next container is coming down. So what we want to do is, if you can see this container is overlapping this container. Okay, or the left container is overlapping the right container. So for that reason, we need to
remove this float left, and instead we can add absolute. Okay, once I do absolute, and if I save this, now both this container are side by side, and this left container is overlapping the right one. So this is what we wanted. Okay, and as you can notice here, this is in the center. Okay, so for that we will give some positioning to this. So I wanted from top, I want it to be 56, and from left I need this to be 0. Okay, if I save this, now it is going outside of this container, main container. So what we can do is, inside the main container I will add a class which is called relative, and if I save this, now this will be inside this container, and this is overlapping this. That's what we wanted, right? Now you can also give the width for this. So width I'll give half. If I save this, now you can see this width has increased. Okay, and here also we can give a width of, let's say, 2/3. Okay, now we will style this h1 tag and this p tag, so things will be very clear. Class that is going to be font black. If I save this, now this will be bold. Now I need to give the size for this, so text 7XL. Save this. Now as you can see, we are getting a bolder font, and then we need, I don't want the line height, so I'll do leading none. Okay, and now I need some space in between this letters, so tracking wider. If I save this, okay, the text is getting very highlighted, so it looks good. Now what we need is, we need the gradient color for this text. So what I'll do is, first we need to remove the text color, so I'll do text transparent. Once I save this, the text color will go away. Now I need to add bg gradient. Okay, so bg gradient to right means it will start from left and it will end to right. Okay, then we will give the bg color. Okay, so bg gradient, sorry, we need to give the color from green 400 to blue 500. Okay, let me save this. Now this entire h1 tag is getting a gradient, but we don't want that. So to avoid that, we will do bg clip text. Okay, let's save this. Now we are getting the gradient for only this text. Okay, not for the entire h1 tag. So this is what we wanted. Okay, now we will add some styling for p tag. So class that is going to be text gray 600, and size will be text lg. Okay, let me save this, and we need to give some break. So break tag, now it is coming down. So as you can notice, we have finished this part, but still there should be some spacing here. Okay, as you can see, we are having some space in between this, so let's do that. So I will add margin. Okay, so margin bottom can be 6. Save this. Okay, this is looking better. Right now I am not removing this border because we will remove this at the very end. Okay, this border green one we will remove at the end. Once the entire thing is ready, then we can do it. Now we will style the right hand side. So here is the h3 which we want to style. So class that is going to be, let me keep this on the left side so you will see this. So here the class will be font black again, then text color will be blue 500, and text size is text 5XL. If I save this, as you can see, we are getting this, and this is up to. Okay, let me make this. Okay, and now what we need is, we need this to be absolute. Okay, absolute, and from the right it should be 0, and from top it should be 56. If I save this, okay, it is coming here. Then we need to rotate this. Okay, so transform and rotate, we need 90. Okay, so rotate 90, not minus 90, only 90. Now as you can see, we are getting this kind of text which we wanted, which is our goal. Then what else we need? We need the z index to be 30. Okay, so it will remain at the top. Now we will do some styling for the button. So this is the get the course button. Okay, here is the button. So we wanted something like this. One second, let me close this. Okay, so here is the button which we wanted. So this is done. Now we will work on this. So let's go here, and inside this div, I will add some Tailwind CSS classes. So class that is going to be absolute. From left, it will be 0. From bottom, it will be 0. And if I save this, now you can't see the text. Let me show you. Width will be full. Give me few moments. We will come back to that. And if I do Z index of 30 and if I save this, still we are not able to see. We need flex items center, then we need justify center, and margin bottom we need 32. Okay, let me save this. So the button is here. Okay, we'll fix that. Okay, so in the span I will give some classes. Okay, so bg black. Let's do one thing. Let's fix that first. Okay, as it is coming down, we need at the top. Okay, so for that we need to do some styling for our image tag. So class that is going to be absolute again. Save this. Okay, now this is the button which you can see. Now what we can do, absolute, and then right we need 0, and let's save this. Okay, and from top we need 0, so it is touching to this container. Now what else we need? We need width to be full, height to be full, then we need object cover. Let's save this. Okay, it is covering the entire screen. Okay, we will fix that. And then Z index should be 10. Okay, let me save this. Now we will do some styling for this button, and I'll fix that issue which is not correct. So let's do this bg black. Save this. So now the bg is black, and on hover we need this bg to be white, and text which needs to be black, sorry, white, and on hover we need the text to be black. Okay, it's the opposite. Save this. Okay, if I hover on this, you can see we are getting this. We are changing the color of this button. Now we need the font to be uppercase, and font should be black. It should be bolder. Cursor pointer. Okay, then we need padding from left and right 6, and from top and bottom we need 2 pixels. Save this. Okay, now we need the rounded corners, so rounded full. Save this. Okay, now what else we need? I think we are missing the text size, so text to XL. Okay, now it is bigger. Now we need the transition effect, so transition, and duration we can keep it 500. So if I hover on this, it is a very smooth effect. Okay, so I think the button part is also done. Now this image is behaving differently, so for that what we can do is, in this container, okay, in the right sub container we will add a class of relative. Save this. Now the image is on the right side and this one is on the left side, and the button is also here, the text is here, so this is looking good. But as you can see, this Tailwind CSS mastery is going behind this, so we need to give some Z index. So where is that position? This is the left sub container, so here we need to give Z index of 30. Okay, now as you can see, this is at the top. So I think we have successfully finished this hero section. As let me remove all the borders which I have given. So remove this border, let's remove this border, and there was a last one in the right container. Save this. Okay, so now it is looking good. It is matching to our, okay, there is one thing, this empty div which we have kept, we need to work on that. So let's go to that empty div. So we need to add some classes. That's what I was telling you, that this is the reason why I have kept the empty div. We need this kind of a background. Okay, so see, this is missing here, so it is not looking that good, but here as you can see, this is noticeable. So let's fix that. So let me remove this empty div from here, and I'll add some CSS classes, Tailwind CSS classes. So bg gray 500, position is absolute. Okay, inset is 0, and margin top I need 16 pixels, and from margin left I need minus margin left, which is 8.
Save this. Okay, so now as you can see, we are getting this background color of gray. So we have successfully finished styling the hero section, but once you make this smaller, it is not okay. Okay, in the small screen, everything is cluttered, and in the medium screen also, it is not looking good. In the large screen also, it is not looking good. So we will fix that in the next lecture. Okay, and we will do some fun thing also, like as you can see, this boxes of different colors here. There's a background color, okay, on the entire body. So that we will do in our next lecture, and after that we will fix the responsive thing. Okay, so in every screen you can check this is not looking proper, but our navigation is looking good. In the large screen it is looking good. In the medium also it is fixed, and in the small screen it is fixed. So in this way you can check. Okay, but this is not working properly as a responsive, so we will fix that in the coming up lectures. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. So in this video we will do some decoration. So if I go to my website which I have already created, so this is the gradient which we wanted, like a gray color gradient, and these are the three boxes which I want to create. So this is a kind of fun element, like a decoration, so it looks good. Okay, so this is what we wanted for our website. So for that, let's go to VS Code, and inside, as you can see, we have created two sections. This is the first section for header and navigation, and this is the second section for hero section. Okay, so but these two sections are being wrapped in the main div. So this is our main div. So let's give a class of gradient here. So bg gradient to top right. Okay, so it will start from bottom to top right, and the color which we required is from white, okay, to gray, let's say 200. Okay, save this. If I go to my website now, as you can see, we are getting this gradient from bottom. You can see this is white and this is gray. Okay, now let's give this, create this boxes. Okay, so for that, here after this main div, I will create a div, and inside we will create three divs. Okay, so let me duplicate this, and here we will need to give class. Okay, so class that is going to be, first let's give the width of 56 and height of 56, and then let's give the color. Okay, so bg let's say red 100. Okay, if I save this, here it is, you can see a red color, but we need to fix the position. We need to give absolute class to make this position correct. So now it is 100. Let me give 500. Okay, it's too red. Okay, let's copy this, and we will change the color to green. This is purple. Save this. Okay, now we have three boxes of red, green, purple. Okay, but we wanted something like this, very subtle and very light in color. So what we can do is, here we can give the gradient. Okay, so bg gradient to bottom right. Okay, and the bg color should be red. First one is red. Sorry, it starts from your mistake. So from red 100 to red 200. Okay, let me save this, go back. So now this is very light color. This is looking good. Same thing here also, bg gradient to bottom right, and from green it's 100. Okay, and then to green, let's say 200. Okay, save this, go back. Now this is also light from green. Okay, here the spelling is wrong. So now this is light green. Again the same thing, so I'll copy and I'll just change the color to purple, because typing is sometimes very boring. So purple, from purple to purple 200. Save this, go back. So now this is very light purple. Now we will fix
the positioning. Okay, so for that, here I will do absolute. Same thing for all the three boxes. Absolute, absolute, absolute. Okay, now as you can see, everything is okay, but these boxes are in the same place. So here I need to go for top, let's say top 5. Okay, the red has come down. Now here I'll do left 10 and top 10. Save this. Good it is. Now left, let's say 20 and top, let's say 0. Okay, now it is looking better. Now we need to give some opacity because it is still more darker. Okay, as you can see, this is lighter and this is too dark. So opacity will be 40. Okay, let's copy this. Okay, save this. Now we can see the opacity has gone down and it is looking much better, but our logo is not seen properly. So for that, here I need to, in the parent div, I will add a class which is going to be absolute top 5 and left 5. Okay, save this, go back. Still it is not visible. So what's the problem? I think in the logo we need the Z index because it is going behind the squares. So where is our logo? So this is our logo, and here we can add the Z index. Maybe I can add it in the span. Z index can be 30. No, let me cut this, paste it here in the A tag. Okay, now we can see that the logo is coming up. Okay, so we need to give Z index on this A tag. This is our logo. Okay, let me close this section. So these are the two sections, and now this is our left decoration. So let's give the name as comment as left square decoration, and let's comment. So this was our left side decoration, and this was the gradient to overall body structure. And if the content increase, this gradient will also increase. So this was the fun element, and this was the decoration which I wanted to show you. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will do the responsiveness of the hero section. So if I decrease the screen size, as you can notice, we are on the larger screen. So this looks okay. But when I move the screen to MD, okay, this is a medium device, so it doesn't look good. And even in the small screen, it doesn't look good. And in the mobile, it does not look good. Okay, so we need to fix this. So first we will fix the left side, okay, and then we will fix the right side. So let me keep as it is, and here first we need to fix this left subcontainer. Okay, so this is absolute, so I will change this to relative. Okay, in mobile we will do relative, and in SM I need this to be absolute. If I save this and if I go back, as you can see, this has moved down. Let's continue working on this. Only one change will not fix the problem, so we need to make more changes. So this top, I needed this in Excel. Okay, and in medium device I need this to be top 36, and in SM I need the top to be 28. Okay, and padding from left and right I need 6, and in LG I need padding from left and right to be 0, and in small device I need this width of half, and in mobile it will be 100%. If I save this and now if I go back, now as you can see, we are getting this Tailwind CSS mastery at the top, and this is at the bottom, and this one below that. So we will fix everything. Now we will change this font size, okay, because it is too huge for mobile. So let's fix that. So I need this font text 7XL only in the Excel screen. Otherwise the text size should be 4XL. Okay, and this I'll cut it, and in the last I'll paste it XL, which is to be 7XL. Okay, and in larger screen I need text to be 6XL. Okay, if I save this and if I go back, now you notice we have decreased the font size.
And as you can see, we are having a lot of space here. So what I'll do is in the mobile device, I will hide the break. Okay. So to do that, here in the break tag, we need to add a class which is called hidden. So class that is going to be hidden. If I save this now in the mobile, as you can see, we are getting this in one line because I have hidden the break. And in larger screen, okay, once it crossed the mobile, then we can keep it as block. Okay, so from SM to XL, okay, to XL it will be block. So if I increase this, you can see this is block. Okay, let's fix this first. Now what else we need here in the p tag, we will do some changes. So in mobile I need text XL, but in MD I need this text to be base, okay, 16 pixel, and in SM I need text to be small. Okay, let me save this. Nothing happens, but in small, this is the font size is SM. Okay, so let's continue working on this. So the left panel is done. We will see what else we can change. So this gap is too much. So where is the H1 tag? So margin bottom is too much here. What I'll do is I'll keep the margin bottom as 2 in the mobile, and in SM I want this margin bottom to be 6. Okay, save this. Now this margin gap has gone. Now let's work on the right section. So here in the mobile I will do float none. Okay, and in SM I need float right. Let's save this. Now this is below the left section. And one more thing, in the left section, this paragraph, same thing, I want this to be for the break. Okay, so hidden and small I need block. Okay, in the SM I need block. So now this is covering the entire line. And I think text should be small in mobile, and from SM we need the text to be LG. Okay, remove this. Now it is looking good. Okay, so let's continue. So in small device I need the width to be half. Okay, and in large device I need the width to be 2/3. Let me save this. Now as you can see, we are getting the entire section. Okay, because now the width of this section is 100%. So this is looking good, but we need to fix a lot of things. So now H3 tag, this one in mobile I will hide this because we don't require this in mobile. Here I will do hidden. Okay, and in small device I will do it block. Okay, save this, go back. So it is gone. Not in small, we can keep it in large device. Okay, we don't require this in SM also. If you want, you can keep it, but then you need to fix all the other stuff like padding, margin and all. So it's better to hide in the mobile because this image already has that. So that's why I've removed it. And this top for mobile we don't require. We need this for XL. Okay, so here at the last we will do some changes. So XL I need top 52, 56, and LG I need top to be 44. Then text size also we can change this. So this should be in the XL device. Okay, XL screen. So here I'll cut and I'll put it XL and paste it, and in large device we need the text to be 4XL. Let's save this, go back. So we can't see this change in mobile, but once I complete this mobile screen, then we will check all the other screens. Okay, so SM and all. Right now we can't see anything. We'll fix it. Let's finish the mobile section first. Okay, so this div we need by default to be 16. Okay, margin bottom should be 16, and then in SM we need margin bottom to be 10, and in LG we need margin bottom to be 24, and in XL I need the margin bottom to be 32. Okay, save this. Now as you can see, the position of this button has changed, and this text for mobile it should be SM, and for XL we can keep it as text to XL. Okay, save this. Now the font size has decreased for this button. Now we need few more changes to be done. So as you can notice, we are not getting that gray color background. For this is the gray color background which you can see, but in mobile we are not able to see that. So let's check what is the issue for that. So this image, we can change the height for mobile. So width can be 11 by 12 and this width full. Let me cut it out, and at the last we will do for SM, okay, width full. Let's save this. Now as you can see, we are getting this gray background, and now lastly we will do some changes for this. So in mobile we need margin left to be 1, and in SM we need minus margin left 8. Okay, there was some issue. Let me check this. We can change this to 16. Not this one. Okay, not this one, not this one. Let me undo this. This was SM with full. Okay, we need to change this one. Okay, so margin left can be 1 and SM can be margin left minus 16. So as you can see, we are getting this dot svg dots. Okay, so in mobile we have fixed everything. As you can see, in mobile everything is looking good, but this we need to change. These boxes are too big and it is covering the entire part. So let's go at the top left decoration, and this we can fix it. So by default the width should be 32. Okay, so let me change this. Command D, Command D and 32, and we can give the width here for MD. From MD it will be width of 56, and in MD height will be again 56. Just copy this and paste it here. Sorry, where is the left decoration? Okay, save this. Now let's go back. So as you can see, the boxes have decreased in the size, but now this is touching to this. So in the section, okay, in the hero section here, we can give some margin top. So in mobile we can give margin top as 10, and in SM we can give margin top as 0. Okay, save this. Now this has come down and it is looking better. If you want, you can keep this in center also. You can just play around with it. And now here also we need some margin bottom. So in the paragraph, what I'll do is I'll do margin bottom of, let's say, 2, and in SM I need margin bottom of 0. Okay, save this. If you want, you can increase this, like, and keep it 4. Okay, so this looks good to me. Now here, as you can see, this Z index is having a problem. So here, where is the links? Okay, here it is. So we can give Z index of, let's say, 10. Okay, now you can see we are getting this. It is clickable now. So this looks fine for me in mobile device. Okay, now let's check all the other devices, like what happens when I go to SM. Okay, in SM we are having a problem, so we are not able to see the image, and even this is not looking good. So let's check what is the issue. Let me check the other. Medium also is having a problem. Only large screen is looking good. Okay, large screen, in the large screen we are not having any issue. Only these boxes are too big, so we can fix that in large screen. Let's check the large screen. So these are the boxes. Okay, so in large screen we can change this width of, let's say, 48, height of 48. Let me copy this. Now the boxes are small, but still I think 44 is better. So Command D, Command D, Command D, Command D, Command D, and 44. Okay, this is better. Okay, so in large screen everything is fixed. We don't need to do anything. And now let's check the Excel. Excel is also fine. We don't need to do anything for Excel. Large is okay. But in MD we are having a problem, and in SM we are having a problem. But in mobile everything is fine. So SM and MD is having a problem. So let's check it out. What is the problem for MD? So here is our hero section. This is relative. What if I do like medium? Nothing happens. So where is the image gone? Let's check in the code. Okay, so this you need to keep it SM only. Okay, don't keep it LG. So I found one issue. Okay, so this in the right side container, I forgot to give width, which needs to be half. Okay, now if I go back to the browser, now you can see we are getting this on the right side and this on the left side, and it is looking good. So if I increase this to, let's say, medium, sorry, large is also fine, and XL is also fine, medium is also fine, and small also fine. But here we need to fix something. We need to fix this. So, but in medium it is fine. But if you want, you can change this box size in medium. So let's go back to decoration. So in medium device it is 44. So let's keep 44 in medium device only and remove this. So let me once again let me remove this. Okay, LG, just remove this. We will keep 44 for the medium device, so it will 44, it will reflect in LG also. Okay, larger device also. So now it is looking good. And LG is looking fine. XL is also good. Only in small device we need to fix this. So let's see what is the problem. So this is right. No, this is the left subheader. So here I think the text size is having some issue. So what is the text? It's 4XL. 4XL is fine, I guess. Then what is the problem? This padding. Let's change this. Okay. Now what else we need to change? This is looking better. Only in SM we are having a problem. So let's inspect and do it. Then it would be easy for us. So what is the problem with this? Okay. This font size is too big, and even there is a lot of padding from top, I guess, which is having some issue. In the SM I have kept 28, so 28 is too much, I think. Can we drop it to anything lesser? Okay, so this 28 is, I think, too much, so let's do it 24, or maybe we can keep it 20. Okay, now it has gone up, but this font size is not okay. So text small, and then text LG is too much, I think, for SM. So you also need to if there are any changes, you also need to inspect and see which class is having that problem, or you just need to work on this. Okay, because if I do just typing and just correct it, then it would not be fine. So you also need to check, inspect, okay, this is the class, here are the properties, you can also make changes and all. Okay, so just play around with it and you will get an idea. So where were we in the p tag? This small text LG is too much, so we will do it MD. Okay, instead of SM we will do MG. So where is that text? Here, so MD. Okay, MD is text base, so remove this and let's keep text small. Okay, now it is fine. As you can see, this is fine now. Let me close this, and if I increase this box now, sorry, increase the screen, now everything is fine. So XL is fine, LG is fine, MD is fine, SM is fine, and in mobile we are stacking this one below each other. So this is looking much better. Okay, first everything was messed up, now it is fine. So we have completed the responsiveness of our hero section. If you want to make any changes, if you want to play around with the code, or if you want to play around with the CSS, you can just go ahead and do it. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will create our About Us section. So let's see how is the design for About Us section. So this is the website which I have already created. So this is the About Us section. This will be the main title. Then this will be the subtitle, and there will be a paragraph, and there will be one video. Okay. And if you want to see the responsive, so this is how the responsive section look like. Okay. So this we will create for our website, right? So let's start. First, I will create all the HTML part. Then in the next lecture, we will do the styling. Okay. So let me first write a comment about us section. Only we can keep about us. First, I will take a section tag, and inside we will have an h2 tag. And what is the title for that? Tailwind video I have done. Okay, let me paste it here, save this. Then after this, I will take a div, and inside I'll take one more div, and then we will have an h1 tag which is about me. Okay, so as you can see, this is the about me. Then we will have a paragraph. So let me copy this, and after this h1 tag, we will have the p tag, and I'll paste the text which I have copied. And after this div, we will take one more div. So here I will add one more div, and inside we will have a p tag, okay, which says, let me go to the website which I have created. So this is the text which I want. Okay, I'll paste it here, save this. Then we need a video, okay, YouTube video. So I'll take a dummy video. So let's go to YouTube and type in dummy video. So this is the dummy video. Okay, let's click on share and copy the embedded code and paste it here. Okay, and let's save this and let's check it in the browser. Let me close this. So here, as you can see, we are having the main title, which is this one. Then we have about us and paragraph, about us and about me and paragraph. Then we have a p tag and a video. Okay, so we have completed the HTML for our about us section, and in the next video I will create the styling for this. But before that, let me add some comment that this is the left section and this is the right section, so you will get an idea. So here I will write left section, left about us. Okay, and let's add a comment, and this will be the right section. So right about me section. Let's save this. So now you will get an idea. This is left section and this is the right section. Okay, so this is it. Let's say this is the main content. Okay, this is the main div. So do I need to add a comment, or is it fine? I think it's fine. This is left and this is right, and this is the main div. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. In the last video, we have created the HTML for About Me section. In this video, we will do the styling for it. So let's go to VS Code, and this is the About Me section. So let's add some Tailwind CSS classes inside this section. So the first one is text gray 700. I want the text to be gray in color. Okay, then I need some margin from top. So margin top empty -20. Okay, now the text color is gray. Now this is the h2 tag. So let's add some Tailwind CSS classes here. So text, that is going to be 6xl. Then I need the text to be in center. Then I need margin bottom 2. Font should be bold, and text gray. Already I have given 700, so that will take it. Okay, so now we have completed the h2 tag. Now let's go back to VS Code, and this is the main div. Okay, so let me add a comment here. So main content div. Okay,
So here I'll add some CSS classes, Tailwind CSS classes. So I need flex, okay. Items need to be center, BG gray. I need the background color to be BG gray 900 and need some padding, okay. So padding 10. Save this, go back. So as you can see, we are getting the BG color as gray, okay. Then we got some padding and flex will make this item side by side, okay. This is the left section and this is the right section, okay. So if I add flex here, so this div and this div will be side by side, so left and right, okay. Now let's add some CSS, Tailwind CSS classes inside this div. So this is the left section, so I need flex, okay. Items center. Let me save this. Let's go. Okay, so here is about me. Okay, let's continue. So now I need text to be left align and I need flex grow. Okay, let's save this. Okay, so we have not seen much changes. So let me add some Tailwind CSS classes in about me title. So text size should be 4XL. Text align should be left. Font I need bold and I need tracking to be tighter. So tracking tighter and I need the text to be transparent. Okay, if I save this, as you can see here, this is a gradient color, so that's what we wanted here. So let's do that. So first I will make the text transparent, then I will add BG clip text, okay. Then I will add BG gradient to right, okay. So it will start from left to the right, from green 400 to blue 500, okay. Let's save this, go back. So we are getting this transparent gradient color about me title. Now let's add some Tailwind CSS classes in this paragraph. So class that is going to be margin top, I need 3, text gray, I need this text to be gray 500, then max width XL, okay. Then I need leading relaxed, then text size should be text base, okay. Save this. So we are getting this. So this is side by side, but we want this about me to be on top of this paragraph. So let's check this out. So here I need width to be full. Save this. So let's go back and see. So this should be flex call, okay, because we need to stack this h1 tag above this p tag, okay. So let's save this, go back, okay. So now and this should be item start, okay. So it will start from here. Now here also we need width full, so this is fine now. So we are okay with this. Now let's start with the right section. So here is the p tag, but before that we have the div tag. So class that is going to be relative with we need full, flex grow, and we need max with XL. Okay, save this. Let's check it in the browser. So everything is fine. Now let's go back and let's add some styling for this. So see, class that is going to be, I need margin bottom 2, text gray 500, and text size should be text base, okay. So now as you can see, we are getting all the styling for this p tag. So I think we have completed the styling for about me section. So if I go here on this completed project, so here it is, okay. But we need to do the responsiveness, so that we will do in the next video. So I hope you like this video. So this is it for this video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. So in this video we will work on the responsiveness of our about us section. So if I make the screen smaller, you can see this is not responsive, okay. So let me go to the website which I have completed.
So here, as you can see, if I make this screen smaller, so now this is stacking one below each other. Okay, so this is what we wanted to create for our website. So let's do it. Okay, so let's go to VS Code, and this is the section of About Us. So we don't need to change any class here, but in H2 tag we will change it. So as you can see, this is text 6XL, which is for which is good for bigger screen. But if I make the screen smaller, so this is too big. Okay, so what we can do is we can change this to text 4XL in mobile, and in larger screen we can keep it text 6XL. If I save this, go back, now this is okay, 4XL. Okay, this is much better. So for mobile we can keep 4XL till MD, it will be 4XL, and once it reach to XL, you can notice here this is MD, still it is 4XL. But if I make the screen to LG, now it is 6XL. Okay, so this is what we wanted. Okay, so you also make changes, like if you want this to be 5XL or something, so you can do it according to your requirement. Then what else? This is the main div. So here, let me make this screen smaller. So now this is the main div, means this div. So this is like flex call. Okay, sorry, this is the main div. Sorry, so this is flex. So we need in mobile, this needs to be flex call. Okay, we need to stack the left and the right section one below the other. So if I save this, if I go back, now this is stacking one below each other. Okay, so this is good, but in the larger screen it will still stack, so we don't want this to be happen in the larger screen. So what we'll do is we will do MD flex row. Okay, if I save this, if I go back, now this is side by side. So MD means medium device, so in the medium device it will be side by side, but once I make it smaller in the mobile device, in the SM, now in the SM it is stacking one below each other. Okay, so this is what we wanted. Okay, it should stack one below each other in the mobile, and in the medium device like tablet and all, it should be side by side. Okay, it should be side by side. So let me make it SM only. Okay, so this was for main div. Now in the left section, okay, the item starts from okay, this is the starting point. Okay, so that's why we kept it item start, but in mobile it doesn't look good, so we want this entire thing to be in the center. So what we will do is we will by default do items center. If I save this, go back, so now in SM this is in the center, and below this we have this video. Okay, YouTube video. But if I make this bigger, so now also this will be center. We don't want that. We want this item start to be there in the medium device. Okay, so let's save this. So in the medium device it will start from here, but in SM it will be in the center. Okay, so this looks good. Then what else we need? Actually this flex grow is not required. Let's save this. So everything is fine, so I'm removing it. Then what else we need? Make this small. Okay, so now, okay, in MD, let's keep flex grow and see what happens in MD when nothing changes. Okay, okay, let's remove this. Then what else we need in SM? So now there should be some gap in between both of this, so let's do that. So margin bottom 16. Okay, so we are getting this margin bottom 16, and in medium device we don't want margin bottom, so we can keep it 0, and padding top we need 0. Okay, nothing changed, so let's keep as it is. Okay, don't require padding top. Now this is looking good. If I make this smaller, if you want you can stack this in MD also. In MD also you can make this one above each other if you want. Okay, I am keeping this as it is. but you can do it. Okay. How you can do it is like you can do after MD what is LG. So in MD also it will stack, okay, one below each other, and in larger screen it will be like this. So if you want, you can do it, okay. And this also you can change this, like instead of medium you can do it LG, okay. So you can do it in this way also, like in medium device also it will stack one below each other if you don't like that option, okay. Okay, so you can make changes according to your requirement, but I am keeping as it is because this section I will fix a width, okay. So this will go away. I mean, this problem you won't see if I make changes in the right section. So first let me complete the left section, then we can work on the right section. Now in this H1 tag, okay, the about me, we can make this text to be small in mobile, so 3XL, and this will be in LG, okay, LG 4XL. So about me will be smaller, okay, in mobile, and then we need text to be center, okay, so text center, and in LG we need text to be left, okay. This is fine. Now for p tag in Excel, I want this to be leading relax, and this also I need for the Excel, okay. Not for Excel, I want this to be in the MD, okay. Now let's finish the right section so everything will be completed. I think we don't require this flex grow. Save this. Let's check this out. But here in MD it looks fine. Let's see what are we missing. Okay, so in the website which I've created, this is looking fine, but here in our website there is some problem. So I think this width is something which we need to fix. So let me check this. So we need to add some CSS classes for this iframe. Okay, so let's do that. So everything will be fixed. So class that is going to be, first we need to give width full. Okay, if I give width full and check in the browser, now as you can see we are getting this side by side. Okay, because of width it was having some issue. Okay, now you can keep this as it is. So this is looking fine. Okay, let me make this smaller. Okay, this is looking better. Then what else we need? We need object left. Save this. So if you want, you can check. You go to Tailwind website and you can check what is object left. So this is the positioning of the object. Okay, this is object left. Okay, this is object center. This is object right. Okay, so you can just go through it. Let me go back to the VS Code. So we need this to be on the left side. Okay, and in LG I want the object to be centered. So object center. So let's go back and see. Let's make this small. Okay, let's make this also small, so you will get an idea once I save what will happen. So I have not saved till yet. So this is an LG, and let's see the difference. Okay, if I save this, what will happen? There is nothing much change for this. So if I don't do anything, okay, if I remove entire thing and save this, nothing happens. Okay, so I don't think so this is required for this video. Okay, if there is an image, then you can just play around with it with the positioning. Okay, so maybe you have a image, okay, of a particular person and you want that person face to come at the bottom. Okay, so left top. Okay, left top means whatever space is remaining at the top, you want to show that. Okay, object top, you want to show the top part of that image, so you can put object top. Okay, and you want to see the image, the actual image, you can see a lighter image. Okay, but you want to show only the right top part, so you can give object right top. Okay, and you want to show the object left, so you can show the left part. So basically you can see the entire image here, okay, and in between you can give which position you want to show that part, okay. This is also interesting, okay. Maybe we can cover in this, maybe we can cover this in advanced section, okay. This is interesting, but I think in day to day we don't require this kind of CSS classes, but still this is part of Tailwind CSS. So we'll see we can if we can cover this in the advanced section. So this is good. So I think explanation is very simple for this. Nothing to be nothing, it is not too complex, okay, to understand this concept, because object centers. So this is the bigger image and you wanted to show only this part, okay. So you can give object center, so it will only highlight that, okay. So we will see in advanced section if I have time, so we can just I'll just create one video for this. Otherwise you can just go through the documentation, but in our case we don't require this object left and center, so let me don't use this, okay. Then what else we need? We need, I think we need some border, okay. So one second. So if I go to the website which I have created, and if I go to Excel, so as you can see there is a border, okay. And if I make this smaller, so the border goes away. So if you want, you can keep the border. Otherwise, okay, let's do it. Let's keep the border and see how it looks. So the border is 8, okay. And if I save this, what happens? So you will get a border, okay. If you want, you can keep this border, and if you don't want, you can just remove it, or else you can just say that in MD I need the border, okay. So you can say that in MD I need the border, otherwise I don't need the border, okay. So below MD, like if it is a small device, okay, the border will go away. So if you don't want a border in small device, you can just remove that and you can keep it only in the MD, okay. So I'll keep this in MD and I need the color for that. So MD border gray 300, okay, save this, okay. So I'll get a color 300. You can change the color whatever color you want. If I keep 500, so this will be 500, okay. So this is also looking good, but whatever you feel like, okay, I can keep it 400. So this looks much better, okay. So I think we have finished with the responsiveness, okay. If you have doubt on any class, like what is MX with Excel, Max with Excel, so you can just copy this class. You can go to Tailwind CSS documentation, just paste it here, there, and you can see here, as you can see, they have given more and more explanation on this. So what was the class? Max with Excel. So the max width is 36 rem, okay. So you can just check the classes, okay, if you think, okay, what is relative, what is with full, okay. So you can just check what is leading relax. I have explained in the basic concept, but still if you have some confusion on the classes, so you can just copy this and you can just go through once again, because sometimes uh, when we learn something, you tend to forget, okay. So it's better to check on the documentation why this class is here and why we require this, so you will get a better idea, and much things will be much more easier for you, okay. So I think we have completed this responsiveness of about me section. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. So in this video, we will build a section called what you will learn in this course. Okay, so let me show you the section. So this is already been created. Okay, so this is the website which I have already created. So this is about me section, and after this about me section, you will have what you will learn in this course. Okay, so this is what we are going to create for our layout. Okay, so till about me we have finished. Now we will create this section, and if I make this screen smaller, so this is responsive, okay. So this is what we are going to create for our layout. So let's get started. So let me go to VS Code, and after this about us section, this is about me, okay, about us, about me. So now here I will add a comment that which section is this, what you will learn in this course. Okay, let's add a comment. Now from here we will start creating. So here first I'll take a section tag, and inside we will take a div, and inside this div we will take a container div. Okay, so here I will write div, and we need to add some Tailwind CSS classes. So the first one is container, and then we need max auto, so mx auto. Then we need padding from left and right should be 10, and press tab. Okay, so this is our container div. So let me add a comment container div. Okay, so this is the container div, and inside this container div we will have a header tag. Okay, sorry, we will have a header, so that will be h2 tag. Okay, so let me just copy this. So this will be the h2 tag. Okay, let's go here, paste it. What you will learn in this course. Let me add a comment that this is going to be our header. And after this h2 tag, we will take a div which will be our container area. Okay, so let's take a div, and here I will add a comment that this is a grid area. Okay, so let's comment this. Okay, so this is our grid area. Okay, and inside this div we will take 5 div. Okay, so div multiply by 5, this will create 5 divs, and inside this div we need h3 tag, and we need p tag, and press tab. Okay, so we have created 5 divs. This is the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, and this is the fifth one. Okay, so we have created 5 divs, and inside we have h3 and p tag. So inside h3 tag, right now I will select all the h3 tag at once. So option and just click. Okay, if you are using Windows, you can click on Alt and then press where you want to write the content. So here I will add a line which is called, what we will add is how to use Tailwind class. Okay, so let's add this, save this. Okay, so everywhere you can see the same line, but you can change, we will change. Okay, so but right now we can do it in this way. And inside the p tag, okay, let's select all the p tag at once, and I will add some lorem dummy text. So lorem 10 and press tab. Okay, let's save this, and now let's go to our layout. So here is what we can see. Okay, so this is the h3 tag, sorry, this is the h2 tag, this is the h3 tag, and this is the p tag. Okay, let's go back. Now we will add some CSS to our layout. Okay, so here inside all the 5 divs, let me select all the 5 divs at once. So this is the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, and this is the fifth one. Okay, I'll add a class that is going to be border. Then we need the color for that border, so border gray 600. Okay, then we need shadow LG. Let's save this and go back. So now as you can see, we are getting a border and we are getting a shadow also, and the color of the border is gray 600. Now to make this boxes side by side, okay, we need to use grid. So in the grid area div, we need to add a class that is going to be grid, and to use grid we need to define our columns. Okay, so grid col, and how many columns do we need? We need 6. Why 6? I'll tell you. You might be thinking that we can use 3 columns. Okay, so here as you can see we have 3 columns, 1, 2 and 3, but after this we have 2 columns. Okay, so how do you make 2 columns? Okay, so you can't create a grid container twice. Okay, so inside the whole grid we need to fix the columns. Okay, so we will use col span. Okay, let's say these are 3 columns. Let me show you, inspect and show you, so you'll understand why I took 6 columns. Okay, so as you can see, if I hover on this, it is showing the grid area. So there are 6 columns. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay, and these are divided into span. Okay, so if we want 3 columns, so we can use col span 2. Okay, and if you want 3 columns, If you want 2 columns, then we can use call span 3. Okay, let me show you on our layout, otherwise you will get confused. So now here, if I do call span, let's say I do 2. Okay, if I save this, go back, now it is spanning 2 columns. Okay, first and second column is merged together. Okay, so now let me copy this here. If I do call span 2 again, save this, go back, so the third and fourth column is merged. Now this is the fourth and fifth, fifth and the sixth column. Okay, the first 2 columns are merged together. Okay, 2 columns are getting span, these 2 columns are getting span 3 and 4, and now fifth and sixth are remaining. So here also I will do call span 2. If I save this, now this is spanning the last 2 columns. So we are getting 3 columns, 1, 2 and 3. So we need a gap in between. Okay, so for that, here I will do gap of 10. Okay, save this, go back. So now we are getting a gap of 10. Okay, now as you can see, these 2 columns are not exactly what it is here in this layout. Okay, so we need to fix that. So after this call span 2, there are 2 boxes remaining. So here we need to add call span 3. Okay, so it will span 3 columns. Okay, so it is spanning 3 columns, and again here also I'll do call span 3. Save this, go back. So now we are getting 1, 2, 3 columns, and here 1 and 2. Okay, now let's do some styling for the header. Okay, so let's go back here, and now in h3 tag, first let's do for the first box. Okay, so I'll do class that is going to be bg gray 500. Okay, and text will be text gray 200. Okay, save this, go back. Now as you can see, we are getting this background color gray, but we need some padding. Okay, so you might be thinking this is the container div for both this s3 and p tag. So if I give a padding here, let's say if I give a padding of 3 here, what will happen? Okay, let's save and go back. So as you can see, this background is also getting the padding. So this is not we wanted. Okay, so for that we need to give individual padding for h3 and p tag. So let's remove this padding from here. Okay, let me cut it out, and inside this h3 I will give a padding, and inside this p tag also I will give a padding of 3. Okay, if I save this, go back, now as you can see, we are getting this padding, and also we are getting this background color to look like our layout. Okay, so this is what we wanted. Now what else we need? So we will add all these classes inside all these boxes. Okay, so let's copy this. Okay, and in all the h3 tag here, let me select all the h3 tag at once. I'll add a space and paste it. Okay, so this is done, and now inside all the p tag I'll copy, select all the p tag at once, so option, and then click and click space paste. Okay, save this, go back. Now we are getting all the styling for all the boxes. So I'll wrap this video here, and in the next video we will do some more styling. Okay, and then we will see what we can do for this fun element, which is these 2 lines. Okay, and we will see what we can do with this boxes. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. So in this video we will continue styling our section, which is called what you will learn in this course. So let's go to VS Code, and let me make this small. Okay, so first we will style this h2 tag. So this is the section, okay, what you'll learn in this course, and this is the h2 tag. So here I will add some Tailwind CSS classes. So class that is going to be margin bottom 24. Okay, if I save this, you will see the difference. Okay, we are getting margin bottom of 24. Then what else we need? We need text size, which is going to be 6XL. Okay, then we need text to be in the center, so text center. Save this. So now the text is in the center. Then we need the font to be bold, so font bold, and color we need, so text teal, that is going to be 800. Okay, save this. Okay, so this is done. Now let's see what else we have. So we have this 2 lines. Okay, so this is the decoration we need to do for our layout. So let's do that. So after the h2 tag, I will take a div tag. Okay, I will take two divs and I'll wrap the entire h2 and this two divs inside a container div. Okay, so let's cut this and I'll paste it here, save this. So now this is the container div for h2 and this two div. Okay, so here I'll add a class which is going to be relative. Okay, now we will add Tailwind CSS classes. So class that is going to be absolute. If I save this, you won't see any difference. Now we need the height of 2. Okay, let's save this. Still you can't see anything. Let's continue adding few more classes. Then we need bg gradient to right from, and we need the color. So from teal 500 to blue 600. Okay, if I save this, let me add few classes, then you will able to see. So from top I need 0 and from right I need 0. Okay, save this. Still we can't see the lines, so let's continue adding few classes. So let me bring this here. Okay, and let me increase this. So here I will add transform. Okay, and here I need to do minus translate x4, sorry, y4. Okay, so if I save this, still we are not able to see the lines. This is relative, absolute, height is 2, top right 0, pg gradient from teal to blue, and we need one more thing, which is the width. Okay, so that is important. So width will be 1/3. Let me save this. Now as you can see, we are getting this line. Okay, so now let's this is the right hand side line. We need a similar kind of line, but it will be here. Okay, so in this div we will add Tailwind CSS classes. So class that is going to be absolute. First let me add the height and width so you'll able to see. Okay, so this is again going to be 1/3. Okay, and let's add the color for that. So bg gradient to right. Okay, and it will be from, this time it will be from blue 400 to teal 600. Okay, so let me save this. So as you can see, this is the opposite, like this starts from teal and it ends at blue. This starts from blue and ends at teal. It means this will be a continuation of this line. Okay, so that's why I made it opposite. So this was 400. Okay, 500. So let's make this also 500. Okay, now it is looking better. Now what else we need? We need transform and translate. So here I'll add transform and we need translate y4. Okay, save this. I think we need minus translate y4. Okay, now it is fine, and the gap is too much, so we need to reduce that. For that I will do a minus bottom, that is going to be 2, and from left I'll do 0. Okay, save this. Okay, it went too much, so let's remove this minus. Okay, now it is better. Okay, so this is minus translate y4 and this is, we don't need the minus here. Okay, so now this is fine. Now here inside this div we will add Tailwind CSS classes, which is padding from top and bottom will be 24. Okay, and we need bg gray, that is going to be 200, and text gray, that is going to be 800. Okay, save this. Okay, now we are getting the background color as well as this lines, but let's compare this with this one. Yeah, so this is what we need and we have done it. Now we will add some text in our layout. Okay, and then we will do the responsive in the next video. So let's add the text. Okay, so let me copy, but there is no need of adding text. You can do it whatever text you want, but still to look same, I'll just copy and paste. You can add your own text. Let me save this and go back. Okay, it is looking same, only this font, I think this is too small and this is kind of a bold. So let's see, first we'll add all the text, then we will see. I'm adding 5 boxes, but you can add more. Okay, if you want you can add more. Okay, so now this font is bold, so let's do a font bold in the H3. So here if I do font bold, save this. Okay, now it is looking better. Let's see the text size for this. It is text LG. Okay, so let's do text LG here. Okay, now it is looking exactly the same. Okay, so now what else I added in this? Text gray, font bold, text LG. Okay, so this is fine. So let's add this font bold and text LG in all the H3 tags. So let me make this bigger. Okay, and I'll select all at once. So click, option, click, and click, paste it here. Okay, save this, go back. Okay, so now this is matching with our existing layout. Okay, so I think we have done the styling for this section. Now we will work on the responsiveness. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. So in this video we will do the responsiveness of this section. So as I make the screen smaller, you can see this is not responsive. So let's make this responsive. So let's go to VS Code. First I will do some styling for H2 tag. So in mobile, if I make this smaller, so this text is too big. Okay, so this is too large. So here I will do LG 6XL, and normally we need text to be 4XL. Okay, if I save this, now as you can see this text is smaller in mobile device. Okay, now let's do this responsive. This boxes are coming side by side, it should be below one each other. Okay, so for that I don't need grid in mobile, so I'll do LG grid, and normally this will be display block in mobile. So if I save this, we can see these are stacking one below each other, but we need some gap. Okay, so for that I will do space y, that is going to be 8. Okay, if I save this, now you can see we are getting a space in between all the boxes, but in LG screen, okay, in the bigger screen we don't want the space. Okay, so for that we will do LG and space y, we need 0. Okay, save this. Now everything is looking fine. If I make this smaller, so this is responsive. Okay, so the responsiveness is completed. It was very simple, but I want to before we move on to the next next section, I'll show you some more design for this. Okay, so after this H3 tag, okay, let me wrap the H3 tag in a div. So let's wrap this in a div. Okay, save this. Now inside this, after this H3 tag, we will take 3 more divs. Okay, so let me duplicate class, that is going to be width of 3, okay, height of 3, and bg I need red 500. Okay, save this, go back. So we are getting a square kind of a box, okay, with a red color. Similarly I want three different colors. Okay, sorry, 2 different colors for this 2 divs. So maybe I can take green, and this I can take yellow, or this can be yellow, okay, like a traffic signal. Save this. Okay, so this is a kind of a traffic signal lights. So now here I will add class that is going to be flex. Save this. Now these are side by side, but we need to add few more classes. So I need items to be center. Okay, now design the center. Now what else we need? We need justify between. This is fine, but still let me wrap this 3 divs in a container div. So let's do it. Okay, let me add a class here, and here I'll do flex. Okay, save this, go back. So now these 3 boxes are all together. Now I need space in between all the 3 boxes, so space X, and I'll give 2. Save this. Now we are getting the space. Okay, this is fine, and this is also fine. Okay, justify between will give a space in between this title and the 3 buttons. Okay, so now what else we need? Here we need the border. Okay, so border bottom and border gray, maybe we can say 600. Okay, save this. Okay, we are getting the border. Now I'll remove the background because this doesn't look good. In this h3 tag, I will remove the background. Save this. But now this gray color is too light, so I'll give 700. Okay, now it is looking fine, but we need some padding here. So for that, what I will do is I'll remove this padding from here and I'll give the padding here. Okay, so maybe I can give it after this. Okay, so padding 3. Okay, so now we are getting the padding. So this is one more styling you can do. Okay, so this was the one which I showed you earlier, and this is the second style which you can do it. Okay, so let me make this smaller. Okay, this also looks good in the mobile, so nothing to worry about it. But I'll keep this style for our layout. This is just another style which you can follow. Okay, these are like a traffic signal, red, yellow, or maybe orange. Okay, so maybe we can keep orange. Save this. Okay, so this looks good. Red, orange, and green. Okay, so I'll undo this. Okay, so this was just to show you that you can do much more with these boxes. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will create another section which is called what you will build in this course. So let's check out the section. So this is a section which we are going to create what we will build in this course. So this is the section. Okay, and if I make it responsive, okay, if I reduce the screen size, you can see in LG these are the 3 boxes, and if I go on MD, we can have 2 boxes side by side, and in small device, in mobile device, we can have 1 box each. Okay, so this is what we are going to create, and we will create everything in one video, like responsive and everything. So let's get started. So let's go to VS Code, and this was our section what you will learn in this course, and now we will create another section that what we will build in this course. Okay, so what will build in this course. So let's comment this. Let's close this also. Now first we'll take a section tag, and inside the section tag we will take a div tag, and we will add classes. Okay, we will add Tailwind CSS classes. So the first one is padding from top and bottom should be 24. We need BG gray 300. Okay, and text gray 700. Okay, this is the main div. Then we will have our container div. So let me comment container div. Okay, which will contain everything. So div, let's do this way, div container, and then we have MX auto, and from padding from left and right will be 10. Okay, so tab, and we got our container div. And inside container div, first we will create these 2 things. This is the h2 tag, and this is the normal p tag. Okay, so first we will take a div, and inside we will have the h2 tag. Okay, so let me just copy this and I'll paste it here. Okay, save this, and then we will have our p tag. So let's copy this and paste it here, save it, and let's check what we can see in our website. So still we need to style it. Okay, so we will do it, and here I will start adding the classes. So class that is going to be margin bottom of 8. Okay, text that is going to be center. Save this. Okay, so text is in the center. We're getting the margin bottom of 8. Then what else we need? We need to style this h2 tag. So let's do it first. H2 tag. So class that is going to be margin bottom of 2. Text is going to be 4XL in mobile, and in LG we need text to be 6XL. Okay, save this, go back. Okay, we are getting a bigger text. Then we need the color, so text gray 800. Okay, save this, the color is changed to gray. Now we will do some styling for this p tag. So here inside this I'll add classes. So text that is going to be LG text gray 700. Save this. Okay, this is looking good. Okay, this is a mistake. So MX auto and padding from left and right in. So now this is in the center. Okay, so this was a mistake. So this is done. Okay, and after this div, now we will take a grid container. Okay, so first I'll take a div. Okay, so as you can see, this is created with a grid container. Okay, with a grid class. So same thing we will do it in our layout. So inside the div, I'll take one more div. Okay, and here we will start styling. Okay, so we need a class of grid as it is a grid container. So let's add some comment, grid area, and let's comment this. So this is our grid area, and we need to give for using the grid we need to use grid columns. Okay, so grid column 1. In mobile we need only one column, so grid column 1, and then we need gap of 5. Okay, then in MD device we need grid column 2. Okay, and in LG we need grid columns 3. Okay, and in Excel we need grid column 5. Sorry, we need 6. Okay, so let's save this, and now we will start creating our boxes. So this is the div where we will create our boxes. So here I'll add class that is going to be BG gray 100, shadow that is going to be LG. Save this, go back. You can't say anything because we have not added anything in the box. So here let me take an SVG. So let's go to hero icons, and here I'll search for check circle. Okay, so this is the circle which we need. So let's copy this, and I'll take a div, and inside that div I'll paste the SVG. Okay, save this, go back. Now let's see. Okay, we are getting a box with a checked icon. Okay, so here we need to style the box. So class that is going to be width of 1/3. Okay, then we need height of 10, margin top we need 4. Let's see what changes we are getting. So as you can see, there are changes in the boxes. So MX auto, then we need flex, then items center. Save this. Okay, this is in the center now. Now what else we need? We need justify center, rounded MD. Save this. Okay, now it is vertically and horizontally centered. Then what else we need? We need BG red color. Okay, save this. Sorry, BG red 400. Okay, so this is the box which is inside. Okay, this one. Now let's add a color here. So in the SVG, text color should be text white. Okay, save this, go back. Now this is a white color, and after this SVG I will add one more div which says button. So this is the text which we want, buttons. So this is what I wrote here, and we need to add some CSS class. So sorry, so here I'll add class that is going to be padding of 4. Text will be center. Save this, go back. Let's check out. Okay, this is coming inside the box. We don't want this inside the box, so let's cut this and I'll paste it here. Save this. Okay, this is what we wanted. So this is the exact box which is here. Okay, now what we will do is we will copy this box. Okay, so here it is. Let me close this and copy the entire box, and I'll paste it here. Okay, save this. Now this is red color, so we will change this to green. Okay, save this. Now it is green. So we will just copy and paste all the boxes, and we can change the text. So this is cards. Save this. So as you can see, this is the card, and if I do responsive, it is responsive as well. So everything is done in one video. Let's complete all the boxes and then we can change the text. So let's copy this. This is the third box. Let's see how many boxes are there. So 6 and 6, 12 boxes are there. So see, this was the third one, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Save this, go back. Okay, so we have created all the boxes. Now we can add the text and the color. So the third one is, let's go up and check where is BG green. Here it is. After this box, we have BG blue, and the text is going to be, let's check from your forms. Okay, then we have yellow. Okay, then we have what is the text? Header. Okay, so here I'll add header. Text, you can put anything you want. Colors also you can change according to your requirement. Okay, then we need indigo, and the text will be navigation. Okay, then what else? What color is this? Pink. Okay, so pink, and the text is hero. So this is what we created in our post. Okay, so this is uh, what I have written here. Let's save this and go back here. So this is what red, green, blue, yellow, indigo, pink. Now we will reverse it. Okay, here it is pink, so I'll make a pink color here, then indigo, then yellow, blue, green, and red. So let's do it here only. Pink. What is the text for that? Flex. Okay, and we have grid, and the color is indigo. This is grid. Okay, then newsletter and yellow. So yellow, and this is newsletter. This is blue. This is pricing section. Okay, and then we have green, so we don't need to change anything. This is FAQ section. Then we have red, which is responsive. Save this. Let's go back to our site. Okay, so we have completed all the boxes, and if I make this smaller, so as you can see in LG, we are getting 3 boxes, and in MD, we are getting 2 boxes, and in SM, we are getting 1 box each. So here, I think we need to do something for this text. So let's see this H2 tag. So this is the H2 tag we need for Excel. Save this. Let's make it smaller. Okay, so now it is looking good. So yes, this is it for this video. Okay, I hope this was a quick video and we have completed all the things at once. So it was simple, but yet we have used a lot of classes, so you can just go through it. If you want, you can just go through these classes because this is important. Okay, in MD we need 2 columns, LG we need 3 columns, in Excel we need 6 columns. So I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will create the pricing section. So let's see how it looks. So this is the pricing section which we are going to create. So in our layout, we need to create our pricing section. So let's go to VS Code, and after this section, I will create a comment which is called pricing. Okay, and let's comment this out. And here I'll take a section tag, and inside I'll take a div, and I'll add some basic Tailwind CSS classes. So class that is going to be BG cyan 600, text cyan 200, and padding from top and bottom is 32. Okay, and inside this div I'll take a container div. So container div, let's comment this, and here I'll take a div with a class of container. Okay, mx auto, and padding from left and bottom, sorry, left and right will be 10. Okay, Now inside the container there will be a left box. Okay, so I'll comment this out, and then there will be pricing box. Okay, so let's comment this out. Then there'll be right box. Okay, so we will create all the three boxes. Okay, so first one is the left box, so I'll take a div, and inside I'll take a p tag. Okay, we need three p tags, but let's complete the first one. So inside this I'll take a strong tag, and here I'll add text, which is XY videos. Okay, and inside I'll add a class that is going to be font bold and text white. Okay, let me close this. Okay, so we will get a space. Then I'll duplicate this, Option Shift and down arrow key, and Windows Alt Shift and down arrow key. Okay, the text will change. So ABRs, this text you can write whatever you want. I'm just adding this according to me, and here I will add source code. Okay, and here I'll add a text that is, let's see what the text is. So XY videos at a smooth pace. So I'll just copy and I'll paste it here. Okay, then what else we have on the second? AB hours of learning and building, and this will be source code and Tailwind playground. Okay, let's save this and let's check it in the browser. So here we have got, okay, text is white, spelling is wrong. So let me copy and paste it here. Save this. Okay, now the text is white, font is bold, it is fine. Okay, this left box is created. Now we will create the pricing box, which is this one. Okay, styling we will do in the next lecture. Okay, this is the basic styling which I have created, but in the next video we will style the entire section. Okay, so let's finish the layout first. So pricing box div, and inside the div let me add some Tailwind CSS classes. So class that is going to be bg white, text will be gray 800, width is going to be 1/3, and padding we will take 8. Okay, and inside this div we will take an h3 tag which says learn Tailwind, and inside I'll take a span tag which is CSS. Okay, and here we will give a class that is called italic. Then after this h3 tag I will take one more div, and inside I'll take another div, and inside we'll take a span tag which is $19. Okay, then after the span tag I'll take one more span tag, and inside we need one more span. Okay, and inside we will say this is dollar and this will be 9. Okay, let's save this and let's check. So here is the box, and last we need a button. So after this div we will take an a tag, ahref, and inside we will say get the course. Save this. Okay, so this is the button which we have created. Now we will style the entire thing in the next lecture. Now we will create the right box. Okay, so we'll take a div, and again we will take a p tag, and inside we'll take a strong tag, and here I'll write some text. So own projects, let's see what is the text. So use the code in your own project. So let me copy this, and here okay, here I'll paste use your code in your own projects. Okay, and this would be class that is going to be font bold, text white, and let's duplicate this and let's copy this, access to, let's say, message for support. You can give any text you want. Okay, I'm just doing it randomly. So now this is the third one, which says access, lifetime access. Okay, so lifetime access. Save this, go back. So here it is, use code in your own project, access to message for support, then lifetime access. Okay, now we need all these three side by side. Okay, so in the container div, I'll give flex. Okay, and save this, go back. Now as you can see, all these three boxes are side by side. So this is something which we have done as a layouting, and in the next video I will style the entire section, okay, to look something like this. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will do the styling for our pricing section. So this is the design which we are going to create for our layout. Okay, so let's go to VS Code, and this is the pricing section, and this is the main div. So inside this div I will create one more div, and I will add a comment that gray box for the top section, and let me comment this out. So this is the gray box. Okay, so as you can see, this is the gray background. Above this we have this box, so we need this gray color background. So I have taken a div, and inside I will write some Tailwind CSS classes. So first one is absolute. We need this div to be at the absolute position, and it should be on top, and inset x should be 0. And what is inset x means? If you go to Tailwind CSS documentation, inset x 0 means from left and right it will be 0. Okay, so if there are any classes which you don't understand, or if you think that we need to check, so you can go to Tailwind CSS documentation and you can just paste it in here, and you can see what the class means. Okay, so this is done. Now what else we need? We need height of 48, and we need bg gray 300. Okay, save this, and let's go to our layout. Okay, so absolute won't work. We need to give relative here in the main div. Okay, now as you can see, this gray background, okay, which is on top of our three boxes. So now here if I give relative, and if I save this in the container div, now we can see all the three boxes. Okay, they are above this gray background. Now let's style all these boxes. So let's go to VS Code, and here inside the container div I'll be adding few classes which are items center. Okay, because we need all our content to be in the center. So now this is in the center, and we need space in between. Okay, in between all the three boxes, so space x8. If I save this, go back, now you can see we are getting a space in between the three boxes. Now we will do the styling for our left box. So inside this div I will add a class that is going to be padding top 12. Okay, text needs to be on the right hand side, text size should be XL, and space Y should be 2. Okay, and I need the width of 1/3. Save this, go back. So now we are getting the styling for our left box. Okay, the padding is little bit less, so we can increase the padding by, let's say, 16. Okay, that we can do it, but first let's finish all the three boxes. Then what else we need? This is fine. Then we need to style the pricing box. Okay, inside the pricing box div I will add some CSS classes. Okay, Tailwind CSS classes. So first one is shadow to XL. Okay, then we need text to be in the center, then I need space Y of 4, then I need transform and hover to scale 105. Okay, then I need transition effect, duration should be 500. Okay, if I save this and go back, now as you can see, if I hover on this box is scaling to 105. Okay, and we are getting the shadow also, and this kind of a rainbow thing I will do in the next lecture, where I'll show you how to create a custom class. Okay, so these are all inbuilt Tailwind CSS classes, but if we want to build our own CSS class, that how can we do it, that I'll show in the next video. That is the reason why I have kept this rainbow styling to be done in the next video. Okay, so now let's continue. Now in h3 tag I will add some Tailwind CSS classes. So text gray 600, then we need text to be in the center, then text should be LG. Okay, save this, go back. Okay, now the size of this text has increased, so the H3 is done. Now we will style this text with the amount. Okay, so this is the div for that. So class that is going to be relative. Okay, margin bottom we need 8, text should be 6XL, then flex. Okay, items center, then justify center. Okay, save this, go back. Now as you can see, we have increase the size of the text, and one more thing we need is flex grow. Okay, flex grow. Okay, now let's do some styling for the span. So class that is going to be text gray 400. Okay, we need line through, and we need margin right to be 3, and the last thing is opacity, which needs to be 30. Okay, save this, go back. Okay, so the opacity is too less, so we can increase that. Let's say if I do 40, what happens? Okay, let's do it 50. Okay, now it is visible, a little bit visible. Okay, so now let's do the styling for this. Okay, so here inside this pen I'll add a class which is going to be text gray 700. Okay, and now inside this pen I will add some Tailwind CSS classes. So the first one is text gray 500. Okay, we need only one class, so save this, go back. So now as you can see, this was the main span, and inside we have created one more span. So the color of the main span, which is this one, will be text gray 700. So this will be text gray 700, and inside the span we have added this dollar sign, so the color will be text gray 500. Okay, so this is what we need, so we have done that. And now I think, okay, the text is fine. Now we need to style the button. So let's do the styling for the button. So class, there are a lot of Tailwind CSS classes which we need to add for this. So first one is block. Okay, then we need padding 3, text will be 2XL. Save this, and now you can see we are getting some changes. Then we need PG gradient to right. Okay, then it should be from yellow 500 via yellow 400 to yellow 300. Okay, so this is a lot of colors, and the text should be text yellow 400. Sorry, it should be 700. Okay, so save this, go back. Now as you can see, we are getting this button. Okay, but still we need to add few more classes. So on hover, we need the text should be yellow 900. Okay, and it should be rounded, the corners should be rounded, and we need the shadow. Okay, and on hover we need the shadow to be 2XL. Let's save this and go back. So we are getting a hover also, and the button is looking good, but we need the transition effect. So transition and duration will be 300. Okay, so duration 300. Save this, go back. Now it is having a smooth transition effect. So this is done. Now we will do the styling for the right box, and this one, the rainbow shades, we will do in the next lecture. So this right box, we will add some CSS classes. So Tailwind CSS classes, padding top can be 16. Okay, then space y, that is going to be 2, and text will be XL. Okay, so now everything is matching here. Okay, and in the next video we will do the styling for this rainbow. Okay, I think the styling is looking good, but we need to do the responsiveness. Okay, so that we will do in the next video. Sorry, not next video, next to next video. Okay, so here as you can see, this is in responsive, it will look something like this. So this is looking much better. Okay, so this is what we want for our layout also, that we will do in my coming up lectures. So in the next video we will create a custom class, okay, to create this rainbow color. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will create a custom CSS class to create this rainbow shadow, okay, for our pricing section. So let's go to the documentation, and to create a custom CSS class, you need to go to documentation, and here is adding custom utilities. Okay, so this is the way you can create a custom class. So let's copy this, okay, and let's go to Visual Studio Code, and inside the style.css I'll paste this, and instead of this I will give my own class, okay. So shadow, you can create your own class, okay, you can give any name you want, and we need to give the property here. So I have already created the box shadow for the rainbow, okay, so no need to type the properties, we can just copy and paste it here, okay. Save this, you will get this from my GitHub, okay. And let's copy this, and we need to go to index.js, and in the pricing box section, here is the div. Let's paste this, okay, inside the pricing box div. And if you go to the website, so here we are getting the shadow, okay, we are getting the rainbow colors. So this is how you can create a custom CSS for your website. You can add more and more classes if you want. If you want something which is not an inbuilt class, okay, then you can create your own class and add properties to it. So this was a short video, but it is very useful, okay. These are all inbuilt CSS classes, okay, these are all inbuilt, but this is something which we have created. So in this way you can create any of the class and you can use it. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will create a responsiveness of this section. So as you can see, this is not looking good in mobile, but the layout which I have created, this is what we want to create for our layout, okay. So we will start with the container div. So we have kept this flex because we want these boxes to be side by side. So in mobile we want this to be flex column, okay. So flex col, if I save this, now by default it will be column, okay. But in LG screen I need this to be flex row, okay. Let's save this. So if I go to LG screen, this is MD, but if I move on to LG screen, let's say this is still MD, now this is LG, okay. So in LG this will be the design, but in MD and less than that, in SM and in the mobile screen, this will be stacked one below each other, okay. Now this space x8 we need in LG, okay, and we need a space y to be 4 in mobile, okay. So if I save this, okay, you will get some space here. And now in LG we don't need the space y, so we'll keep it 0, okay. Now we will continue with the left box. So now as you can see, if I go to the main website which I have created, so this box comes first, the order is first, then this one second, and this one third, okay. So the same way we have to do it. So here we need the box to come first, and this left box should be come on the second space, okay, on the second row. So order will be 2, okay. Save this. So now this is the order, okay. This box comes first, then this left box, okay. And in LG we need order to be 1, okay, it should be first. Now what else we need? We need in LG we need the width to be 1/3, and this text right should be in LG screen and not in the mobile screen. Mobile screen it should be text center. Save this. Okay, so now the text is in center. This is the left box, okay. So now what else we need? So I think the left box is done. Now we will continue with the pricing box, okay. So let's go to pricing box, and pricing box we need the order to be first, okay. So here I'll give order 1, and in LG I need order 2, okay, because in LG screen we need the box on the second place. So if I go on LG screen, so still we need to work on this. So let's kind of finish the mobile section, then we will see the LG screen, okay. So pricing box is the order 1, in LG we need order 2. Then what else we need? In LG we need the width of 1/3, so LG width of 1/3, and in mobile it will be 100%. So let's see, okay. So in mobile this should be 100%. If I give width full, what will happen? Let's save this, okay. So we need the width of 100%. Now what else we need? In this section we don't require anything. Now we will come to right box, and here this should be order 3. Okay, if I save this, now as you can see the pricing box is on the top, then this left, and this is the right box. Okay, and what else we need for this? In LG we need the width to be 1/3. Okay, so I'll give LG width to be 1/3, and in LG I need one more thing, which is text left. Okay, and in mobile I need text center. Save this. Okay, now the text is in center. Now let's check this in the LG screen. Now this is what we wanted, so this is looking fine. But let's go in LG screen. Okay, so in LG screen this is what we wanted, so this is looking fine. But as I move to MD screen or SM, so this is how it will look in the mobile. Okay, in tablets and mobile. We have successfully completed the responsiveness of this pricing section. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will create this video list section. Okay, so let's go to VS Code, and here I will add a comment, video list section. Okay, and let's comment this, and here I'll take a section tag. Okay, and inside I'll take a div, and we will do everything in one video, like responsive and styling and all. So padding from top and bottom I need 32. Okay, BG I'll take gradient to bottom. Okay, then I'll take the color from gray 700 to gray 800. Okay, let me close this div, and now inside this div I'll take a container div. So container div, and let's add a comment here. So div with a class of container and mx auto, and then we need padding from left and right needs to be 10. Okay, then inside I'll take one more div with a class of margin bottom 10, text will be center, and space y will be 4. And inside this div I'll take an h2 tag, and we need to add the class of text 4xl in the mobile, and in LG I'll take text 6xl. And first let's add some text here. So the modules slash videos. Okay, if I save this and if I check in the browser, because I'm just typing everything, so we need to check what we have done till now. So this was the gradient color. Okay, which was from gray 700 to 800. This is the container div, and inside we have taken a div. Okay, and then we have taken an h2 tag. So this is the h2 tag. Okay, let's continue adding the CSS for this text. So I need text to be transparent, and bg clip text, bg gradient to bottom right from white to, if I give purple, let's see what color we will get. So purple 200, and then we need font to be bold. Save this, go back. Okay, so this is the white color. What if I give purple 200? Let's say if I give green 500. Okay, so now the color is changing from white to green, but which color will be better for us? I think green is better, but let's give 300. Okay, this is looking better. Okay, from white to green. Okay, you can give any color you want, but I'm just doing it green. Let's keep it 300, because at 200 we can't see anything. This is looking better, or maybe we can keep cyan. Okay, whatever color you like you can keep it, that's not a problem. Okay, so now this h2 tag is being completed. Now after h2 tag we will take a p tag. Okay, and I will add the text, which is 9 hours of Tailwind learning in 15 modules and 55 videos. So let's give the class here. So class of text 2xl, and text will be gray 200. Save this, let's check. Okay, so this is looking better. Now we will continue working on this listing. Okay, so let's go back here, and in the container div, okay, here after this div I'll take a div with a class of max width of 3xl. Okay, then I need max auto. Text will be gray 400. Okay, let's close this div, and inside this div I'll take one more div with a class of padding 6. Okay, bg gray 800. Then we need flex, justify center, sorry, justify between. Okay, because we need the text to be side by side, like this text will be here and this will be here, so that is the reason we need to keep justify between. Then we need items to be center. Okay, close this. Now we need the h4 tag. So in h4 tag we need only one class, that is text 3xl, and here I will add the text which is getting started. Okay, save this, and if I go back on our site, so this was the text getting started, which is here. Okay, and now we need these two things, videos and minutes. So here after the h4 tag I'll take a div with a class of flex space, text will be 8 and text will be in the center. Text size will be text XL and font which needs to be bold. Okay, now inside this div I'll take one more div, and let's say we need 6. Okay, and then inside I'll take a span tag, and I'll write videos. Okay, so now we will style the span tag. So class that is going to be block text sm, font size will be normal. Okay, let's say this, go back. So this is 6 videos. Okay, now we need this for minutes. So what we will do is we will just copy this, and after this div I'll paste it. Okay, so here I can change the text to 33 minutes. Okay, so 33 minutes. Save this, go back. Okay, so this is not according to this, so let's see what I missed out. Okay, we don't need this flex again. Okay, I'll just copy this div. Let's cut this out and remove this flex, and after this div I'll paste it. Okay, so inside this div we need these two divs. Okay, let's save this, go back. Okay, now everything is fine. Now similarly we can do it for main concept and layout. So that is very simple. Just copy this div. Okay, this starts from here, ends here. Copy this, paste it. Okay, then we need one more, so paste it. Then we can change the text. That is going to be main concept, and then we need layout. Okay, so layout, and here we can change the videos, so 11 videos and 67 minutes. This is something which I am putting randomly. Okay, so you can put your own text. These are 4 videos and 37 minutes. Okay, save this. Now we can see this here. Now as you can notice that in between we have a lighter background. For that we can do one thing. Here after bg gray 800 we can just add opacity of 50, and if I save this, go back, so now you can see we have a lighter background. So this is responsive as well because we have, okay, so we don't require to do much. Okay, for responsive it is looking good. So we have completed the module and video listing section. Now in the next video we will work on FAQs. Okay, so this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video we will create the footer section. So as you can see, this is the footer section, and this is what we wanted to create in our layout. So let's get started. So after this section I will add a comment, footer section. Okay, and let's add a comment here. Now I'll start with the section tag, and this time I will add a class of bg gray lighter. Padding will be 8. Okay, let's close this section, and inside the section I will take a footer tag, and let me close this footer tag, and let's add the classes here. Okay, Tailwind CSS classes. So first one is flex, then I need justify center. Okay, justify center. Then we need padding from left and right needs to be 4. Text I need gray 900. Okay, then bg gray I need 100. Okay, so now inside this footer I will need a container div. Okay, so let's create a div here. So this will be our container div. So add a class of container. Padding from top and bottom will be 6, and in LG screen padding from top and bottom will be 10. Okay, so now inside this container div I need an h1 tag which says get update on this course. Okay, and let me save this and let's go on our site. So this is what we can see right now. Let's do some more styling. On h1 tag I'll add a class. So first is text center, then we need text size which should be LG, font which needs to be bold, tracking we need tighter, bg clip text needs to be transparent, then we need bg gradient to right from green 400 to blue 500. Okay, save this, go back. Okay, so this is what we got. So actually this gray we don't require, so let's remove this bg gray 100. Okay, let's remove this, we don't require this. Okay, now let's continue working on the other thing. So after this h1 tag I will take a div tag. Okay, and inside this div tag I will take one more div, then we need one more div inside this with the input. Okay, type will be email, and we need a placeholder which says enter your email. Okay, let's close this, save this. Okay, so we are getting the input here, but we need to do a lot of styling. So first I will style this input. So class that is going to be width of full. No, we don't require width of full, we need rounded full. Okay, so rounded full, margin we need 1, padding we need 2, we need text gray 700, text sm. Okay, the size is text sm. Focus we don't require outline, so outline will be none. Okay, let's save this and go back on the site. So we have removed the focus, but still we need to add more CSS classes inside this divs. Okay, so let's first work on this div. So class that is going to be flex, we need justify center, then we need margin top to be 6. Okay, then inside this div we need a class that is going to be bg white. Okay, rounded full, padding we need 1. Okay, then inside this div we will add classes. So this will be flex wrap. Okay, justify between, then in medium device we need flex to be row. Okay, save this, let's check it in the browser. So now this is in the center, but we need a button as well. So after this input I will add a button. So button which says subscribe. Okay, and we need to add classes here as well. So class that is going to be width of full, text will be white, margin 1, padding 2, padding from left and right will be 5, text sm, bg gray 800. Okay, rounded full, then we need font to be semi bold. Save this. Okay, let's check. Okay, so now still we need to do a lot of we need to add a lot of css Tailwind CSS classes. So uppercase, and in LG we need width to be auto. We will change the gradient. Okay, so bg gradient to right. Okay, and it will be from pink 400 to indigo 500. Okay, and on hover it will be from pink 800 to indigo 900. Okay, save this and let's go to the browser and let's see. So here it is. So this is looking good. Okay, and if I make it smaller, so this will be something which you can see in the mobile screen. Okay, Now what else we need? We need this border. Okay, so this is a HR tag, and then we need a logo and this links. Okay, so let's do it. Okay, so let's go to VS Code, and after this div, okay, we will add one more div, but before that we need to take an HR tag, and here we will add class that is going to be height, which needs to be px. Height px means one pixel. Okay, so if I go to the documentation, so here it is, h hyphen px means height 1 pixel. So if you don't understand any classes, so you can just go through the documentation, so you will understand, okay, what is the property for that. So height is going to be 1 pixel, margin top will be 6, bg gray, that is going to be 700, and border will be none. Okay, so let's close this HR tag, save this, and let's check it in the browser. So we are getting this HR tag. Okay, so this is looking exactly the same. Now after this we will take a div tag, and inside this div I will take one more div. Okay, and here we will take a tag, so a href hash, and let's close this a tag, and here I will write Tailwind mastery. Okay, so this is the logo, and after this div tag I will take one more div tag, and here we need the links. So inside this div I will add one more div with all the a tags. So a href, that is going to be hash again, and the first is about. Okay, so if I go here and if I see about, blog, news, and contact, so let's duplicate about, blog, news, and contact. Let's save this, and if I go back here, so you will see everything at one place, but we will fix all the things. So we will start with this div. Okay, so we need to do one thing. This div should not close here. This div should close here. Okay, because this is the parent div. Okay, so let me cut this out, and after this div we will paste it. Okay, so this will be the main div. Okay, this will be the main div, and inside we will have two divs which will have the logo and the links. Okay, so this is the main div. So for the main div we will add a class which is called flex. Okay, and in mobile we need flex call, then items needs to be center, justify between, then we need margin top to be 6, and in MD we need flex row. Okay, so if I save this, go back to the browser, now this Tailwind logo is here and we have the links on the right side. Okay, so that was the main parent div. Now we have this logo and the links, so we need to style the logo first. So in the a tag I will add classes. So class that is going to be text3xl, fonts need to be bold, then we need tracking to be tighter, then we need the transparent. Okay, so bg clip text, then text transparent, then we need bg gradient to right. Okay, so bg gradient to right, then we need from, color should be green, from green 400 to blue 500. Okay, let's save this and go back on the browser and check. So this is what we are getting, and it is looking exactly the same. Okay, Tailwind CSS mastery, so I wrote Tailwind only, so Tailwind CSS mastery. Okay, now it is looking good. Okay, font is, I think, black, not bold, so we'll make it more bolder, so font black. Now this is looking the same. Okay, now we will style this links. So let's go to the VS Code, and here I will add a class that is going to be flex, margin top is 4, and in MD I need margin to be 0. Okay, and in this div I will add a class of -mx4. Okay, save this, go back, let's see. Okay, still we need to add some styling here. So class that is going to be padding from left and right 4, text small, save this, go back. Okay, now it is looking good. So we need to add all the classes and all the a tags. So let's select everything at once, paste and paste. Okay, so now this is looking beautiful. So if I make it smaller, so it is looking good. Okay, in the mobile device it is looking good. So we have completed the project. We have completed the entire layout with the responsiveness as well. So this is it. Thank you.
Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will work on the menu. Okay, so if I make the screen smaller, so right now our menu look like this, but in the application which I have already created, here is the menu. Okay, so if I click on this icon, you can see this navigation has opened, and if I click on the icon again, it will go away. So right now our application doesn't have this functionality, so we will convert this into this functionality using Alpine.js. Okay, so if I go to Google and search for Alpine.js, so this is the first link. You need to click on this, and if I go on the documentation, okay, it is a JavaScript framework as it is written here, your new lightweight JavaScript framework. Okay, if I click on the documents, so here is the installation part, but let me show you few things which we are going to use to make this work. Okay, make the navigation work. So we are going to use couple of directives like xdata, xshow, xbind. Okay, so to make the navigation work, so let me show you what is xdata. Okay, so things will be easy for you to understand. So here is the example. Okay, this is the div. Okay, and here is the directive called xdata, and here is the object which is having a property called open, which is equal to false. Okay, so let's say this is our parent div. Okay, so we need to give a directive called xdata, and we need to give a property called open or whatever name you want. Okay, this is the name which they have given. We can keep any name. So initially it will be false. Okay, and inside we will have a button. If you click on that button, this will toggle. Okay, open, which will be equal to which is not equal to open, means it will toggle. Okay, it will toggle the content, and this will be our navigation, let's say. Okay, so it will have the directive called xshow, and here we need to pass that property which is called open. So once you click on that button, it will open, and once you click on it again, it will close. Okay, so basically it will toggle. So that is what we wanted. So basically this is the examples which we are going to use. It is very simple to understand. Okay, this we will be using in our application. So I'll show you how practically it will work. So first we will do the installation part. So here we need to click on the installation, and first we need to copy the script. Okay, which is, in my case, it is 3.9.1. This is the latest version of Alpine.js at the time of recording. Maybe if you see this video after a couple of months, or maybe after a few time, you might be see a latest version which is going to be higher than this. So no need to worry. Okay, just see that everything is working fine. So let's copy this, and we need to go to our VS Code, and after the link tag we'll paste it here. Okay, so let's save this. So this is done. Okay, that's it for the installation part. Okay, now let's go to xdata. Let's keep this as it is, and here we'll go to VS Code, and here in header and navigation, so this is our navigation section. So this is the container div. Okay, inside this div we have the entire navigation. Okay, so this is the left one logo, and this is the right side where we have the navigation. So inside this div we will use xdata. Okay, so let me just copy this xdata, and I'll change the name. So let's copy and paste so that we will not do any mistake. So here I'll change this name of the property as is showing. Okay, you can keep whatever name you want, but false is important. Okay, don't change this to anything, but you can change this. Let me save this. So our container div is having this xdata, which is now false. Okay, and let's go to make sure that this is running. Okay, npm run dev. So this is important, otherwise you won't see. Let me refresh, nothing happens. Okay, fine. Now in the left header, okay, in the left header section, this is our logo. So we are going to wrap this inside a div. So let's add a div here. I'll cut this out and paste it here, save this. Okay, so now this is inside a div, and we will add few classes. So class, okay, before adding a class, take the button. Okay, so let's go to hero icons, and here I'll search for menu. Okay, if I search for menu, this is the menu icon which we are going to use. So let me copy this svg, and after this a tag I'll paste it. Okay, let's wrap this in a button tag. So button, Okay, let's cut this. So I'll cut this out, and after this SVG closes, we'll paste this. Save this. Now this is our button. Okay, so we have an A tag, and after that we have a button tag. Okay, if I save this and go back to our application, so here is the button. Okay, we'll fix this, but before that, let's add some class here. Okay, Tailwind CSS classes. So class that is going to be flex. Okay, then we have items center, then we have justify between. Okay, save this, go back. Okay, fine, nothing happens. What else we need? Okay, in A tag we are going to remove this. Okay, we don't require this margin bottom. Only we need Z index, which is going to be 10, and inside this span we will add few more classes. So font bold we need, but text excel, this we need in LG and not in SM. So in mobile we need text that should be small, and text green, everything is fine. This should be wider. Okay, save this. Let's go back, and if I make this smaller, so now as you can see the font size has decreased and it is now text SM. Okay, let's continue. Now inside the button tag I will add @click. Okay, this is Alpine.js, so click that is going to be is showing equals to not is shown. Okay, so basically this will toggle. So let me close this, and here we need to add a class which is going to be MD hidden. Okay, so in mobile we don't want to see this button. So if I save this and I go back, now in MD we can't see the button, but once I am in the SM in the mobile device we can see this icon, but nothing happens. Okay, if I click here, nothing happens. Now let's see what else we have to do. Now let's scroll down, and here inside the right section, okay, right header section, we will wrap this navigation and button inside a div. So let's do it. So here I'll take a div. Okay, and let me cut this closing div, and I'll paste it here. Okay, after the button tag. If I save this, now this navigation and button is wrapped inside a div. So here we need to add some Tailwind CSS classes. So class that is going to be padding top 4. Okay, and in medium device I don't need this padding top, so that is going to be 0. In medium device I need it to be flex, and in medium device I need items to be center, and in medium device I need ML to be auto, and Z index 10, and position should be relative. Okay, and from here I'll remove this ML auto because we have already defined it here. Okay, if I save this and go back, so now nothing happens. So if I make it small, okay, let's continue adding few classes. So now inside the nav we will add a lot of CSS Tailwind CSS classes. So first let's remove this. Okay, classes, we don't require this, and let's start adding our classes, new classes. So text will be SM in mobile. Okay, and it will be flex call. Then in MD we need flex row, space Y should be 3, items will be start in mobile. Okay, in MD we need space X to be 2, in MD we need space Y to be 0 actually. Okay, space Y 0. Then in LG we need the text to be base. Okay, in LG we need justify center. In LG we need items to be center. Then in LG we need space X to be 4, and last in LG we need space Y to be 0. Okay, if I save this and if I go back, okay, so here nothing happened, but if I go in mobile, as you can see, now everything is on the left hand side because we have kept item start in mobile. Okay, so now things are looking good, but still there are a lot of things which we need to do. So here in this button tag we need to make some changes for margin left. So margin left, that is going to be 0, and in MD margin left, that is going to be 4, and then we need to make changes for the text. So right now let's do it here only. Okay, let's do it. Let's do at the beginning. So text, that is going to be SN in mobile, and in LG we need text to be base. Okay, save this, go back. Okay, now it is looking better. Okay, so here in mobile everything is center, but we need this to be on the left hand side and this icon to be on the right hand side. We'll fix that, no worries. But first we'll fix the functionality. Okay, first we will complete the functionality. So if I click on this, it should work. So styling we can do it later, but the important thing is the navigation should work. So here inside this div I will add xshow, okay, which I've already shown you. So let's copy that. So basically this is the thing which we need. So xshow, that is going to be is showing. Okay, let me close this, save this, go back. Okay, now the navigation has gone away, but if I make this screen smaller and if I click on this, it works. Okay, so it was that simple. I'll show you what we did. Okay, let me show you what we did, then it will be easy to understand. So from here we started. Okay, so x data is showing is false. Basically initially is showing will be false. Okay, then we have the button. So on click we will toggle this is showing to not is showing. Okay, and basically this is a CSS class because we don't want to show our icon in the native device, so we have hidden that, but in mobile you can see that icon. So once you click on that icon, okay, you will see that it is toggling, and the content, the data which we want to show should be xshow is showing. That's it, only 3 directives and we are done with the navigation. But the problem is we can't see the navigation. So basically what is to be done? Here is one more thing, which is xbind, which I have already discussed, but I have not shown you practically. So we need to bind the class. Okay, we need to bind one more class. So basically I'll just copy this. Okay, before that I'll show you one more thing which is super important. So here if I inspect, okay, and let's go to the navigation part. Okay, so this is the navigation part. Okay, so here as you can see, here there is an inline CSS which says style display none. So basically here as you can see we have display none property, okay, which is something created by the Alpine.js. Okay, we have not done anything, it is coming from the Alpine.js. So we are not able to see that navigation in the mobile in the desktop. So what is to be done? So the problem is here I have given display flex, but that is not working because of this display none. This display none is overriding our display flex. To make this work, what we have to do is we need to use something called important modifier. Okay, so if you basically know basic CSS also, you might be knowing what is important. So once you use this important, then that CSS class will override the inline thing. Okay, the inline CSS which is currently display none. So what we have to do is we need to put an exclamation before that class. Okay, so which is the class? The class is display flex. Okay, so in MD here it is display flex. So here I need to put exclamation, save this, go back. Now we can see our navigation is working fine and you can see that. Okay, let me close this now. Okay, this display none is gone and we are getting this display flex. Okay, so let me show you again. This display none is gone and this display flex we have done important. Okay, so this is this was the thing. Let's make this smaller. Okay, if I click this, click again, so this is what we can see now. Okay, so if I make this big, you can see this, and if I make this smaller, navigation has gone, and if I click on this, you can see that navigation. Okay, what we need to do is one more thing which is important. So if I make this small and if I click on this icon, okay, but once I click away, nothing happens. So this is a problem. Okay, so if I want to click outside this navigation, nothing will happen, but if I click on this icon, then it will go away. But what if I want to click away? Okay, So there is one more thing which is called click away. Okay, so let me search. Oh, okay, click away Alpine.js. So this is the one which we need to use. So click away. Let's copy this, go back, and here I'll paste it. Okay, so it will be is showing. Okay, let's save this, go back. Now if I make this small, if I click this, it will open, but if I click anywhere outside, it will go away. Okay, so this is very nice. And what else we need? I'll show you one more thing, but that is kind of important, but in our case, it might is not useful. So this is the binding of a class. Let's copy this. Okay, I'll show you. Let's say we already have a class here. Okay, and we want to add some class on the runtime. Like so, let me paste this, and here instead of open, I will use is shown. Okay, so if is showing is true, then no class will be added, but if it is false, then this class will be added, which is called hidden. Okay, so if I save this, and I'll show you something here, let me inspect it, and let's go to the navigation, and let me open this, and here it is. Okay, so this is the div which you can see. So here I have added a class hidden. So as you can see, now the is showing is false. Okay, initially it is false. So this class is added, which is called hidden. Okay, but in our case it is not required, but I'm showing you just because I thought it might be useful in some other cases. So as you can see, if it is false, this hidden class has been activated. Now instead of hidden, let's say if I add something else like bg gray, or maybe bg red 900. Okay, let's save this, go back. Okay, now as you can see, when this is false, this red color has been activated. Okay, so let me make this smaller. Now if I click on this, you will see that this hidden class will go away. Sorry, this bg red 900 will go away. So as you can see here, we can see this bg red 900 because still it is false. And if I click on this, now the bg red class has gone away. Okay, and you can make this opposite also. Let's say on true you want this bg red. Okay, let's say save this, go back. Now initially initially there will be nothing. Okay, no bg red. So if I make this smaller, and if I click on this, now this is red. Okay, this class has been added. So this is beautiful actually. You can just play around with this. So basically this is called binding. Okay, when once you put colon before this class, so you can dynamically add the classes on the runtime. So if it is false, nothing will be shown, but if it is true, then this class will be added inside this class. Okay, so let me remove this because in our case we don't require this. So this is it, and if I make this small, if I click this, you can see this, but still I can see that it is not matching to our design. I'll just check what are we missing on this. Okay, so let's go to VS Code, and here are we missing something. So we need padding 2 in the mobile, and in LG we need padding 5, and we need flex in the MD screen, and we don't require flex call. Okay, in MD we need flex row, in MD we need flex items to be center, and in MD we need justify between. Okay, let's save this and go back. And now if I make the screen smaller, now you can see we have achieved the design which we want. If I click on this, this will work, and if I click away, it will go away. Okay, so navigation will go away. So we have successfully created our navigation using Alpine.js, and if you want, or maybe in future I will create a separate course for Alpine.js. So this is it for this video. I hope you like this. Thank you very much. Hello friends, welcome back. Tailwind comes with lots of amazing and very useful utility classes, but sometime for our own projects, we may want to change them up a little bit. maybe we want to change the colors, maybe we want to add some more utility classes. So instead you go into your own CSS file and try to override some of the Tailwind classes and colors. So this is not a good approach. So if you go to the documentation and if you scroll down here, there is getting started, then we have core concept, then we have customization. So this is something I think that some of us may never need to do, but it is useful to know in case we do need to. So let's go inside configuration, and we already have a config file for Tailwind. So let's go to VS Code, and this is the tailwind.config.js file which we already created at the beginning. And here we have added one plugin to debug our screen. So if you notice, we have the theme here. This is where we can change out all the default configuration for Tailwind. So let's go to documentation, and as you can see, we can change colors, font family, we can extend the spacing, border radius, okay? And if you click on this default configuration, you can see entire default configuration for Tailwind. So everything under theme is what gets generated into our utility classes that we have used all throughout the course. So if you look at the colors, we have all colors defined here, okay? Then we have the columns, then we have the spacing. So if you want, let's say if you want to change the color, so you can just grab this all the Tailwind colors and keep all of these classes into your HTML, but just need to change one config file and you can change your entire color scheme. So there are a lot of other things. If you want the spacing, okay, if you want more spacing, which is more than 24 rem, so you can add here. So let's do some configuration for our project. So there are two important concepts which I want to talk about. The first one is overwriting the Tailwind classes. So above this extent is the place where we can overwrite Tailwind classes. Okay, so let me comment here. So here is the place where we can overwrite the Tailwind classes. Okay, and inside extend, this is the place where you can add the Tailwind classes. Okay, let's say I only want to keep red color for my project and don't want any other colors. So here I will write about the extend, I will write colors, and here in the object I will define red, and that is going to be FF0000. Okay, this is the red color which I want for my project, and here I need to put a comma. Okay, let's save this. If your project is not running, make sure it is running by doing npm run dev. And if we go to our project, now as you can see, all the colors are gone, okay, because we have kept only the red color. So inside the HTML file, index.html, what I'll do is inside the body tag, I'll write bg red. Okay, you can see only red. If I do bg-green, you won't see the class because we have only kept red color. Okay, so I'll do bg-red, and let's save this, and let's go to the browser. So as you can see, we are getting the bg red color, okay, and no other colors. So we have overwrite all the other colors, means that we have removed all the other colors and only kept the red color. So the idea here is, if we have a specific color theme for our project, then we can only use those color instead of the entire Tailwind CSS colors. So let's say if I go to the documentation, okay, and inside the customization, there is a color options. So here, as you can see, these are all Tailwind CSS colors which we can use for our project. And let's say this is how we can customize color. If you have a color theme, let's say this is the color theme which you want for your project. So what we can do is, I'll just copy this, and inside the theme, I'll paste this. Okay, so now we have white, purple, midnight, metal, okay, silver, bubblegum, Bermuda. Let's save this, and now let's say if I want to use silver, so I'll write bg silver. Okay, save this, go back. Okay, now we have a silver color. Okay, or maybe if you want to use Bermuda, copy this, bg Bermuda. Let's save this. So now we have this color. Okay,
So this is how you can create your own colors, and this is the hash code. You can put it like this, okay? Otherwise, if you go to customization, this is one option you can do, and the other one is this one, okay? Color object syntax. You can use this 100, 200, 300 till until 900, okay? Then we can also use arbitrary values. For example, let's say you have a button and which is having this blue color, which is not in our Tailwind CSS color palette. So you can use your own hash code. So let's say if I go to VS Code, okay, inside index.html, let's say if I want to add a button, so I will add a button here after get the post, okay. So here, if I add a button which says Twitter, okay, let me save this. So here is a button. Okay, in the Tailwind, okay, I've added this. Let me remove this because otherwise we won't see our colors. So now we are getting all the colors back because I have removed the colors palette. Now let's say we have a button and I want to use this color. Okay, so what I will do is let me just copy this class, and here inside the button I'll paste it. Okay, let me close this. Now we will have this BG color, okay, for this button. So let's see, okay, here is the BG color, and now we can add our own Tailwind classes like text white. Then we have rounded LG. Save this. So now the color is white, and okay, spelling is wrong, rounded LG. Then we can add space. So let's say padding from left and right we can have 3. Padding from top and bottom we can have 1. Save this. Okay, then we can add margin left 1 or 2. So now basically the idea is we can use our own background color which is not in Tailwind classes. So this is the way we can use it. Okay, this is one more option for colors. Let me remove this. Okay, and let's go back to documentation, and then we can use default colors which are in Tailwind. There are a lot of default colors in Tailwind. If I go at the top, you can see there are a lot of colors. Okay, uh, there is slate, gray, zinc, neutral, stone, red. Okay, let's say in your project you only want few colors from Tailwind. Okay, so what we can do is we can grab those using this. So we need to copy this. Okay, and inside the Tailwind config at the top, we need to paste it, and then you can use this color. Okay, so maybe you only want these colors. Okay, not the entire color palette, but you want this color, so you can use this kind of a thing. Okay, so now if I go back, and here we are not using red color, so as you can see, this has changed. We have added our own colors. So BG, if I do red, you won't see the red color because here there is no red. So maybe I can try indigo. Okay, indigo 100. Let's say 900. Okay, there is indigo color, but because of this gradient, we are not able to see. So if I remove this and if I save this, now you can see this indigo color. Okay, so this is the way you can use only the colors which are required for your project. Then what else we have? We can also alias the color name. Let's say you want to alias this color dot slate to gray. You can use it. You can do this. Let's copy this. Okay, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So this is the entire color palette. If I paste it, okay, now instead of pink, you can give anything like let's say hello. Okay, so now here, if I go back to this HTML, so now I can do pg hello. Okay, pg hello 500. This is just an example. Don't give a name like this. So this is you can see we have a pink color. At the top, you can see we have a pink color in the background. Okay, so this is the way you can give the name of your color. Okay, no need to write the same color which you want. You can give any name. Okay, you can just alias this. Now you can also add additional colors. Let's say you want a brown color, okay, in your project. So inside this extend, we can just copy this. Okay, I'll copy this, and here we don't require this. Instead, inside the extend, I'll paste this. Okay, so now we have a brown color as well. So okay, so let's go to index.html, and here I need a brown color, bg brown. Okay, we are having a brown color. Let me remove this gradient, otherwise you won't be able to see. Now we have a brown color. Okay, so you can also add any color you want. This brown color was not in the Tailwind, okay, default colors, so we have added this additional color. Then we can also add one more extra color, or maybe more extra colors in our existing colors. Okay, so let's say we have a blue color, but it is still 900, and if you want to add one more color in that, so we can do this way also. So let me copy this. Okay, so inside this colors I will paste this. Now we have 950 also. So here if I do bg blue, we have a 950. Okay, let's save this. So now as you can see, behind we have blue color. Okay, so in this way you can add extra colors to your palette. Now let's check what else we have. So this I already showed you, disabling a default color. So there are a lot of colors in Tailwind. If you want to use only few colors from it, you can do it in this way. Okay, and then also you can name your colors. Like in some project we may use a primary, secondary. Okay, so let's say if I go back here, and here I want to give a name of primary, let's say. So let me copy this, and inside the colors I'll paste. Okay, so now this is my primary color and this is my secondary color. Okay, so now if I do bg primary, I'll have the class. Okay, bg primary. Let me remove this gradient, go back. Now this is the primary color. Okay, same way we have the secondary also, because we have added the secondary color as well. So now this is the secondary color. So in this way you can add your own color. You can inside the extend you can add this. Okay, so we have some extra colors for our project. Then what else we can do? Okay, the same thing. We have primary, secondary, neutral. So this was all about using colors in our Tailwind project. So in this video, we have only covered the color part. In the next video, I'll show you how to customize the screen and spacing and even the font family. So this is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will see the remaining things in configuration. So inside customization, we can click on screens, and here is the default breakpoints which Tailwind has. So for SM we have 640, okay, for MD we have 768, for LG we have 1024, for XL we have 1280, and for 2XL we have 1536. So you can override the default breakpoints. Let's say in SM if you want 576, so you can do it in this way. Okay, you can just copy this and you can change the values. Okay, inside the theme, let's say if I go to configuration, so here you can paste the entire object, okay, with the screens. Okay, and here you can change the value. Okay, so this is very simple. And if you want to change only the single screen, you can add only a single screen, which is called LG or SM, whatever name you want. Okay, whatever screen you want to change, you can add here. And even you can add larger breakpoint. Let's say here in Tailwind, we only have till 2XL, but you can add one more like 3XL, 4XL. Okay, so you can do that as well. In the extend, you need to paste it, and even you can add smaller breakpoints. Okay, so this I'll show you. Let me copy this, and here instead of colors, I will add this. Okay, and now we can just copy the screen, and here inside the theme, I will paste it. Okay, so what we are basically doing is we are adding one more breakpoint which is called access, and the value is 475, and then we are getting all the default screen from here. Okay, so here is the default screen that we are storing in this variable, and we are extracting from that default theme. Okay, so now if I save this and if I go back on the project, so now as you can see, this screen is Excel, and if I make this smaller, now it is LG, then MD, then SM, then we have access. Okay, before that, before there was nothing. Okay, we were only seeing a dash, okay, instead of this access, but now we are getting this access because we have added this screen, okay, here. So let me remove this primary, okay, because we don't require, and in index.html also I'll remove this bg. Okay, so now you can see we are getting this screen name which is called access, and in fact here also we can add this screen name like we were doing MD and we were adding the classes, but here also you can do access and we can add whatever, okay, text, whatever CSS class which you need. So in this way we can add one more screen size. Okay, so this was important and useful. Then what else we can do in screen size? Okay, here you can use your custom screen names. Maybe you can say tablet, laptop, desktop. Okay, if I copy this and here if I paste it, okay, so now this will be tablet, okay, this will be laptop, and this will be desktop. So save this, and here if you can see this is desktop, okay, and then this is laptop, okay, then this is tablet. So you can give whatever name you want. Maybe you can give this mobile, or this is tablet, this is desktop, whatever name you want, and you can define the size here. And here also you need to write, instead of SM, there is no SM, so instead of SM you need to write tablet. Okay, so tablet, and then you can give your colors or whatever class you want to add. So in this way you can change the screen names. By default it is SM, LG. Okay, so instead of that you can give tablet, laptop. Okay, so this was also important because sometimes we don't remember the sizes for laptop. Okay, so instead we can give it a name. Okay, then what else we can do? Okay, then we have some advanced configuration, but I would suggest not to go too much into advanced because then you will get confused. So basically, so this is what we required for a project. Okay, then we have spacing. So here also you can give a name for the spacing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you can give the value. Okay, and by default the spacing scale is inherited by padding, margin, width, height, max height, gap, inset, space, and translate. Okay, so now even you can extend the default spacing. For example, if I go to themes, and inside theme you have all the spacings. Okay, so we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, but we don't have 13, we don't have 15. Okay, so you can add that. Okay, so here if I copy this, we can extend it, and let's say let me override, let me remove this, and inside this extend I'll paste this. So now we also have a spacing of 13. Okay, if I save this and if I go back here, now let's say padding, I need 13. Okay, so I can do this way. Let me save this and let's try it. Padding, I need 13. Okay, so now I'm getting padding of 13 as well. Okay, similarly you can add extra also, like in here if you can see we only have till 96, and the size, the value is 24 rem, but we can add more, like we can do 128 and we can increase the size of that by 32 rem. Then we have 144, increase the value by 36. So in this way you can add more spacing classes. Okay, so this is also very important. Okay, then overriding the default spacing, so you can just override the spacing also, like you can give the name as SM, MD, LG, XL, but this will override the entire default spacing, which is this one. Okay, this will go away and you will only see this.
SMMD, LG, and XL. So it's better not to override the entire spacing. Go with this only, but you can add in between and you can add more also. So that is useful. Okay. So these are all default spacing which I have shown you. Okay. So this was for spacing, and then we have couple of more things. So I'll show you. So let me scroll down a little. So here is one more important thing. So here, as you can see, in background size, let's say if I search for background size, and if I go to background size, so we have only three classes like BG Auto, BG Cover, and BG Content. But if you want to use the values of spacing inside of BG, like BG hyphen for this background size, so we can use that as well. So let me show you how to do it. So in the themes, okay, here we need to copy this. Let's go to Tailwind config and let me remove this. This is not required. Here I'll paste, okay, the code which I've copied. Here I need a comma. Okay, let me save this. Now what we are doing is we are getting all the values of this spacing for background size. Okay, so here if I say BG hyphen, we have auto, okay, and we have content. Then what else we were having? We were having cover. Okay, so cover. So this three are there, but we can also use BG and like 13. Okay, 1 second, let me save this. Go back, BG 13. Okay, not 13, 1, BG 10, BG 11. Okay, so now as you can see, background size is 2.75 rem. Okay, and if I go here, so background size is 3 rem. So in this way you can use the value of spacing for background. Okay, you can add. So this was also a thing which I need to show you. So regularly we don't use much of this, but still I wanted to show you. Then what else we have? We have font family. So for font family, we need to copy this default theme. So which I already copied here. Okay, default theme. Then here in the extend, we need to copy this, and let me remove this because this is not required. In extend, I'll paste it. Now font family, if we want to use not Leto, maybe I want to use some other Google fonts. So if I go to Google font and if I click on this link, let's say I want to use Fedoka. Okay, let's go on this font, and what I'm going to do is I'll just copy this link. Okay, and I'll go to index.html and I'll paste after the script. Okay, or maybe I can paste after the styles.css. Okay, now what we have to do is we need this font family. Okay, so let's copy this, go back, and here I'll paste it. Okay, and then we can have the default font family which is sans. Okay, no need to add more things, only need Fedoka. Now here instead of sans I can give a name. Let's say my font family. For my font, not my font, I can give some other name. Maybe I can give title. Okay, for title I want to use this. So copy, save this, go back. Let's say in about me, I want to use this font. Okay, so here I can use font, and this is title. Okay, so font title. You can give whatever name you want. If I save this and go back on the project, you can see this font has changed, Fedoka. Okay, so in this way you can use your fonts. Okay, if I inspect this, so here is the font family Fedoka. Okay, and these are the default fonts. If let's say if you don't have internet, maybe this font will not work, so but the other font will work. So this is the way you can create your font families. So I think this is it for customization. This is it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Till then, take care and bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we will see how to disable an entire code plugin.
For example, we have utilities for controlling the opacity of an element. So these are all the opacity classes which we have used in our project. Okay, so these boxes have utility classes called opacity. So if I go to index.html, so here are the boxes where we have used this opacity 40. Okay, so let's say in our project we don't want to use this opacity classes. So what we have to do to disable it? So here is the code for that. So this is not the right way of doing it. Okay, if we do this way, the document says that don't assign an empty object in your theme configuration. Okay, this is not the right way of doing it, but this is the right way of disabling the plugin. Okay, so let me copy this code, and we need to go to VS Code, and inside the Tailwind configuration, we don't need to paste inside the theme. We should paste it before the theme or after the theme. Okay, outside the theme, and here we need to add a comma. If I save this, now this opacity class won't work. Okay, now the entire thing is false. So if I do opacity, it doesn't work. Okay, so this is something different. BG opacity is different, but this opacity is not working. And let's say if I comment this out, okay, and if I save this and if I go back again, and now if I try, okay, let me save this. Now if I try opacity, now it is working. You can see all the classes. Okay, so this is how you can disable a particular utility class. So if I go to configuration and if I scroll down, so here are the keys for that. Okay, let's say you want to disable a CSS class which is called object position. Okay, if I go there, so here is object position. You don't want to use all these classes for your project, so you need to search here object position. Okay, 1 second. So this is the way you need to write, because object position is 2 words, so you need to use it in camel case, like object, and P should be capital. Okay, so now instead of opacity you need to paste this. So now all this class will be disabled. Okay, if I go back to index.html and here if I write object, you won't see the class. Okay, but if I comment this out, save this, go back, and now if I write object, now here you can see we got all the classes related to that. Okay, so object cover, object fill. Okay, so object left, object left. Okay, so here are all the classes related to object. So object left, object center. Now we are getting all the classes. Okay, so this is how you can disable a particular set of classes, and you need to check here in the configuration the keys. Okay, so here are all the keys. We have screens, colors, columns, spacing. Okay, we need to use camel case like backdrop contrast. So this is very useful if you don't want to use any of the classes in your project. So this is it for this video.